What is up? What is up? What is up, everybody? Welcome back to Off Ball Takes. Before we get started, this is your host, Yarby Laws, and this is my co-host.
Christopher Wells.
Yes, this is pretty much, um, this is our draft room, basically. It's kind of we can't broadcast the draft, obviously, due to copyright issues, but this is going to be our live reactions to the picks, our thoughts. We're gonna probably analyze each pick in between, just so there's not large times where it's like, we're not really doing or saying anything. So we're gonna constantly be talking. This is gonna be a long stream, probably around 4 or 5 hours, maybe. Depends on how long the draft is. It's all contingent on how fast they pick and whatnot, things like that. Um, but yeah, this is a very interesting draft. Obviously we've got Victor Wembanyama, who's obviously the number one pick. I feel like his floor is kind of like a Porzingis kind of guy, but then his ceiling is basically himself because he could be one of a kind, and he has the opportunity to cement a huge legacy in this league. He's been one of the most hyped up prospects since probably LeBron James, honestly,
Yeah.
and it's a big deal. So this is an exciting draft class. The other guys, Brandon Miller, Scoot Henderson. We don't know who's going to go number two, who's going to go number three, but those guys are very good players. Scoot is definitely the generational guy, and I feel like Brandon Miller is definitely more of the NBA ready kind of guy as well. Um, and we also put out a mock draft video, so please be sure to check that out. We went through every single pick of the first round, gave our thoughts on it, kind of what we think teams are going to do, especially contingent on things that have happened in the past week or so. And I guess we've got some time to kill before this thing starts. So, did you want to kind of talk about some stuff that's happened in the league,
Yeah.
as of the last 24 hours, pretty much?
Yeah. So I guess we'll start off with, the Kristaps Porzingis trade. So we
Right.
got Kristaps Porzingis of the Wizards,
Yep.
three-team deal, right? So Porzingis headed to Boston, with Marcus Smart in Boston, longest tenured Celtic going to the Grizzlies.
Yep.
And then Tyus Jones of the Grizzlies to the Wizards. So Grizzlies essentially get Marcus Smart, their veteran, right, for defense. Obviously with Boston, you get Porzingis, right, who's a perennial, all-star type ish player. Obviously has issues in terms of staying healthy, right? But regardless, when he plays and he's on the floor, he's really good.
Yeah.
Um, and then of course, with the Wizards, you get Tyus Jones. Obviously, you get off of Porzingis' contract. You also get, I believe, early second round pick, right? So, or yeah, exactly. So,
Yes.
um, also Boston actually also got two firsts from Memphis, right? So they
Big
got
deal.
Memphis's current first, right, in this draft at 25, and then they
Hmm.
also got the Warriors 2024 first, um, right? So obviously for them, they got back more than what I thought they would have gotten for Smart.
Yeah.
Obviously, like Smart's a good player. It's just normally, with the two first round picks, that's relatively high price, I guess, for him. But again, regardless, we know all three of these teams benefited, in my opinion. But it's kind of funny because you have to start off with the initial trade where initially the Clippers were supposed to be involved, and we kept on getting you know things over the course of the day, about like, different parts of the trade that still needed to be cleared up, and who's in, who's out of the trade. And then eventually, in the 11th hour, right, that trade doesn't go down because Brogdon has, apparently some physical issues. Um, and so instead, the Wizards, right, they pivot and then they end up getting the Grizzlies into the trade. And then they
Yeah.
trade Marcus Smart, right? Reportedly, Smart was pretty shocked. He reported that it was a gut punch, for him, which is, again, makes sense. Again, he's been in Boston forever. He probably thought he was going to be in, a lifer in Boston.
Right.
But the NBA doesn't really work like that.
It's a business
Especially when
first,
you're
man.
not, yeah, exactly. Especially when you're not a superstar. But it definitely is interesting because I feel like Boston definitely will look to make other moves as well.
Yeah.
Largely just because, again, I just feel like you still have to figure out what you're gonna do. Maybe you can find another wing in free agency. Um, what are you gonna do with your guards, right? Because if Brogdon couldn't be involved in a trade, I'm guessing that means he's probably not gonna play.
Right.
So you probably would like to have another guard, right? You got White, which I assume he'll be elevated in as a starter, and he was really good for Boston this year.
Yeah.
So I think
Arguably
that makes
better
a
than
lot of
Smart.
yeah, so I think that makes a lot of sense. Peyton Pritchard, if he stays on the team, maybe he gets elevated to the backup guard role. Yeah, but outside of that, again, you look to move Brogdon, probably go somewhere else with that money situation is looking bad. Are we talking about Boston?
Um, I think he is. I don't know who else he could be really talking
Yeah,
about.
because in terms of the money, I mean, yeah, Boston's roster is gonna be really expensive because 'cause you're gonna
Yeah.
have to pay Jaylen Brown, right, his supermax, and then, eventually, I believe in the next offseason, you're also gonna have to pay Tatum. Yeah, I mean, yeah, he's gonna get his money. They're gonna pay him because, again, the downside of not paying him is he walks, and you don't wanna pay him $300 million, but you also don't want him to leave for nothing. So he's gonna be back, um, and that core is probably gonna continue, but it definitely felt like Boston needed to shake things up. We talked
Yes.
about it when they were down 3-0 to Miami because we didn't think they were coming back, until they had the chance to tie it up, but regardless, um it felt like they were probably gonna need to at least move one of those Tingus Pingus.
Mhm.
It
It's a
felt
good
like they
fit
were
though.
probably gonna need to move one of those guys because again, like, that core, of those multiple guys, it felt like it just kinda run its course. They went to the finals the year before, but, you just don't know going forward and, so it makes sense it was time to move on, but Brogdon initially was the guy to move, and now it's Smart, so you definitely lose something, in the locker room, and you lose something defensively on the perimeter.
Yes.
But, yeah, I'm not gonna comment on that one, but,
Well,
regardless yeah, but regardless, um,
welcome to Boston, man.
yeah, I mean, I get it for all these teams, and then even when you look at it from the Memphis side, like I said, they get a veteran, right, Dylan Brooks, right, he was kind of the defensive guy for them, but he's also not really like a real, leader type guy, just a lot
Absolutely not.
right? Whereas, Smart has, more pedigree, right? He's been a guy that's been on a lot of good teams. Again, was a starter for a team that went to the finals. So, I think that's the type of veteran guy that, Memphis, I think, could really use in a good way,
Right.
both on and off the court. Obviously, with Ja being out for, probably the first third of the season, right? Obviously, that gives you another guy to, put in that guard spot, especially because you lost Tyus Jones, right? Completely different from Tyus Jones, right? Because Jones is more of like an offensive minded guard.
Yeah.
Smart's more of a defensive minded guard. Um, but either way, right? I mean, again, you got two guys that both won Defensive Player of the Year in the last couple of seasons, so it should help you, defensively. I mean, they were already really good defensively. Um, I just kind of wonder where all these teams go from here because I feel like Boston probably has some more moves to make. Maybe it's tonight on draft night, or maybe it's later in the offseason. And then Memphis, right? Feels like they might do something else. We'll see. And then obviously with the Wizards, right? Obviously for them, their goal is to continue to rebuild, right? Because we hadn't even got we'll get into the second trade in a minute, but
Yeah.
obviously with the Wizards, right? You traded Bradley Beal, didn't really get much back for him, right? And
Sure.
then you traded Porzingis, get a little bit more back, right? Because again, you got Tyus Jones. I forgot to mention, right? Gallinari,
Yes.
Mike Muscala, right? More like expiring contracts.
Right.
And you
It's a
got a pick.
rebuild, man.
Yeah, exactly. So you got another pick that you didn't get, in the Beal trade, right? I think it was mainly just pick swaps and seconds.
Yes.
Um, so you got more there. So, it feels like, the Wizards now, they can embrace, the real rebuild, right? Because again, if you're going to trade Beal, you might as well move on from your other top guys as well. I'm just kind of curious because now they have multiple, you know, point guards on the roster, right? You got Tyus Jones, you got DeLon Wright, and then you also have Monte Morris, right? So obviously, I feel like one of those guys is probably gonna have to be moved, right? They had Chris Paul, but like I said, we'll get into it in a minute.
Yeah.
But obviously he's gonna be traded, a little bit later this offseason as well. So, how do you feel, from a Wizards perspective? Considering that, this, the Beal trade, from a Wizards perspective, seemed like it was met with a relatively high level of negativity. But I feel
Sure.
like with this one, you're probably a little bit happier with this
Yeah.
one.
So overall, as the Wizards guy, um, the Beal one, it doesn't sting as much anymore because I've thought about it. Um, he did a lot for the city, but at the same time, that salary was just really bad. So I'm honestly grateful that we were even able to move it in general. So, that was honestly, I thought an immovable contract. I didn't think, I knew people had interest, but I didn't think it would go anywhere just due to the fact that contract was so big. So I'm kind of happy that we got rid of uh, the money woes in I guess in a way, now that Beal is gone, he's not swallowing up a lot of that cap space. And then same thing with Porzingis. I love Porzingis. I thought he was our best player this season at times. But this was by design. People need to realize that he opted in for a reason. Um, because that means he was movable. If he opted out, he could have seeked more money. But it is what it is. But you know, I like this because Tyus Jones, I've said it multiple times, you've said it as well. We both think that he's, one of the better backup point guards in the league, and now he has a time, or now's the time for him to really showcase his starting abilities and his starting capabilities. We've seen it kind of when Ja's out, but now we'll get to see it hopefully for the full season if he stays healthy because I think he's the best guard out of our newly assembled guard room. I'm taking him over Monte Morris. I'm taking him over DeLon Wright. DeLon Wright's a really good defender, gets a lot of steals. Monte Morris, he's kind of more of a microwave guy. I feel like he fit better in Denver's system because Jokic just makes everybody around him better. But yeah, I think Monte Morris, I think Tyus Jones has a better command of all offenses in general than Monte Morris. So that's kind of my thoughts on it. And I can't really be mad at it, and I think we got, the 34th pick, I think, this year. So
I
that's
think
solid. So that's an early second rounder, and there's some gems in there that we mentioned in the draft, our mock drafts. We mentioned guys like Imani Bates. I don't think he'll go very high, but there's guys there. Mari Bailey. I don't think we'll probably go guard anymore. I think we'll probably go maybe like that forward or wing spot. But yeah, overall, I can't really be mad at it. We're getting rid of these salaries, acquiring smaller contracts and guys that have a lot of potential, and that's what you want in a rebuild. I see a lot of people being mad at it. I can't really be mad at it just because they have to clean up the previous regime's big mistakes that have set us back so many years. So once again, can't be mad at it. And I guess for me to weigh in on the Boston situation, I feel like Boston did Marcus Smart pretty dirty, but you can't let your personal feelings get in the way of the NBA business. I think they're losing a little bit of grit, heart, and soul with Marcus Smart, but I think they may be able to form a new identity with um I guess a more versatile big three, because I feel like Porzingis adds a lot to that team. And his health has definitely gotten better. I think he played around 64, 65 games for us, which I think is a career high games played for him. So that's a good sign that his health is headed in the right direction. And he's a great offensive big. He can do a lot of things that some big men can't do. And I think he's a really good back end defender as well. Not too great on the perimeter, but down in the paint, he can get some blocks at times, especially if it's a guy who's smaller than him, and that's pretty much a lot of people because I think Porzingis is like 7'2", 7'3", so
Yep.
that's a
Yep.
good sign. He like I said, he's kind of similar to Wemby. I think we're probably going to see Wemby have a similar season to Porzingis' rookie season, something along those lines. But I think Wemby's ceiling is obviously a lot higher, but the floor is definitely for sure around that Porzingis area. But like I said, I can't really be mad at this because we're getting rid of we're getting rid of our money problems, and that's one thing that you do want to do. Um, if you're in a rebuild, I would have liked to have seen a little bit more compensation in terms of the draft, but it is what it is, and I think we got some. We didn't get any future first rounds, I don't think, but we did get some future picks. So I they're just building on it, and we're gonna be bad this season. Um, and yeah, have we talked about Chris Paul and Jordan Poole yet?
No, actually, we were going to do that next.
Okay,
So,
cool.
we'll get into the second trade of the day. So this one was definitely a big shakeup. This was one that we had actually talked about, in terms of rumors on previous podcasts. And it was something that people had talked about and discussed. But I just wasn't sure whether or not it was going to happen. But
Hmm.
now it's actually happening. So Jordan Poole of the Warriors, right? He's going to the Wizards for Chris Paul, right? So that pretty much kind of wraps up the Bradley Beal saga there. That trade won't go down until July 1st because that's when the new contract years roll over,
Yes.
right? So that's when Poole is on his max deal. But regardless, so with the Wizards, you get a first round pick, top 20 protected in 2030.
Hmm.
So that's quite a while from now.
Yeah.
And then also you got a 2027 second rounder. You got Ryan Rollins,
Hmm.
who was their second round pick last year. So
Yes.
obviously you got another young guy. Um, so it's a lot going on here. And then of course, like I said, you get Jordan Poole as well. So it seems like Golden State's going to keep Chris Paul. Regardless, maybe he doesn't stay the whole season. Maybe they flip him at the deadline. But I don't know. This one we both kind of talked about where I didn't necessarily like it too much for Golden State. I understand, getting Jordan Poole out of there. Just because again it had been a rough year, and it seemed like that they probably weren't going to run it back with both him and Draymond,
Right.
right? Because I felt like they were probably going to move him. But at the same time, you also factor in right Chris Paul's age, his injury history in terms of not being able to stay healthy. Um, obviously, offensively, right, he brings value as a playmaker, as a ball handler, decision maker, right? So he definitely raises, the overall total basketball IQ of the team. Not to pick on Poole, right? But Chris Paul is, just at an elite level in terms of basketball IQ, right? That's not a knock on Poole, but it's more so,
Yeah.
an acknowledgement of Chris Paul.
Sure.
Um, but at the same time, right? I mean, you know, it, I guess for the Warriors, you also look at it as the regular season doesn't matter as much. It's more about the playoffs. It's just you got to get there, right? And again, you got a number of guys that probably won't play, 70 games over the course of a season, right? We know Steph is going to miss time. We know Draymond, Clay, and obviously Chris Paul is going to miss time.
Hmm.
So it'll be interesting to see what they do, right? Because also you got to factor in, right? He's more of a pick and roll guy, right? Not like a natural fit within the Warriors offense, but I think he can add a little bit of you know diversity into their play set because they don't run quite as much pick and roll. I'm just also kind of curious how he fits alongside Steph because there's also going to be times when they play together. I think offensively it'll be fine, right? Because Steph can play off the ball,
Right.
and Chris Paul can find him and other guys within the offense as well. Defense is where I would be concerned because again, it's another scenario similar to Steph, uh, Poole, and Clay, right, where you just have three guys that aren't great defenders. But obviously, it allows you to go super small, super versatile and switchy. Um, so I guess in a way, I like it more than when it was rumored at the time. But I still personally like long term like it more for the Wizards because I don't trust that Chris Paul can stay healthy over the course of a season. He just
Sure.
hasn't been able to do it. Maybe he does it this year because in fairness, Otto Porter Jr. had real problems staying healthy. Pretty much everywhere else, and then he goes to Golden State and just barely misses any time. So obviously, that could play a factor in there as well. But I don't know. It's like but I do understand it just because again, if you look at it realistically, how much different are your title chances with Poole versus Paul? Like I said, I think personally that they probably have 1 to 2 years left max anyways.
Hmm.
So you might as well, maximize what you can do. It's just kind of interesting how they had that young core, and the owner or team governor talked about, the idea of kind of competing in perpetuity. But now obviously they're kind of at the point where it's pretty clear they're focused completely on the present, right? Wiseman's gone, Poole is gone, and Gary Payton's come in, right? Chris Paul's come in,
Hmm.
so it's very clear that they're going towards more of a win now mode, which makes sense. And then obviously for the Wizards, right, that helps them rebuild, right? You get back, a decent player, a good player,
Yeah.
young player, right? Obviously on a huge contract, right? But that doesn't matter, now that you sent other contracts out, and you have to meet a certain amount of salary anyways. So I think it's pretty solid for the Wizards because again, you got back a good player, decent
Hmm.
player for deal. You got back multiple picks, pick swaps and seconds. Rebuilds take time. So
Yeah.
obviously the Wizards, I think, did a much better job, after these trades have been completed than it was when they first did the Beal trade. And sometimes I guess that's kind of why it's important to just kind of, wait it out and see, what a team does. Before we really react because,
Yeah.
again, like things can always change and, it definitely has changed. So, as we're, getting close to the first pick, right? But
Yeah.
we're just talking about it right now. So I
Yeah.
guess what did you think of it?
I mean, I love it. I think I've expressed that Jordan Poole is one of my favorite players. He was on my radar before people even really knew that he was going to be that good. And I think people are, kind of taking this season that he had, this postseason, really a little too harshly because you have to remember he was a key reason as to why they even won that finals a couple of years ago. Anyways, without him, they lose that NBA Finals, in my opinion. So I love that. I think Jordan Poole's a great player. I think we got back, we got more than compensated for Chris Paul. I thought Chris Paul's value was a little bit lower than that, if you want me to be frank. But
That's what I thought too.
exactly. So I feel like that was just a situation where Golden State kind of wanted to just move on from him. He didn't fit their culture anymore, whatever the case may be. I think that's what it was. Kind of similar to the Beal thing, more of like a salary dump. They definitely didn't want to pay him, I don't think. So I think that comes into a factor as well. But as a Wizards fan, I can't be mad at acquiring Jordan Poole. I think that's a great acquisition. Not the best replacement for Beal, obviously, but there's potential there. He's young, and can easily be better than him in the future, you know? So there's a lot to look forward to for Wizards fans, I think. But, you know, right now, the present is looking very bleak. I think we're going to be horrid this season. It's going to be more of a pool party, and he does whatever he wants. But I'm looking at
Mm.
the draft screen right now. It looks like the pick is in.
Yeah,
And I think everybody kind of knows that it's going to be Wemby, but we can continue talking
yeah,
until it's, you know, solidified. Um,
yeah. What are they doing? Are they're like on the floor?
Hang on. Wait, what?
Yeah, I'm just when you see the people up front, at the
Oh.
table.
Oh, yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, they're just panning the camera around. Now I think they're
Yeah,
talking
I was
about
just talking
Wemby.
about the ESPN people that were just kind of like
Oh,
goofing around.
yeah, yeah. But yeah, I mean, as a Wizards fan, I definitely can't be mad at the fact that we got Jordan Poole. I think that's a
Right.
great acquisition, especially for a rebuild. That's kind of the player and archetype that you want in a rebuild. You know, a young guy with potential who you can potentially
Yeah.
even build around, you know, depending on how well he is, you know, for the time being that you have him. So
Right.
I can't be mad at
How
that.
do you
And then
feel
I don't
about
know.
it?
What's up?
How do you feel about it for Golden State?
Oh, we fleeced them for sure. You know, I think that's I don't know. I don't really know how Chris Paul fits into their system. I'm sure he can help, but I don't know. I mean, I guess Chris Paul is technically better than Jordan Poole in that sense. And you know, I guess they kind of didn't want a high volume player that can only score. You know, I guess they wanted a guy who can facilitate, get to his
Right.
spots pretty easily. And that's why I kind of have the Warriors taking Derek Lively. You know, I think he's a really good center, and I think you know that's something that they're missing. They're missing some size and a guy who could potentially work in the pick and roll, obviously, and they can develop that. So I think you know that also helps. So that may lead to them, you know, picking him in this draft. We'll see. I don't know if he falls that far. Um, but overall, yeah, I think for the Warriors, it's a kind of weird move, but at the same time, I think it was more so of a thing similar to Beal, where they just didn't want Poole around anymore. Uh, That's just how I look
Yeah.
at it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's going to be interesting, as we kind of like, compare, who's getting drafted, to
Yeah.
who was on our draft board, where, because we had, a number of guys at different spots. And, apparently like a lot of has changed, over the
Yes.
course of, the last few weeks, right? In terms
Yeah.
of guys moving back and forth. Obviously, we know there's been a lot of back and forth between Scoot and Brandon Miller, right? And there's also been back and forth between other guys, in the latter parts of the draft as well. So it'll be kind of interesting to see how this goes. It's kind of funny, in terms of the Spurs pick being in, because it's like, we know who's going number one. So it's like we're kind of just, sitting here just kind of chilling now.
Yes. Um,
So
that's kind of how it's gonna go, I think. Um, you know, while the pick is in, we can just continue to talk about the guy. I guess that's who we think is gonna go. Um, and we pretty
so
much,
yeah, so I
yeah,
guess
we have Wemby.
okay.
Yeah. What'd you say now?
Yeah. Oh no, so I guess so it looks like Adam Silver's about to come up to the podium
Yep.
with the
Yep.
first pick.
Wemby. There
Yep,
he is. So Wemby's going,
exactly.
man. This is good.
Yeah, exactly.
This is what
Yeah,
you
I
want
think
if you're
you're
San Antonio.
Yeah, exactly. I think you're just a few seconds, well, not just a few, like maybe like 10, 15 seconds ahead. But
Okay.
regardless, like but regardless, yeah. I mean, this one was pretty much a no-brainer. Like you said,
Yeah.
the best prospect in the draft.
Yeah.
Has the potential to be an all-time great generational player.
Yes.
Obviously, many people think he will be an all-time great generational player. Um, so if you're the Spurs, right, obviously, this is pretty much a dream scenario, right? Where you get the guy, that everybody's wanted, for quite a while now, right? Because everybody's heard his name, for basically like, well over a year at this point.
Exactly.
Right, 7'4", right, super skilled. Um, I mean, there's a potential chance for the Spurs to be, obviously not like a great team, but like, say next season, there's a chance for them to be at least
Decent.
a semi decent team,
Yeah.
kind of right away. Like maybe they're like, right around that play-in range, something like that, as opposed to like the worst team in the league. Obviously a lot of other factors, fall into that as well, but obviously this was the only way that this could have gone, right? In terms of him going number one, there was no way anything else was going to happen. Um, this was the obvious one, right? Really, where the draft really starts is at the second pick, because
Sure.
again, we still don't know who's going number two. The Vegas odds have kind of shifted back and forth, so a lot of people believe that it will be Scoot, whereas it seemed like it was Miller. So maybe Charlotte's kind of just throwing people off, but obviously there's a lot of things that could change, right? Depending on what happens, right? If Charlotte picks Scoot, right? What does Portland do with the third pick? Do they take Miller?
Right.
It seems like he would probably fit there better, but then what happens with Lillard, right? If you trade Lillard, you'd like to start with Scoot as his replacement as opposed to Miller, but again, that's kind of the thing that's always great about the NBA draft is that there's always, a lot of surprises in terms of, things that go on right. I mean, we had surprises before the draft, right? That kind of tie into it. So, we know that there's going to continue to be a lot of things going on, as well. So, I mean, that's why the draft is always a really fun time.
Yes, it is.
Um, for the, just because in general, right? Like just seeing who goes where. There's always, players that, you think will get drafted higher, right? But then they end up dropping. It sounds like some people believe that Cam Whitmore will drop.
Yeah, and I had him pretty
Kind of,
high.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, because there were some people that had him, maybe like a top five-ish pick,
I
right?
had
And
him
now a
top
lot of
5.
yeah, exactly. And whereas a lot of others believe he'll drop. Like I had him at 6.
Hmm.
Um, so obviously we'll have to see, what happens as we keep going.
I feel like the
Um,
Thompson twins stock has kind of risen too, oddly enough,
yeah, for sure.
especially
Yeah,
a sore.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, because I've heard a lot of people say that they like the fact that they think he can be more versatile than Amon just as a defender,
Exactly.
as a guy off the ball, whereas Amon is probably more like a natural point guard. Um, so it's just again for them, it comes down to that shot. It's just
Yeah, it's rough. It looks bad. Even
yeah,
when they make it,
exactly.
it looks ugly.
Right, exactly. So that's always the thing, that makes it kind of, tough at times. Just when you look at, everything in regards to they have a lot of other great things going for them in terms of their size, their length, the athleticism. It's just that shot because you need to be at least a decent jump shooter, I think, especially as a guard, especially if you're a ball handler.
Yes.
You got to be at least a relatively decent outside shooter, and for them it hasn't been there yet. So hopefully the hope is that they learn, right? Because people question Scoot's outside shot, for the most part, but again, if you're drafting guys that high, you would think that they should be able to, improve on that aspect of their game, but it's not always that easy. A lot of people believe in Scoot also just because of that work ethic. Apparently he's really impressed in a lot of these interviews. So, we'll see what happens, but it looks like Shams put out, I guess that they're gonna take Miller, it sounds like.
Yeah, I just saw that. My
Yeah, so
my ESPN thing crashed. I'm trying to bring it back up.
yeah, I have the tweet deck on the side so I can
Yeah.
see the tweets that come out. But yeah, it looks like Miller's gonna go number 2. So that's
Again, to
obviously
leave
changes
your mark on
a lot of different things now because again with Portland, that kind of I guess in a way puts you in a better spot. Because again, regardless of whether or not you move on from Lillard, you're gonna have a guard that's set.
Exactly.
But at the same time, Portland maybe they trade that third because everybody knows a lot of people want Scoot Henderson.
And
Because I don't think Charlotte would have traded, the pick, if they were going to take Scoot,
no.
right? But now with Portland, we know that there's, some interesting scenarios for them, depending on what they do.
I've
Um,
heard some rumblings that Portland might even be considering trading Lillard. I heard Lillard wasn't
right,
really on board with you know, playing with a young core. He wants more help that's like, been in the league and solidified, that kind of deal. So I'm curious to see what Portland does here. I think obviously we know they're going to take Scoot, but in terms of the ramifications of taking Scoot, I'm
yeah.
curious, do they trade Scoot for somebody else? Or, I don't know. What am I looking at right now, man?
Yeah, but yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting to see how this continues to go. Just because again, like the draft is always a fun time.
Yeah.
I guess we can. I guess should we? I guess should we talk about Miller? Or should we kind of wait until the pick is like actually official? Um,
We could talk about Miller.
yeah. So I guess Miller was your number 2 pick. He was the
Yeah.
guy that you had going number 2. To Charlotte, we both talked about it. Like I said, I like Miller. I think he will be a good player as well.
Yeah.
I didn't have him as the second pick, but I do think he's got a lot of value as a 6'9" forward that can score. He can learn. Hopefully, he can learn. Defensive schemes at the NBA level.
He can guard
Because
multiple
again,
positions, though.
yeah, exactly. Because guys like that, in fairness, don't come around too often. With that size, and skill, right? That's probably I think why Boston, way back when chose Tatum. and preferred him over Fultz when everybody had Fultz as kind of the, de facto number one pick.
Sure.
Just because again, when you got a wing, that's got a lot of guard skills and they're, relatively good athletes, that's a really, um, that's a really good thing to have, when you're, especially when you're, rebuilding.
Yeah.
Because again, like those are usually the toughest players to find, more so than say like, the skill guards.
Right.
Obviously, there are some skill guards that are one of one, right? But, again, the 6'8", 6'9", really skilled forwards, right? Those are even more so, super rare.
Yeah, but this is a big deal, man. I
The
didn't necessarily. Where's the link? W podcast. What link? Are you talking about to the draft? I mean, I can send you the draft link, or I can put it in the chat. But
Yeah.
we're just commentating on it. We can't necessarily broadcast it due to the fact that that would be extreme copyright DMCA violations. But
Right.
yeah, Brandon Miller to Portland, you know, or excuse me, to
Charlotte.
Charlotte. Um, you know, I don't necessarily think that this was the best pick. I had them doing this just because I was predicting what was going to happen, but I would have
Right.
preferred, Portland pick Brandon Miller. Because I think passing on Scoot is just a huge mistake, and I think we'll probably be talking about this one for a long time. Nonetheless, I think Brandon Miller is still a great option, but I don't know. I feel like Scoot was definitely the set in stone number two. So, and I feel like what was the report? They said Michael Jordan also had the final say. I think it was
Yeah.
in
On his way
deciding
out.
this. Yeah, on his way out, he's deciding this. So it's like I don't know if you necessarily want to do that because that guy has had some horrible management issues. So I don't know. I like the pick, but I don't love it. I would have preferred Charlotte take Scoot because that's a once in a generation talent. I think personally, he's just a
Yeah.
scorer.
I
But to kind of stick on Miller, you kind of talked about it. He averaged almost 20 points per game, 8 rebounds, 2 assists, but 40% almost from the three, and that's pretty good for a 6'8" guy. Um, he's definitely like a better fit, I guess. I'm not necessarily high enough on him to say he's a franchise changer, but yeah, he's gonna help you, for sure. But he's really ready. He's definitely ready. I guess there were stretches in the tournament where he looked a little bit bad, but that happens sometimes. Some guys don't do too well in the tournament, but he is the best small forward I think in this draft, so it's not necessarily a complete loss. I'll give it like a lowercase W, but overall, I do like
yeah,
Miller a lot.
Yeah, I'm with you. Like I said, I like both guys. I just feel like Scoot is the guy, that you can really, really build around. And again, like, we can talk about fit. I mean, I don't really feel like it would have been too bad of a fit between Scoot and LaMelo just because,
Sure.
because LaMelo is a pretty solid shooter. And I'd be kind of interested, to see how that fit would have been, um, between those two guys, because obviously Scoot's, the more dynamic athlete, whereas, LaMelo's probably the more dynamic offensive player.
Yes,
Um,
absolutely.
yeah, but either way, I am kind of curious to see what Charlotte does after this, right? Because they have a number of other guys on the roster, that they have to make decisions on, right? Guys like Terry Rozier, Gordon Hayward, Miles Bridges, obviously PJ Washington and other guys like that. So they have some decisions to definitely make. So I do kind of wonder, right? Because again, like, if it's a scenario where it's like, well, we have Terry Rozier, so we don't need another guard. I'm not saying that's what it is. Maybe they just
Right,
feel
right.
like Miller's the better player. Um, but I don't know. Charlotte's had some, rough times in the draft, obviously, where like they've, just their picks have not really been that great.
Horrid.
But yeah, exactly. But this is the one time, right, where they've been, had a really high pick, outside of LaMelo, where they had a top, three picks. So this was one that you can't mess up.
Hmm.
So obviously we got to wait to see what he looks like in the NBA because he could, come out of the gates and be really, really, really good.
Yeah.
So exactly. So I'm not going to resign a team's fate just yet, but it is, it is definitely, the guy that I don't think I personally would have picked at 3. It looks like according to Woj, or excuse me,
Dixon.
according to Sean Bryant, it looks like Scoot's going number 3, right? Which
Okay.
again, this was expected.
Yeah, I
Um,
don't think there was a big shakeup here. I think after this is when we're gonna probably see some surprises and things of that
yeah,
nature.
Right, exactly. Because once we get to the fourth pick, right, then it becomes a little bit murkier in terms of who the best guy available is. Obviously people have tons of opinions on this, right? Like many people, like you said, Amon Thompson. Of course, there's other options as well, right? Like again, we have other guys in our mock drafts, right? Like Jarius Walker, Cam Whitmore, uh, obviously Alcer Thompson,
Yeah.
um, Taylor Hendricks. So there's a lot of options here. You know, I guess my thing is for Detroit. Well, not Detroit, my bad. In terms of the fourth pick, whoops.
Yeah.
But I guess for them, um, I guess like with Thompson, with Houston, like I said, that was who I had, Amon Thompson, just because from a point guard perspective, I feel like that's kind of the guy that you need, and I think of the players left, he's probably the most talented.
Yes.
Again with the athleticism, with the playmaking, because again, like it's a good combination, I think, of talent and fit, right? Where it's
Right.
like you have, a number of other guys, that are more like one-on-one isolation scorers, right? Jalen Green, Kevin Porter Jr., but I don't think both guys should start.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we've talked about this before, right? Where we think it's got a little bit of redundancy in the backcourt. So I think, for Houston, that's where you get a point guard, you get Amon Thompson. Like I said, I think he's the best of the players left. And you get that athletic ability. But I guess we'll kick it off. With Scoot, right? Since he's the guy that's going to get
Yeah.
picked, we might as well talk about him a little bit more. So how what are your thoughts on Scoot? As Silver's going up to the podium, announcing the pick. I think we both are really high on him, obviously higher than
Yeah.
Miller, but we can kind of get into it a little bit more.
I'm really high on Scoot. I think he's really good. Like, he's a quick twitch guard, speed, quickness to beat defenders off the dribble. Um, I feel like, he's not the greatest off the ball, so I feel like he's definitely a ball dominant player. So I'm curious to see how this is going to work in Portland if Lillard stays, but pure scorer pretty much. And I feel like, he does have some defensive capabilities for sure. I think he's around what, 6'2", but the athleticism I think is something that puts him leagues above certain other individuals in this draft for sure. And I feel like with his athleticism that also will translate into defense. Normally we see more athletic guys be, more willing defenders. So I think that will be something that Portland can definitely hone in him. I would have preferred to see him go number 2. I think he's better than Brandon Miller, and I think he's going to have a longer impact in this league for sure. It may take a little bit longer for him to reach that level, but for sure, I think he's definitely better than Miller. But not to drag on Miller. Yeah, he's just so quick, freak athleticism, and I really, like you said, I really wish that we could have seen a LaMelo Ball, Scoot Henderson backcourt. But I mean, we can live with a potential Lillard and Scoot
Lillard,
Henderson
Scoot,
backcourt.
Simons.
Yeah, that's a lot of guards, man. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's a
Um,
lot, but I,
yeah,
I'm
Chris
I'm
Haynes.
sure they'll figure it out.
Yeah. Chris Haynes now putting out there that Rockets are gonna select Amon Thompson number 4.
Smart. That's what we
I guess
had too.
yeah, to wrap up on the Scoot thing.
Yeah.
I mean again, played for the G League Ignite, out, after finishing high school, right? Average 15, 5 and 5. Right. So, more of a scorer, right? But obviously he's got some, passing capabilities,
Right.
because I feel like that's kind of the modern point guard in the NBA right now, right? Where it's like you don't have to be like a guy that can average 20 points, and like 10 assists, right?
Right.
The Chris Paul type point guards, those are much more rare now, right? You kind of need to be a threat as a scorer and a passer, right? And I think Scoot can potentially do that. The main thing for him, is he's just got to work on his shot, right? Again,
Yeah.
shot 25% for G League Ignite, so that's not great. Um, and that's kind of, an interesting factor with a number of, some guys in this draft, right? Like the Thompson twins, not great outside shooters. Scoot, not great outside shooters. But either way, I'm just kind of disappointed that Charlotte didn't take him because I
Me
just feel
too.
like he is the better guy. But, again, according to Woj, Miller is the one that they've been all in on. So, we'll just have to see. Because again, I think he'll still be really good. Like you said, I just feel like I'm more of a Scoot guy.
Yeah.
But
Me too.
but again, it's not like I'm in a position where I think one guy sucks and the other guy, is just really really good. I think both of them are going to be good. I just like
Yeah.
Scoot more.
But
Um,
yeah, I guess to kind of get into what was it? Amon Thompson who was drafted?
Eamon Thompson.
Yeah. So Amon Thompson, he's really good. The shot is very questionable. It's rough. It's rough. Like, if you want to, you can go ahead and Google clips. Eamon Thompson, that's his name. But yeah, he's 6'6", or I think he's around 6'6", but he's definitely more of like a on the ball dominant kind of guy, but he can facilitate, but athletic playmaker, slashing playmaker basically. He can play off the ball a little bit, not as well as his brother. But in general, I think this is the best fit, because that trio, you can have like Jalen Green, Kevin Porter Jr., Jabari Smith, Alperen Sengun. That's pretty good in my opinion. I think, they do need to uh, you know, chisel out the edges because it is rough around the edges. But I think this is a good nucleus, if that makes sense, to build upon if you're Houston. Young pieces, very young. Um, but I don't know. I thought that Houston may have wanted to trade this pick, but I think this is still a good idea. And I think this kind of may eliminate and negate the Harden rumors, hopefully, so we can finally stop hearing
Yep.
about that. Because I don't think Harden fits into this rotation at all
Yeah.
anymore. I think it's
There's
a good
been more
fit though.
rumblings. Yeah, there's more rumblings that he'll probably go back to Philly, which
That's
is,
what I
I
think. Yeah.
think what should happen in the
Yeah.
first place. I feel like it'd be a huge mistake for Houston, to do that.
That'd be dumb.
Again, you got a ton of cap space, 60 million if I'm not mistaken, just you're probably not going to be that great even if you get, one of those guys. So again, why not use that cap space on, some veteran guys, and kind of have them like, just be a positive presence for the young guys in the locker room. Cause I feel like
Exactly.
that's kind of what Houston needs. Kind of like Memphis, where you just need some more, adults in the room. Um, even with the Chris Paul thing, I think that's kind of the benefit if you look at it from that perspective for the Warriors is again, you just get a more, veteran adult in the room. And again, I think, there's always something to be said about I think there's a high level of value in having people who just, know what they're doing and know what to
Sure.
do in certain situations.
Yeah, you want
Again,
experience.
especially yeah, exactly. Especially, again, when you're dealing with a lot of young players, right? Who,
Yes.
they're coming into the NBA and they kind of have to, figure it out, kind of almost on the fly. So, we'll see what they do. But, again, they hired Ime Udoka, as their head coach, right, replacing Silas. And obviously he, did some pretty good work for Boston, right, in terms of getting them to the finals. Right, was let go obviously, for certain reasons off the court, obviously,
Yeah.
but regardless, um, it is going to be interesting to see what Houston, continues to do from this point. Because again, it was a rough time for them last year. Kind of both on and off the court.
Yeah.
Just again, like not a lot of great, not a lot of positives for them. Um, for the most part, right, guys not getting along with the coach. And just kind of just a mess in terms of it didn't really feel like there was really a strategy or a plan for anything. I guess it helped them lose a lot of games, but
Mm-hmm.
uh, it just now hopefully there's a little bit more of a sense of direction, in terms of where they're going to go. Um, so and I think it kind of starts with getting Thompson,
Yeah.
just again to kind of get that point guard, to kind of round everything out. It's just going to be an interesting fit because again, Green is more of a isolation one-on-one scorer, right? So you would think he needs the ball, although he's a decent shooter. But clearly he likes to play with the ball in his hands.
Right.
Şengün, obviously, he's a guy that you can run a decent amount of offense through. Jabari Smith, had a rough start to his rookie year, but I think closed strong. So he should obviously continue to get better.
Yeah, he'll
Um,
get better with time, I think.
yeah, so it'll be interesting to see how they continue to develop. It's just, again, it was a rough start for them. Obviously they kind of had to accelerate the rebuild, once the Harden thing, kind of fell apart with them.
Yeah.
Um, but they're definitely in a better place now. But it's going to be weird because I think next year they don't have their pick, so they kind of do have to, kind of put together a relatively competitive team next year.
Yes, they do.
Um, so I do kind of, wonder where they're going to go from that point onwards. As it looks like Silver's going to, come in and announce the Thompson pick.
Yeah. I'm kind of getting concerned, I'm not gonna lie, for the Wizards.
Hmm.
Just mainly due to the
Really?
fact that I had them picking a Sword Thompson, but I feel like his draft stock has risen a lot, and he might go probably like to somewhere like Orlando, and that would be a perfect fit for them. Um,
Yeah.
so I don't know, how well the Wizards are gonna do. Sorry, that just popped into my head. I
Oh,
don't
it's
know who the
Amen Thompson.
oh, it's Amen. I've been saying Amen the whole time. Huh? Interesting.
like, like amen.
Yeah, well, I mean, maybe he'll answer the Rockets' prayers because they have a lot of them and they are not very good right now. But yeah, in general, I
Um,
like this pick. This is a good pick. I think this is
yeah,
this is definitely the best pick.
just kind of reiterate with the Wizards, you said you had them taking
I had them taking Osor, but
yeah, also yeah,
I
exactly.
feel like his
I
stock
had
has risen, dude. That
yeah.
this is rough. I'm getting
Yeah, I had
kind
him
of
too.
I'm getting kind of curious to see what these other teams are going to do now because now I feel
Yeah,
like the top four guys they've kind of gone off the board.
right.
And this is the part where we don't
Yeah,
necessarily
the
know everything that's going to happen. It's not going to feel as
yeah,
scripted, you know?
yeah. It's kind of like what we talked about, where after the obviously after the number one pick is where things got interesting, right? Because you weren't sure whether or not it was going to be Scoot or Miller.
Yeah,
And then but then after three, right? Then it gets to be kind of a just a show, like a circus, because then it's like after the third pick, like you said, we don't really know who's I don't really feel like anybody's a quote unquote was a quote unquote lock to go fourth.
absolutely
Obviously
not.
Thompson went fourth. And then from this point onwards, it's going to be interesting, to kind of see who goes fifth, right? Because again, on my mock draft, for five, I had Jarius Walker, right? But I mean, it wouldn't shock me at all if they ended up, picking somebody else, like you said, like Asor or maybe Whitmore. Although it sounds like Whitmore is going to fall.
Which is crazy to me. I don't know how.
Yeah, right. So there's a lot of options here, that these teams can kind of go with. And again, with a team like Detroit, um, I just feel like again, you got Cunningham and Ivy, right? Obviously, you're not in a position to just go for fit, right? But obviously, the best players are pretty much gone,
Right.
for the most part, right? So after that, you have a lot of players that are kind of in similar tiers. But for them, like I said, I feel like probably a wing, because again, I feel like the next several best players, aside from I guess from like Anthony Black, are pretty much forwards. So
Sure.
I guess the question for Detroit is, would you rather take like a more natural like wing, like 3-4, like say a Whitmore, or somebody who's more like a 4-3, like
Right.
Jarius Walker? Because they also have some other guys at that forward spot, right? Like obviously right now you have Bogdanovich, you got Marvin Bagley. Isaiah Stewart kind of goes back and forth between 4 and 5.
Yeah.
Like I said, obviously they're not in a position to go for you know um fit over best player, right? And again, most of these top teams aren't, right? Because that's why they're in this position. Um,
Right.
but again, like I said, I had Walker going five. But again, it wouldn't shock me at all, if they go for somebody else, right? Because again, Whitmore was kind of the guy that was looked at as the next, guy
Oh
where
my
he
God.
kind of wrote. Yeah, exactly.
Sorry to cut you off, but Detroit
Yeah.
just picked a sore.
Oh wow, so you were right. So there you go. So
I could just feel it in my bones. So
yeah,
now
so there
Detroit
you
has the
go.
other Thompson twin, which is honestly, I'm not gonna say he's better, but I think he has potential to be better.
So
This is a big
and
deal.
he's more he's more like a 2-3, so he can play alongside Cunningham and Ivy. And either
Yes.
way, Cunningham's a big guard anyway, so it's not like you have to have like a 6, 9 forward next to it. But again, this is why the draft is always fun, because this one is definitely one that I don't think most people had.
No.
Because I feel like most people, like you said, had him going, a little bit lower, right? Like
Lower.
sort of,
Yeah.
yeah, like that 8-ish range, right? Like you said, where the Wizards are. But instead he goes to 5. So and Detroit has hit on these picks,
Yes, they have.
outside of Hayes, obviously. Because
Yeah.
I mean, like, well, Cunningham was like the lock for number one.
Yeah. Everybody knew
Ivy, I
that.
think, yeah, Ivy, I think is going to be pretty good. They didn't draft him, right, but they traded for Jalen Duren, right? He seems like he's really solid. So they've, for the most part, aside from Killian Hayes, they've done a relatively decent job, with these draft picks. But again, I think he's a pretty solid fit because again, you have Ivy, and Cunningham, right? Both guys are, kind of score first guards.
Yeah.
But it is kind of interesting, right? Because again, this is the first. I mean, you have two twins, right? And they're going back to back. I mean, obviously, I don't know. I don't know if there's ever been a draft where two twins went back to back.
Right.
We know that there are twins that have been in the same draft, but I don't know about back to back. But like you said, I'm high on him too. Just again in terms of his versatility with the athleticism. Again, it's kind of like it's just similar to his brother. Can he develop that outside shot? Because that's where he can really maximize
The
his
potential.
potential.
Yeah.
Yeah, because again, like, and Detroit needs some outside shooting because they have a ton of bigs. And most of them aren't really, stretch bigs, right? Bagley can shoot it a little bit, right, but not great.
Right.
Wiseman so far hasn't really shown like a great outside shot yet. Obviously could get better. But he's not like a knockdown stretch five yet. Right. Duran is more like a, classic inside guy. Um, and even like Jaden Ivey, right, kind of probably needs to develop the outside shot, more as well. So they definitely, need one of these, at least one of these guys, to become significantly better as an outside shooter. But if he pans out, that's a really solid young core, to
Wow.
build around,
I'm honestly in
these guys.
shock.
Yeah, exactly. This was our first definitely, big shocker
Yeah, yeah,
for
yeah.
sure, right? Because
Holy
again,
crap.
but again, we kind of thought like, the first three, even if the order is a little bit different between 2 and 3, we knew which guys were gonna be chosen from 1 to 3.
Yeah.
But 4 onwards, right? And we even had 4, right? Because we both had, Amin at 4,
Yeah, we
right?
did.
And then
We
after
both did.
exactly. And then after that is where it gets really interesting.
This
This
is
is
a
a great
great
draft.
draft.
I mean, this is a
So far,
draft,
yeah.
that yeah, this is a draft, that's been looked at as having a lot of talented guys. Most people believe it's 3 guys, and then after that, you don't know which, how good the rest of the guys are going to be. But there's still a lot of, solid players in the draft after those 3 guys. So, it'd be, you can't really go wrong with a number of these guys. Obviously it just comes down to, who you think is better, um, than the other, right? Because there are guys that are kind of in similar tiers, right? Like we know Cason Wallace, Kobe Buffkin, right? Those are 2 guys that are kind of looked at, in similar tiers. Some have one higher than the other. Then like some of the other forwards, right? Whitmore, Walker, um, Hendricks, right? These are all guys, that are kind of also in that similar tier. More so Whitmore and Walker, but still, right? This definitely, in terms of the draft, the mock drafts has a lot of variance because I've seen like a number of other people's mock drafts, and after that third pick, right there, there are a number of guys, that are in different spots.
Sure.
Because again, it's all based off of who you think is the best guy. For the most part, especially with these early picks, right?
Yeah.
Because
These
again,
these
as
guys
we
are
get to the
insane.
latter part of the lottery, it's more so going to be, who it is in terms of fit, right?
Yes,
Because
that's
we
how it
know,
goes.
say for a team like, you know, um, I guess like the Grizzlies, well, they just gave their pick to the Wizards, so that's probably not a great example. But say like a team like,
The Mavericks. Say the Mavericks.
yeah, yeah, well, they have the 10th pick, but
Yeah.
more like a team like say like Milwaukee, right? Or
Oh, you were saying
say
out
like
of the lottery or in the lottery?
yeah, a team out of the lottery, right?
Oh, I
Like
thought you
more
said
like
in
a
the
team like
lottery.
a Golden State or
The
a team like
Warriors, the
Denver, right?
Lakers.
Yeah, yeah, exactly, right? Those teams, they're not in a position where they have to have, like the absolute best guy in the draft,
Yeah.
right? Because those guys are probably not going to play a whole lot for those teams, unless somebody's really hurt, right?
Right.
So you can't mess those up um, for those top picks, right? But the latter picks is where, I think there's going to be a lot of movement in terms of guys, that are probably going to get picked, in places that we didn't expect, right? But, at the same time, we already have one that was definitely kind of a shocker, right? Because again, I think most people, like you said, had Thompson a little bit lower,
Yeah, and that's 7,
Osor
8 range.
a little bit lower, right? Yeah, exactly, closer to 8 to 10 as opposed to like top 5.
Exactly. This is a
Um,
big deal. Wow.
yeah, so that definitely changes the board a lot, right? Because like you
Yeah.
said, that was you and I both had the Wizards taking, right? And that changes things up, uh, a lot because again, now we're at a point where, there's probably another team, right, that was kind of thinking like, if he's available, we'll take him, but now they can't, right?
Yeah.
So, but I guess in a way, right, if some guys are going to rise, that means other guys will fall, right? So, like you said, you felt that Alsor was probably going to rise because we had heard that Whitmore was falling.
Mhm.
So if
Yep.
Whitmore fell, right, then Alsor is probably the next guy up.
Exactly.
Um, so now we kind of have to see, who's going number 6 for with Orlando, and Orlando's in an interesting spot because they have 2 first-round picks, the 6th and the 11th pick, and they have a lot of variance with what they can do.
Yeah.
Obviously, we know they have like a number of wings, and big guys, right? But I do feel like they probably would like to pick another guard. Sounds like now they're going to pick Anthony Black.
Okay. That's a big
So
deal.
yeah, that's another guy that has risen up, right? Because he was a
Yes.
guy, that was kind of a little bit lower early on in these mock drafts, right? Say like a few months ago, right? But now he's risen and he was right outside the top 5. I had him a little bit lower, but I liked him a lot.
Yeah.
Um, because again, when you look at him, that's the guy that you had Orlando taking, right?
Yes.
Because you said, they needed a guard,
Yep.
even though Markel Fultz is there, right, you'd like to have another guard, that can kind of go out there and just defend the other guards.
Mm-hmm.
The top guards. He's a big guy, right? Loves to compete. Like
Scrappy.
yeah, scrappy guy. So he's a guy that I think Orlando is really gonna like. But it's gonna be interesting because then you look at Orlando's guard spot. They have a number of guards on their team already as well. Again, obviously, again, like I said, with these other teams, they're not in a spot where they kind of have to go for best fit. But you also have outside of Fultz, you got Jalen Suggs, you got Cole Anthony, right? So you
Yep.
have a number of other guards, that are kind of waiting in the wings. So I guess it just kind of fortifies their backcourt rotation. I'm also just kind of curious, if they maybe move one of those guys
I think one of
because I
them's
just
on their way out.
yeah, because I just don't feel like because I just don't feel like there's enough playing time for all four of those guys,
No.
right? And again, like maybe I'm wrong, but it does feel like one of those other guards, like Anthony or Suggs, might be on the move. Um, just because again, it's like I just don't think all those guys can play, even though they're all solid, right? Like
Yeah.
Fultz is obviously really good. Anthony's kind of been inconsistent offensively, but I think he can still be a decent player. Suggs has definitely been up and down. Obviously, he spent some time injured.
Injury. Yeah.
Um, yeah, he was kind of the gamble pick for Orlando. But either way, it's definitely interesting, right? With Black, it said he was a wide receiver in high school, so
Yeah. He's a
that kind of
multi-sport athlete.
exactly. And those are the type of guys that I think are always really intriguing. In any sport, from a
Yes.
draft prospect, from a draft standpoint, because again, clearly, they're relatively comfortable with doing multiple things, right? Obviously, if they're doing multiple sports, that would suggest year round, right? They're constantly training and working hard. Um, so again, I feel like that's a really good pick for Orlando. So far, I've liked all of these picks.
Yeah. I
Again,
haven't had an issue with them.
like you said, I prefer Scoot over Miller. But
Sure.
regardless, like none of these picks so far, I'm like, this is a horrible
You
pick.
can't
You
be
know what I
mad
mean?
at any of them.
Yeah.
On that note,
Like
I need to get some water because I'm
yeah,
completely
sure.
out. So I'm just gonna run upstairs and get some water real quick. But you're
Yeah.
gonna be
So
by yourself for like 30 seconds.
right, exactly. Yeah. So I'll handle and at this point with Black, yeah, he averaged 13 a game, 45% from the field, 5 rebounds, 4 assists. Again, the weakness for him, kind of like some of these other guys you mentioned, just not a great outside shooter. Um, And that again, that's kind of the running theme for a number of these, guards, right, that are kind of being drafted early, right? The wings, some of these wings are kind of the guys that are more polished on offense. Um, but either way, right, great at the point of attack, very disruptive, as they're, saying in the draft. So I really like the pick. Um, just again, just to add some more versatility to Orlando. It's just going to be really interesting to see kind of where they go from here. It looks like we got another riser, Indiana, Bilal Koulibaly. So it looks like Indiana's picking him. That's the other Frenchman, right, that played alongside Wenbanyama. And it says in trading him to Washington. Okay. So Washington's going to get Bilal Koulibaly.
All right, I'm back.
So you're getting Bilal Koulibaly. Indiana drafted him and is trading him to Washington. So that's a guy that I had high on my board,
I
and
had
he's
him
risen.
low, dude.
Yeah, he Indiana took him at 7.
Okay,
And
let
they're
me think
trading him
about
to
that.
Washington. So I guess so that means I guess they're kind of just exchanging picks. So,
Okay.
it'll be interesting to see who goes to Indiana. Um, but that's definitely, this is the first one where we're like, wow,
Um,
that's a change because I had him high, just because again he's very intriguing in terms of being able to do a lot of things. But 7, I feel like that's pretty high. And again, when you look at Washington, now it's going to be interesting because you got Avdia, um, you have Kispert, right? And both of those guys are fine, right? Kispert's more like a shooter, offensive guy, whereas Avdia is more like a, you know, versatile, switchy defensive wing kind of guy,
mhm.
right? Koulibaly is kind of, I guess, a mixture of both of those guys. Obviously
Yeah.
not at all the same, right? But
Mm-mm.
just in general, I mean, it is interesting. Like you said, the Osor one, I feel like probably kind of messed up the board a little bit because I do feel like that's probably who Washington would have taken if he was
Absolutely.
available. Uh, but of course it doesn't always go your way. So sometimes you kind of have to pivot. So it's going to be interesting, to see, what he looks like in Washington.
Wow.
Because
Okay.
this is definitely the first big, change in the draft. Because again, this guy we've had, 2 guys that rose, significantly from where they were expected to go to. So I guess if Indiana and Washington are making the trade, I guess at this point, I'm assuming right that Indiana has that eighth pick. So, as opposed to Washington. So I'm curious who they pick to go to Indiana. Um, maybe this is where, either Walker or Whitmore go. Unless Whitmore just continues to fall. Because again, we've
I
seen
think
this,
you're
in
right. It's
previous.
probably going to be Walker.
Yeah, and that was the guy that I had, Walker, going 5, right? And he's already dropped, because we had a number of guys go up.
Wow,
Um,
I'm honestly still in shock. I'm trying to think about
yeah,
what to say as a Wizards
yeah.
guy. Um,
Hmm.
I wasn't necessarily too high on Koulibaly, but I will say I thought he was a project. But if you're a project, that doesn't necessarily mean you're horrible. That just means the development process is going to be pretty lengthy. Um,
Still
he's
very young.
very young. He averaged 14 points, about 5 rebounds, almost 3 assists per game as well. 35% from the three. It's okay. You kind of want to see it in that 38 range, I think, but there is upside. I feel like, his two-way wing versatility is definitely clear. The upside is there. Great athleticism. But yeah, he won't be, 19 until July. Um,
Yeah,
and I feel like he might,
5'11" in 2020 and grew to 6'8".
yeah, they might need to put him in the G League for a little bit. I think that might be what
You
they
think
do.
so?
Yeah, I think he's too raw.
Yeah, I don't know because we got Jarius Walker, at number 8, so he's the next guy, right? And it seems like Washington's sending 2 second-round picks to move up for
That's fine.
Koulibaly. That's kind of interesting.
That's fine.
Yeah, because like you said, you got a glutton of picks,
Yeah,
from
we,
all the
we
moves
can
that
we
they've
can live
made.
with
So
that.
exactly right. But it definitely is interesting, right? Because again, this is the first, in a way, big, change that we've had in the draft, right? Because we had 2 guys, right, that moved up, much higher than I think what a lot of people expected. Um, because again, Koulibaly was probably, much later in the first round, right? Probably like mid, part of the first round. But he's,
I had him
again,
late, dude. I had him around like 20.
but he's gone all the way up to
Wow.
7.
Okay, this
Walker going
changes
8.
everything.
Yeah, so I guess, then we can get into Jarius Walker, right? He's, obviously again another, pretty athletic forward right out of Houston.
Hmm.
Um, had a, pretty solid season for them. Obviously, again, kind of another situation where, he can do a lot of different things in terms of his versatility. Um, mainly more of a defensive guy,
Sure.
right? That's kind of his best asset,
It's his mo.
in terms of what, huh?
It's his mo.
Yeah, exactly. Offensively, right? I think he's kind of, like we talked about with Black, more of a connector guy. You know what I mean? Right?
Hmm.
Where again, he's not like a guy that's going to create, his own offense, right? But he can shoot the three relatively okay. Obviously super athletic with long arms.
Right.
I guess, like I said, the key for him is he more of like a 3 or a 4?
Yeah, he's 6'7", right? But he's also
Right, 6'7",
250
6'8".
pounds, so he's kind of
Yeah, so
like
he's a
a
big.
mini Zion, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. So he's a big guy. So it's going to be, really intriguing to see, what he does with Indiana. But, I thought that this was one of those type of guys that they needed.
Yeah.
Because again, they already set at guard, with Halliburton. Right. And, obviously you have, Miles Turner.
Sure.
So at this point, right, you got a pretty decent, young group of guys, and they have other guys as well, right? Like Nemhart, Duarte,
Matherin.
but yeah, Matherin, obviously, for sure. But after that, you needed a wing, right? So
This is
because
good though.
Indiana, I think last year outside of Turner was way too small. I think, there were a lot of times where I saw, Andrew Neesmith, playing power forward, and he's like 6'5", 6'6". He's not a power forward.
Right.
So I think they definitely did, what they needed to do. In terms of getting more size, more athleticism, versatility. So I
Yeah.
like that pick, for Indiana, or excuse me, for the Wizards, I guess, right?
Technically speaking, um,
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, like you said,
Yeah,
we traded,
Koulibaly going to the Wizards, Walker's going to the Pacers, but
yeah,
yeah.
just to eliminate some confusion. But technically, the Wizards have picked Jarace Walker, which honestly, oddly enough, I kind of had him going to the Wizards. I think when we first did a little way too early, like draft
Yeah.
thing, and I was like, yeah, the Wizards should definitely pick him. But I really can't be mad at the Koulibaly thing because, like I said, I feel like he's a project. But Jarace Walker, um, yeah, I could see this working. You know, like you said, they've got a young core of guys. Um, and the future is definitely bright with this one because I feel like he does have potential to be their starting power forward.
Yeah. I guess while we're kind of just, waiting it out,
Mhm.
obviously we know the Wizards made those moves. So I guess Utah is the next one up. Um, because so which who do you think that they're gonna take? Or I guess like, on my mock draft, I had Koulibaly
Right.
going to
Right,
Utah.
right, right.
So the next guys that I have on my board that haven't been taken yet, I guess, are Whitmore,
Mhm,
and Hendricks.
mhm.
So, do you think they're gonna take one of those guys, or do you think they're gonna go more for a guard, right, like
I
Cason Wallace?
You know, it would be interesting if they took like Jalen Hood-Schifino or like Case and Wallace or somebody like that. But on my board, I had Taylor Hendricks, I believe. I can't remember right now, but I think they're probably gonna go Hendricks. I think that would help them a little bit better. He was a really good freshman. He scored around 15 points per game, 7 rebounds, but also shot like 40% from the 3 point line, on not too many crazy attempts, but it was definitely there. And he also blocked almost two blocks a game. So I feel like that's something that they could use to solidify it. But who knows? I mean, honestly, now I feel like all of our mock draft boards have been completely
Yeah.
messed up. Now even with the trade, with Koulibaly going to Washington, and really
Yep. We got.
The Thompson thing is what messed us up. But what's up?
Yeah. Oh no, the pick hasn't been in yet. It was
Hmm.
just Woj saying, talking about the second rounders that are going to Indiana.
Okay.
There's no pick yet.
Okay.
Um, but regardless, yeah, kind of going back to the Wizards, right? So a lot of change, I guess, over the last week or so, right? You sent out Beal, you're sending out Porzingis,
Yeah.
right? You're bringing in, Poole, you're bringing in Landry Shamet, right? You flipped Chris Paul, obviously for Poole,
Yeah.
and now you're bringing in, with your eighth pick, right? You're bringing in Koulibaly. Um, so again, like we talked about on the podcast, right? It definitely seems like they're embracing this rebuild. Just kind of filling it in with the young guys, right? But again, I feel like there's potentially more moves to come because again, they have guys that I think other teams would want. They're kind of just sitting on the roster right now.
Yes.
So there's definitely potential, for them to kind of like, maybe be one of those teams, that a team, kind of says like, hey, we'll trade our pick to you. If you give us, X player or whatever.
So a new pick just
Um,
came in. Utah
yep.
selecting Taylor Hendricks. So that's the guy who I just said. Um,
Yep.
I think that's the best fit. I just said it pretty much.
Mhm.
Decent
Yeah.
score, but he nabs a lot of boards and can get blocks. And I think that's something that Utah definitely needs to build an identity towards. I think their defensive identity is something that can definitely be hardened out. But it would have been interesting to see, them pick up a guard. But I think this is the right approach. Get a power forward,
Yeah.
small forward kind of guy.
It's interesting because you got Markkinen, you got
Yep.
Kessler.
Yep.
I feel like Hendricks is more like a four.
Yeah. He
Um,
could play the
I
three
mean,
though.
so, yeah. So I do kind of want because last year Markkinen played mostly at the three. And I guess he obviously succeeded, right? Because he was All NBA, All Star or whatever, Most Improved.
Yeah.
So and I guess at the guard spot, right? You got Sexton. But at the same time, Utah has other picks. So obviously, like Hendricks, like you said, he's really good. He's available. So again, take the best player available. And the guy that you want, another guy that you might really like, will probably still be available.
Yeah.
By the time the next pick rolls around. Um, so again, I like you said, I think this is a good pick. He can do a lot of things because again, he was 7 on my board because I like him a lot. In terms of what he can do, like you said, as a shot blocker,
Hmm.
very versatile. 6'9", still 19. So, I mean, I like him a lot, but
Yeah.
again,
I like this pick.
um,
This is what they needed.
yeah, because again, it's like what I said before, where you got to take the best guy available. Don't worry about the fit too much. When
Exactly.
you're one of these types of teams, right, where you're
Lottery.
rebuilding. Yeah, exactly. Where you're a lottery team and you're, again, just trying to get talent in there.
Another
Because
guy
again,
who's oh, sorry, continue.
yeah, 'cause again, not having talent is why you're at, why you are where you are right now.
Yeah. Another guy who I think I'm intrigued about, Jordan Hawkins. I think his draft stock may have potentially risen. I think more and more teams have liked him the more he's gotten workouts. I had him kind of low, but in general, I thought he was a really good player. Definitely a top 20 player on my
Yeah,
board, but I couldn't put him there just because of the rumblings that I had heard. But now it seems like momentum's kind of shifting, and I
I'm at
thought
20.
Kobe, I thought Kobe Buffkin was, a lock for that, Toronto spot, but Jordan Hawkins may go there, so that's something to keep your eyes on as well. I'm trying to see what other rumblings I'm seeing.
Yeah. I think right now because it's a commercial break, right? We'll probably be able to chill, for
Yeah,
another minute or
yeah, yeah,
so.
yeah.
Uh, but yeah, so in terms of the specific pick, Wizards will send one of the 6 future second round picks they're getting from Phoenix and one of their own future seconds to the Pacers. Yeah, like that's fine, right?
You
Like
can
you're
live
just
with
giving
that.
up you're just giving up second round picks, to move up one pick. And again, you have like 20,000 trillion billion picks. So the second round. So there's nothing wrong with that,
Yeah.
especially if it's the guy you want. Again, I do wonder, right, who long term is going to be better, Koulibaly or Walker.
Right.
Because again, Koulibaly just recently started rising, whereas I feel like Walker was kind of already, in that tier of guys that was going to be top 10. So it always is kind of different, to see how that changes. But again, I think both guys should be pretty solid. Because again, I had Koulibaly high, um, but definitely not in the top 7, right? I had him like 9, I think. So
Yeah,
yeah,
I
I had him
had
9.
him fairly lower. Just because I'm not. It's not the fact that I'm low on him. It's just I think he requires a lot of work, and that's something that
Right.
we're clearly dedicated to. We acknowledge that, obviously, but I'm
Yeah, so
curious
I
to see
guess
how he looks in the summer league. That's going to be the true telltale
yeah,
sign for me.
exactly. I'm actually heading down there.
Yeah.
Obviously, we talked about it. The first half of the summer league, but still, I'll be down there, to kind of check it out. Just to see, who's there, and
Yeah.
how things go. But I guess right now, while we're waiting, Dallas, their pick is 10th, and they're kind of one of those interesting crossroad teams, right? Because this is the first team, on this list of teams, right, that isn't necessarily rebuilding, right? Because you
Right.
have Luca as a superstar, you have Kyrie. Obviously, they're coming off of a terrible season. Um, where they went to the Western Conference Finals the year before, and then they have a rough stretch. They get Kyrie, and then they miss the playoffs. They lost Brunson. Seems like Wood's not going to come back. So there's been a lot of talk as to whether or not they're going to trade the pick, or keep it. I feel like they're probably going to trade it because again, I don't know who's necessarily going to be drafted at 10, where that's going to drastically change their fortune more so than guys that are around the league that are available right now.
Yeah.
But with the draft board changing, there is definitely potential, for them to still pick up a guy, that could help them. I had Black at 10,
Hmm.
even though I knew he was probably going to go higher, but I did have him at 10. Um, so the guys that I have that are still available, right? I have Whitmore still available,
Hmm.
um, and then Wallace is available. So I
Yeah.
guess between those two, maybe one of those two guys get picked.
I had
It's just
Case
kind
and
of a matter of
Wallace.
yeah, it's just kind of a matter of whether or not they trade the pick, right? Because if they trade the pick, then they'll be picking for, whomever they're giving the pick to.
Right.
And we don't know what's happening yet. But I feel like you said, of those two, probably Wallace, because again, you already have scoring. You do need more wings, right? But again, Whitmore's more of like a scorer. He's not really like a
Absolutely.
defensive guy. Obviously if he can, play defense, at a high level, right, then you got that extra size, right? But
Yeah.
again, at the same time, you have Luca, right? And he's, a big guy, right? So you can factor that in as well, where you don't necessarily have to go for a wing, but I don't know, because again, I'm kind of almost basing it off of I just don't know if they're going to use the pick, because I just feel like
Yeah.
for them, they could probably get again somebody who's already an NBA level guy right now, if
Yeah.
they trade that, but we just don't know, and we're
This
kind of
is
just
this is
waiting around.
interesting, man.
Yeah, so we're kind of just waiting around right now, because Silver obviously he's still on the Utah part, right? But obviously everything on Twitter, as you said, as you go online and look, all those reports are coming, before you see it on TV. So
Exactly. Sorry if we're spoiling for anybody who's watching, but we're
yeah,
just
exactly,
reporting, dude.
yeah, exactly. Um, so I guess, I mean, I don't know. I guess for you, do you think
What's up?
Dallas is going to trade the pick, or do you think that they're going to end up keeping it?
They should trade the pick, but it wouldn't surprise me if they keep it and pick Wallace. I think Wallace is really good. I think that's somewhat of he has shades of Brunson, if that makes sense. Can
Right.
play off the ball.
Oh,
Um,
here we go.
it won't
Oklahoma
hinder.
City is acquiring Case Wallace,
There we go.
from Dallas at
That's what I
10.
thought.
So that means that if Oklahoma City's getting that pick, who are they giving to Dallas?
True.
Um, Dallas is trading Davis Bertans and Cason Wallace at number 10 to Oklahoma City.
Okay.
Okay. So what is Dallas getting back? Because you clear salary. So I'm trying to think. Could it be like a Lou Dort maybe?
Maybe that would be
I'm thinking in
interesting.
terms of salary. Bertans, has a pretty hefty salary, right? He's
Yes, he does.
probably like what 17, 18 million. So
Yeah,
I feel like
courtesy of
that's
us,
probably yeah. So that's yeah. So that's
Wizards. That
probably
is.
yeah. So that's probably the guy. If I had to guess, that's probably the guy in the trade, and that would make sense. But again, I don't want to speculate just yet because it hasn't happened yet. But if they actually do get Lou Dort, I like that for Dallas because again, that's a guy that you can put defensively on all the other tough guards in the NBA. You still don't necessarily have like that wing guy, but again, you need defense anyways. But
Who
we'll
did they
see. I'm just
trade? I'm so confused.
I'm thinking it's him because let's see. OKC sends number 12 and a trade player. Oh, wow. So it's just an exception? Oh, wow.
Really?
So they're not getting any players, I guess.
Well, that's a horrible freaking
Well,
trade.
so they traded down. So they traded down to 12.
I don't understand the logic. I'm
So
sorry.
they're getting off the Bertans contract, so that
So it's a
frees up
salary
salary.
dump. Okay.
It's a salary dump. But, I feel like something else has to be, in the works if you're Dallas. Because with the trade player exception, that means you can just absorb a player in. So with that trade player exception, that means they could probably, just grab a guy, in a trade, and they don't have to give anything back in terms of players outside. They'll probably send them that pick. Um,
Right.
but I guess now that we know Oklahoma City's going to take the 10th pick, I guess my question is, who are they going to pick?
Yeah.
Because again, they're in an interesting position where they have, great guard play. So they don't necessarily need to have, another guard in that starting lineup. But at the same time, could just be looking at a guy, to kind of help you in terms of your bench play.
They might take
So,
Derek. They might take Derek Lively, but I
Lively.
don't know. I don't
And that's
know.
kind of interesting because
That's
on
what
my
you
mock
had.
draft, I did have him, going, I think it was 12.
Yeah.
So he was definitely a guy that I had, and 12 was the Oklahoma City pick.
Exactly. That's
So
my
he was
point.
definitely a guy, that I had a little bit higher. I wasn't quite high enough to have him in the top 10.
Right.
But I did have him higher than I think others did. But
Yeah. I had
it
him
is going
around
to
19.
right, yeah. But it is going to be interesting to see what Dallas does because again, like you got off the Bertans contract, so that's a good thing. You got
Right.
a player or a trade exception or whatever.
Right.
So that means you can just absorb another player's salary in without having to exchange another player. So that's definitely a win. I'm just curious as to whether or not they keep the 12th pick. So that probably buys them a little more time to see if they can actually bring in somebody. Because if they can bring in somebody and get off the Bertans contract, then that's pretty much, in my opinion, a pretty solid deal. But again, it's not done yet. So we'll have to
Right.
see what they do.
I'm curious. I don't know. This is interesting.
Yeah.
Wow, this has
So
been more eventful than I actually thought
yeah, exactly.
early.
And there were reports and a lot of, insiders believe that this was going to be the type of draft where there's going to be a lot of trades and I think part of it is with the new CBA. Um, it's going to be really important, for these teams, to kind of like make sure, hey, that get these draft picks right, because again, they're cost controlled guys.
Yeah.
And just, I feel like a lot of teams probably feel like, hey, we have a chance to really do something next year. There is no more dominant, super team. Obviously Denver is really good and they won the title, right? But there's no guarantees that they win it again next year. Um,
Absolutely.
so, in terms of these type of trades, it makes sense. I'm just curious, I thought that Dallas was getting back a player, but if they're getting an exception and a pick and they just traded down, I kind of wonder what's next after that. Because we know, Cason Wallace is going to Oklahoma City, I guess. So I guess I kind of messed up earlier when I mentioned who is Oklahoma City going to take. It's Cason Wallace.
Okay.
So I guess the next pick is pick 11. That's Orlando. So who do
Right.
we think Orlando is going to pick at 11?
Orlando at 11. Oh, that's for sure Grady Dick. I think that's a lock.
Okay.
That's who I
Yeah.
had.
So out of Kansas.
Yeah, he's a forward from Kansas.
Mhm.
He's around 6'6", 204, but he's one of those guys where he was a true freshman, but he shot 40% from beyond the arc, and that's where most of his stuff was from. Most of
And
his
he can do
creation
things
was
other
from the
than
three.
shoot.
What'd you say?
And he can do things other than shoot. He's not
Oh
just a
yeah,
spot up shooter.
yeah,
I can feel like, you look at him, you feel like he kind of is just like the prototypical. just spot up, catch and shoot guy, but he can do other things with the ball.
Yeah.
He's a solid scorer.
He's thrown down some dunks, so don't let the appearance fool you. He can jump. Um, I feel like he's definitely athletic enough to defend multiple positions. Um,
Right.
and I think this is something Orlando needed. We talked about it in our mock draft thing. We were talking about their lack of shooting. I think this is something that would definitely help them. A guy who shot 40% from the three in college. I think that's going to translate very well to the
Right.
NBA level for sure. So
Yeah. And then
that's the
with
way I'm
Wallace
looking
in
at it.
Oklahoma City, I think that makes sense. Just getting another guard that can,
Sure.
go out there and be a pest defensively.
Yeah.
You already got a ton of offense, with Shea, with Giddy, right? Chet, should be a solid, two-way guy,
Yes.
right? Jalen Williams. So you have a number of guys that can do a lot of different things. So it kind of makes sense, to get another guy that can kind of, pester the smaller guards, right? Because
Right.
Shea obviously is a really solid, it has grown defensively, right? But you probably would also have, like to have another guy, that in certain lineups you can, put him out there and have him again guard other
Right.
guys, on the perimeter. And
Hmm.
he's got offensive game as well, right? For sure.
Yes.
It's just it is going to be interesting, to kind of see, as this draft continues to go on, because like you said, there's been a lot of changes, in terms of guys, getting picked higher than I think many people expected, right? Because
Absolutely.
Asor, right, obviously was a guy that rose. Koulibaly was a guy that rose. Whitmore drastically fell, right? Because we're already, coming to 11, and he still hasn't been picked yet. So it definitely is kind of really cool, to always watch the draft and see all these changes.
Yeah.
Just because again, there's a lot going on. I'm just really curious what Dallas does because again, like we know that they've cleared up, some salary, right? But I just feel like that they're probably, going to try to, bring somebody in. But I don't know. I mean, I don't know if they can do that, on the same day of the draft. I mean, I guess assuming the trade is officialized, I guess that doesn't happen until draft day, I guess, which is going on right now. But still, like, there's a lot of options here, for Dallas. I guess it's just again, if all they did was trade down and just clear salary, I mean, okay. I mean, I
Yeah.
guess that's better than before, right? But
Right.
not
Right.
by
Right.
my opinion. But
This is
still,
I'm honestly kind of shook. I'm still kind of reeling from
right.
the
Looks
earlier
like
trade
Orlando
and this one. What's up?
Jet Howard.
Jet
Orlando's taking.
Howard? That's
Now
high.
he's a guy that I had him at 20.
That's high.
Now I think people had him like in the teens,
And
right?
that's
Like the mid.
Juwan Howard's son, correct?
Right. Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. Michigan.
Yeah.
Right. Not really a power forward, more like a wing,
Right.
wing guard. But yeah, I mean, like 6'8".
Wow.
Not really
Okay.
short arms though. He's got like a 6'8" wingspan at 6'8".
He's pretty
Um.
much a pure shooter in my opinion. I feel like I have questions about his overall game
Right.
outside of the shooting. So that's an interesting pick. All right.
But man, that is another guy. That's another guy that has rose significantly.
And who picked him? This is Orlando.
Orlando.
Wow. They picked Jet Howard over Grady Dick. I think that's a mistake.
So that's interesting. So now they picked up two guards, one that's more like a defensive guy, one that's more of an offensive guy. Both guys relatively, big for their positions. But I mean, it does make sense for Orlando in the sense
Yes.
of like it's very clear like that they are kind of a team, that likes to, play a lot bigger, right? Because last year they had one of the biggest starting fives at different points, right? They had
Mhm.
Fultz, big for a point guard,
Mhm.
right? They had Franz Wagner at shooting guard, who's like
Yeah.
6'9", 6'10".
He's
We
really
saw
more of a
Paolo at
three.
times play small forward.
Yeah.
And then we saw Bol at 7'2" and Wendell Carter Jr., right? Obviously the starting five changed over time.
Sure.
But it's clear they like these big, long, athletic guys, for their team. But it is interesting because I did wonder what Orlando was going to do, just because again, like, they had two lottery picks, which none of these other teams had. So there's a lot of versatility you could do there in terms of keeping both picks, trading the pick. Again, it makes sense what they're doing in terms of using both picks, but I mean, goodness, I mean, it's just this has definitely changed a lot, in my opinion. So it's just,
Wow.
this is I
This is
think
blowing it up.
this is I think the absolute shocker pick because I don't know if
Yeah.
anybody had him.
I had him fairly low. And that was not due to that was nothing really against him. It's just like I said, My concerns are everything but the shooting. I think the shooting is the only part of his game that I'm like, okay, yeah, he's gonna be really good at. But wow, okay. But I guess, like you said, it does make sense because Orlando did need some shooting, so that does help them. Similar to Grady Dick in terms of the percentage, it's around 37. Um, and that's honestly gonna get better, I think, for sure. But
Yeah.
woo,
So this
interesting.
so this definitely changes up the draft board, because we're getting to pick 12, which will be Dallas, I guess, right? Because
Yes,
obviously Oklahoma City and Dallas swapped
right.
picks. And I'm at this point now, I'm kind of curious what Dallas does with that pick, right? Because they have it right now, they haven't traded it yet.
Right.
Um, so I guess now that we're at 12, I mean, in terms of who's available, I mean, we know the types of players they need, right? Obviously, either some type of wing, or some type of big, right? So is it possible that this, could be like maybe the lively pick, or maybe they choose Whitmore here, or because I mean, it's just again, there's a lot that's changed. I mean,
Yeah,
because again, with Howard getting picked here, that completely changes the board, by a significant factor. Because I think there were teams that wanted him,
sure.
um, right, but, I don't think anybody expected him to go right outside the top 10, but
Wow.
I think that's kind of the theme so far in this draft is where we've seen a number of guys rise, um, much higher than I think expected.
Yeah.
'Cause again, like you said, he was a guy that I had like closer to 20. Asura I had closer to 10. Um, and Koulibaly I had closer to 10, right? And all three of those guys rose. And again, Whitmore I had at 6.
Yeah.
So clearly he's kind of the guy that unfortunately, has kind of gotten the shaft in a way where, now he's dropped, you know, borderline almost outside of the lottery, right? Because we only have 3 more lottery picks, 12, 13, and 14.
And I don't think he
Um,
fits in any of these.
you got Dallas at 12. I think Toronto at 13.
I don't think he fits
Um,
in Toronto.
yeah, exactly. So I mean, you're
Yeah.
kind of at an interesting,
Mm.
crossroads now, like I mentioned before with some of these other picks. Um, so I mean, I'm not gonna lie, this has definitely been a very intriguing draft. In terms of how it's gone, right? Just
Yeah.
because again, a lot has happened, in terms of guys, going up and going down all over the place. I think New Orleans was the one also at 14. So you
Yeah.
got, yeah, exactly. So, if he doesn't fit any of those teams, I mean, I don't know. Cause again, New Orleans is pretty much set with their wings. I think as is Toronto kind of, unless maybe they're thinking about moving Siakam, but it sounded like earlier they probably weren't going to move him. Um, so I don't know. I mean, there's
This
really
is
been a lot changing that's been going on. It looks like Dallas is going to pick Derek Lively. So that was, kind of what I, was saying. So I'm
okay.
curious as to whether or not they actually, what they do. I mean, I guess if they trade it down, I guess they don't really have to trade the pick now. Unless they
Yeah.
end up, getting somebody like closer to the offseason, we'll see. But
And I guess that's
um,
somebody who's kind of fits better than Christian Wood. So, huh.
he's young, he's on a
Yeah.
relatively cheap obviously he's gonna be on a rookie contract.
Yeah.
Um,
Great
so
defender.
yeah, exactly.
I
More
think
of a
Luca will
defensive
make him better
oriented.
too.
Exactly, yeah. So, I mean, yeah,
Wow. Okay.
and it's funny, I had him going exactly 12, but I had him going to
Right, right,
Oklahoma
right.
City as opposed to Dallas. But either way, I think, either team, if they had taken him, I mean, that works. So and again,
Okay.
like you said with Dallas, I think Luca will make him better, in terms of being able to play off him. He kind of loves throwing those lob passes, to the big. So it's definitely been really fun so far, I think.
Yeah.
I'm really
Yeah, this is fun. I mean, like, and that's the beauty of it. You don't know what's going to happen. It's cool to see your predictions come true, but I think it's even cooler to see things like this happen where the board is completely messed up and now nobody really has the exact, draft board or anything like that. So now
this
everything's
is
really up
definitely
in
messed
the
up.
air.
Yeah, because it's definitely messed up, I think, a number of teams. Because again, I feel like Howard was a guy that teams wanted, but probably not enough to pick him, in the top 10. And then Orlando takes him, and it's like, wow.
It's a gamble,
Um,
but I think it's going to pay off.
yeah,
Now thinking about it more and more, I think this was the right move. But to see Grady
yeah,
Dick fall, I think that's another interesting thing to talk
yeah,
about.
right. And he was a guy that I had, I think around 16 anyway. So we're getting pretty close, to that, you know, end of the lottery, tier, right? Because I think I had him going 16, I believe.
Hmm.
Yeah, I had him at 16. So and 16, at least right now, is Utah.
Right.
So which and technically it's Minnesota's pick, but it's Utah's because of the Gobert trade.
Right.
Um, so yeah, a lot of things are changing right now. But
Wow.
yeah, I like that pick for Dallas again because, like you said, um, he's a guy that's a really solid defender. He's a big, and that's kind of what they needed. And again, combined with the Bertans thing, you get off his money. So that gives you a little bit more flexibility in free agency. So that's a pretty solid move, I think, by Dallas.
Yeah.
I feel like obviously it's very possible they could do more. Um, but either way, it's been really cool so far.
Yeah. I've thoroughly enjoyed this, man. This is cool. Um. Trying to think. So who's next on the clock? It's
Yeah, next up is Toronto.
okay.
So obviously with Toronto, we know obviously they had a really rough season.
Right.
In terms of like, being a really bad team, they're in the play-in and then they get knocked out. Again, I feel like guard is probably what they're gonna do because again, I don't know what's gonna happen with Van Vliet. Gary Trent Jr. opted in, so maybe he stays, but regardless, even if they keep Van Vliet, I feel like it would still be nice, to have a guard, to kind of be like that future guy. Because again, Van Vliet's about 30.
Hmm.
He's going to turn 30 soon. So obviously, he's not going to be a guy, that you can have for the next, several years from this point on. Especially because I feel like he'll probably start declining, as he gets a little bit older, just because, again,
Right.
he's a small. Um, I mean, I had Jalen Hood Scafino at 13. I mean, of course, at this point, it wouldn't shock me if some other guy got taken at 13. But I had them taking a point guard because I just feel like again that's the one that I think kind of makes sense.
Hmm.
Because again, I feel like with Barnes and Siakam, you don't really have to have a wing here. You have Pirtle. Again, like I said, obviously you want to take the best available, but at
Right.
this point, in terms of these next few guys available that are the best ones, be like their guards. Like you mentioned, Grady Dick, Scafino, right? Guys like that. Um, right? Because in terms of the bigs, right, there's no real bigs there. That you should probably take at this point. Um, and then wings, I guess Whitmore's there, but again, you have Barnes, so it's like I don't know if they're going to do that. So I feel like a guard is probably who they're going to pick.
Right.
I think you had a guard as well, but you had a different guard than me on your mock draft, right?
Yeah. I can't remember who it was. Yeah.
I thought it was Bumpkin, right?
I think it was Buffkin. Yeah. You're
Yeah.
right. Yeah. It was. It was. It was.
Yeah, I think it was Buffkin. So I mean, like, I don't know. I mean, all the guys that I had towards the top, have been taken aside from Whitmore. So I'm curious what Toronto does because again, they're in a different position from those other teams because they're in this weird spot where they do have Siakam who's really really good,
Yeah.
but they're also not that good of a team. So it's like, you know, I wouldn't pick somebody that's like you know just fit. Because again, like that's why I have them with the guard. Because again, I just feel like the guards are the best guys right now that are available. And you're a team that's gonna probably rebuild soon, anyways, right? Even if
Right.
Siakam stays, right? Like you might just build around him, with Barnes. So like I said, that was my um rationale for them taking him. Also, he's a bigger guy, really good defensively. I know Van Vliet's a decent defender, but he's also small,
Right.
right? Whereas Hood's bigger. Not a great 3-point shooter, right? More of a mid-range guy. Um, but still, like that's who I have. But again, like there's been a lot of changes. So maybe they take a guy like a Grady Dick or a Kobe Buffkin.
Right.
Because again, there's a lot of decent guards here. That I think that they can definitely take, right? And
Yeah.
even if they don't take a point guard, like I said, if they take Dick, who's more of a two guard, that works as well, I think.
Right. Yeah. This is interesting, man. Because I'm looking at it, my mock draft now. Leonard Miller, somebody who hasn't been picked yet. He was pretty high on my
Yeah,
list. I think I had him number 12.
I had him, I think, at 18, so I had
Yes.
him lower.
Yeah, and I had Koulibaly at I think 15. So that's interesting. Um, I guess guys to watch out for: Keontae George, Chris Murray, Jordan Hawkins still. Oliver Oliver, Maxence Prosper for sure. You know, that's kind of getting later down the line, but definitely guys that are still available. But in terms of the lottery, Kobe Buffkin, I think, is definitely a solid choice. Jalen Hood, Scafino for sure. Um, but yeah, man, this is shaking it up. This is a lot. I mean, I don't really know what to say until somebody gets picked because I'm really still in awe about all the things that have gone down. You know, I guess to talk about the Mavericks, what does this do to like their salary cap? Because what this frees up around like what 96 or 86 million, right?
So like with Bertans, you get off his contract. They're still over the cap,
Right.
but I think they'll have a little bit more flexibility in terms of having like the mid-level exception.
Okay.
So you could probably get a somewhat better player in free agency. And then also by creating an exception, they could trade a player to the team and not have to give anything up.
Okay.
Off my head, what is Bertans like close to 20 million or something, right? So I think you can fit up to that exception. So let's say he makes like 18, you can just trade for a guy that makes like 18 million or less and just bring him in and you don't have to send back out salary.
Okay.
Um,
That makes
because
sense
again,
then.
I think they're able to do that because Kyrie's a free agent, so like he just has a cap hold. He doesn't
Right.
have like an act, salary just yet. Um, but there's definitely, like I said, a lot of flexibility with what Dallas can do. It's just
Wow.
like, like you said, it's just, I'm just curious, in terms of do they go veteran hunting? Because I feel like that's what you kind of have to do with
You
Luca.
should.
But if you end up keeping Lively, I guess again that's a fine guy to have, because again
Yeah.
he's really good defensively, great shot blocker, great around the basket. Um, and again, they don't have to have, like, a guy like a Wood, he's a good offensive player, right? But, it doesn't give you a whole lot defensively. I feel like he's kind of been a guy that was talked about, very highly, a few years ago, but it
Hmm.
just feels like he kind of hasn't like, panned out in the way that people were hoping for. Not even
Right.
that he's bad, but it's just, I feel like most people were kind of looking for him to be, better defensively, a little bit more mature, because it just seems like the last couple of stops he's been at, the team has, kind of been just okay with just letting him go, right?
Right.
Houston traded him for basically nothing. And then Dallas just seems like they're gonna just let him walk.
Right.
So, again, like that's, I'm curious to see where he goes, kind of in free agency. But obviously this is all about the draft right now.
Yes, sir.
Because again with Toronto, I feel like guard play, because regardless of what happens with Van Vliet, um, and then after that, right, like probably another big that can help you as a shot blocker. But I feel like right now, like the guard is probably the most pressing one because again, I don't know what's gonna happen with Van Vliet because
Yeah.
he could go, because he's obviously looking for a lot of money, and I feel like there are probably teams that would want him, but at the same time, it wouldn't like completely shock me if Toronto just decided to just bring him back, but I just don't feel like you're going anywhere if you do that. So
Sure. Oh man, this is
yeah, so we're
everything's
kind of
messed
just
up, man.
waiting. Yeah, so we're kind of just waiting for Toronto, right now. Um, so I guess kind of, I guess while we're kind of just waiting for Toronto's pick, what has been your favorite, I guess, pick so far?
Okay.
In terms of like what you've kind of like the most.
Well, here's what I'll say. I think the one that I've liked the most, obviously, Wemby.
Mhm.
But the
Yeah,
exception
yeah,
the exception to that would probably be Osor Thompson. I think that was a huge
yeah.
um I'm not going to say steal, but a great move. I think they analyzed it. They took their time with it. They know what they're going to get with him. They know the potential's there, and they definitely know that he's going to fit well and mesh well with the guys that they have there now. Because Detroit, I don't think is going to be horrible this season. I think they're going to be better than they were this
They could,
season for sure if everybody stays healthy. But
yeah,
yeah, I like Asor here because the thing is, he has the potential. We've said this multiple times to be better than his brother, and his brother is going to be very good. So, if, like you said, if he can figure out that shot, he's going to be deadly. And he has the ability to play that three spot, which is something that his brother doesn't. His brother's more 1-2. That's it. But
right.
you know, Asor can play arguably the 1, 2, and 3, more so the 2 and 3. Off ball capabilities are great. So I think they've definitely shaken things up, and I think that's why it's also a great pick because now they've kind of put everybody in a scrambling position where it's like, whoa, 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 that wasn't supposed to happen. Now they had to reanalyze, see, okay, well maybe if we pick this guy, such and such will happen. Look at what just happened with the Wizards, things like that.
Right.
So now you're forcing everybody's hand, which is also a key part in the draft as well, because people don't realize it's not all teams, working together. There's also teams that are working against some others. So it's definitely still a competition. So that's kind of why I like this pick.
Yeah, I agree too. Because again, like you already said at the guard spot and your bigs, right? So you get a guy, at that 2-3 spot,
Hmm.
and that's kind of the main thing that they're missing. Because again, like I said, you have your great guard play.
Yep.
You got a ton of options as bigs, right? But in terms of wings, it's Bogdanovich, who again is fine, right? But he is an older guy, right? So probably
Right.
not a long term guy. Um, so again, like you said, that's in a way kind of a borderline steal because again, that's
Exactly.
the guy that I think a lot of people thought is a guy that could really rise in the draft, and he brings a lot of things to the table. That you would probably like if you're Detroit, right? He's got great athleticism and length. It's just like you said, it's just that outside shot, that needs some work because if he can get that, then
Yeah.
again, you got a really, really great thing going in Detroit because they've been doing really good. I think in terms of like I said, these picks. It's just again, you know, the Hayes one didn't work out, but luckily, right, you were kind of able to reset with Ivy,
Right.
so it's not a total loss, but still,
Yeah.
they have a lot of options, I think, in terms of what they can do.
Yeah, I'm looking at it. So it looks like Toronto's on the clock here. To kind
Yeah,
of look at, what we had for Toronto, I had Kobe Buffkin. The main reason was because I heard rumblings, that this was one of his very few workouts. So this seems like it was his preferred destination. That's a dangerous game to play. He has some leverage in it. Great player though. He really solidified himself in his final season here. He's a sophomore. Coming out of Michigan as well. So, he's teammates with Jet Howard. What did this just say? I think I just got a Twitter
Grady
notey.
Dick, Grady Dick.
Okay, well, screw the Kobe Buffkin talk. We
Yeah,
could
so
talk
that's
about
what I
Grady
said. I
Dick.
said I could see them getting somebody like Grady Dick because I
Right,
think either I had Jalen Hood, but I
right.
said like Grady Dick, it's possible. And again, he's got the the red sequin Dorothy suit, perfect for Toronto. A lot of red going on there.
Yeah, yes,
Uh,
sir.
but like you said, this was also a guy that you had, high, on your draft board. Like I said, I had him at 16, so only a few spots lower. But like you said, I think he's a guy, that's got a lot of game to him, right? In terms of again, he's not just a guy that can, be a catch and shoot spot up guy. He can also, score off the dribble. Like you said, a decent athlete, right?
Yeah,
Obviously, doesn't jump off the page quite as much as some of these other guys, right?
heck
But he's
no.
certainly not a guy that's unathletic, right? He's a solid athlete, at the NBA level. And he's 6'8", so again, you got pretty good size,
Right.
high IQ. So I feel like that's probably I think a solid pick for Toronto because again, you have a guard regardless of what happens, because even if Van Vliet stays, right, you can have both of them play together, in the backcourt, and they can kind of play off each other. So, I think this is a really good pick for Toronto. Again, like I said, I had him at 16, but I still had him like, in that tier of teams where it's like, all right, this is the next tier of teams where they're not as bad as some of the teams above them. So I could see some of these other teams probably taking some swing picks, where again, like a guy, that could probably help you out right away, but maybe doesn't have like quite as high of a ceiling,
Yeah.
you know?
This
But I
this
like
is
that
yeah.
pick.
This is the range where you start seeing teams kind of take, I'm not going to say gambles, but swings on guys who may have fallen due to injury, but they may turn out to be better than some of these lottery guys, which we've seen in
Yeah,
the past. Like there's
right. And
eyes, a lot of eyes are on I think I can't remember how you say his first name, so forgive me. Dariq Whitehead. Um
right, yeah,
so there's
from
guys
Duke.
like that. Yeah, there's guys like that. Keontae George, there's guys like that as well.
Right.
Sensabaugh. There's just a lot of really good players in here that have potential to be lotteries, but certain
Yeah.
things definitely held them back.
Yeah. And again, for the Raptors, you also needed 3-point shooting because
Yeah,
they're not a good 3-point shooting team. Siakam's mediocre as a 3-point shooter.
right.
Hurdle obviously doesn't space the floor. Barnes, has so far hasn't gotten that 3-point shot down yet.
Van Vliet.
Van Vliet's fine, right? But again, takes a really high, volume of threes.
Right.
So again, I think that's a really good fit for Toronto because again, like you needed shooting, you needed somebody at that guard spot. And again, you also have a guy with size, that can kind of fit in because, it seems like they like those versatile, switchy guys, that have size and length, right? Like,
Yes.
Siakam, Barnes, right? Even though Dick isn't the same as those guys, right? But he's still 6'7", 6'8".
He's
So,
good.
that's plenty of size at the guard spot. So I really like that one. I think that's definitely one of the better picks in the draft so far. Because again,
Yeah.
it's not that different from where I had him.
Right.
And I think for Toronto, that's a great fit.
Yeah.
Because again, like I said, this is probably where we're going to start seeing, maybe fit, like you said, and I said like fit over talent,
Right.
because this is like you said, kind of where some of those other factors come into play, right? Like medicals, right? Or injury history, right? I feel like with Whitmore, that's probably what's going on here.
Yeah.
We kind of saw this with Michael Porter Jr. the year he was
Yes.
drafted. Again, #1 guy in high school, has that back injury in college, or neck injury, whichever one it was.
I think it was both.
Um, yeah, yeah, and exactly. And then he slides from, probably would have been top 5 to down to 14, right? But it worked out for Denver because he ended up, still being a starter, for a team that won a title.
Exactly.
So sometimes, you can kind of get like these, crazy, moments in the draft that happen, again, like you said, where guys fall, mainly due to injury. And then from that point on, it's kind of up to, can they actually, get healthy, kind of overcome the medical odds that are kind of against them in a way. And if they do, right, then we know that they can play.
Yes.
For New Orleans, right, they're the next team. Obviously, we know for them it was a rough year, with the injuries with Zion and Ingram,
Yeah.
losing in the plan to Oklahoma City. So they have a so again, their situation is also, again, very different because when they were healthy, they were really good. So they're definitely not in the same tier in terms of how bad they are, right, in
Hmm.
comparison to the other teams. Um, I feel like for them, again, they probably need, just more defensive versatility, right, from that big spot, right? Because again, Valanciunas is fine, right, but maybe long term you'd like a little bit more of like a
They picked
natural defense.
Noda
Yeah,
came in. So this is what
yeah.
was a guy that I thought was rising, and they picked Jordan Hawkins.
Hawkins.
So this
Okay,
is a
so that's
big
another
deal.
guard,
Yeah. So
right?
they went
Yeah,
guard. He's more of a shooting guard, knockdown
mhm,
shooter for sure. Very good
and that's
player. Um,
that New Orleans needs is outside shooting because again, you got Zion, right, who's not really
exactly.
much of a shooter. And then you have right Herb Jones, right, even though he's kind of a 3-and-D guy, right, his 3-point shot still quite isn't there yet.
Yes.
Yeah, McCollum can obviously shoot. Ingram's a decent shooter, right, but he doesn't take a super high volume of threes, but he can make them. And Valanciunas even can stretch the floor, right? But again, like, usually teams don't really guard him like that. So it makes sense, right? Either get a shooter, or get some type of defensive guy, because that's, kind of what they're missing. We also got a notification from Shams that the Mavs are active in the trade marketplace to use their new $17 million exception to acquire a player in a current/future pick. So that's kind of what I was talking about in terms
Right.
of like that's what that trade allows them to do, is it just allows them to kind of just bring in a player
Right.
um that can help them right now. So it wouldn't shock me if they moved it. It just kind of comes down to, who's available. And I'm not sure, who's available right now. Obviously there's a lot of options when you're talking about 17 million. Um, but still, yeah, the Hawkins one, like you said, is definitely interesting. That was another guy, that, like you said, you had him rising. I had him. I think I had him a little bit lower.
I had him lower
Um,
too, but the
I had him at
rising
20.
thing was something that
I think
was
I had him at
strange.
21. So I definitely didn't have him at the lottery. Yeah, I had him
Yeah, I
at
had him
21.
lower than you. I had him at 24. But this is a big deal. And the main reason I had him at 24 is mainly due to the fact that he was a sophomore. Normally you don't see the sophomores go super high, but this is a big deal. Yeah, he's a really good shooter. I think he shot around 40 something percent contested threes. So that tells you something about his shooting and shot creating ability. So I said it in the mock draft video. He's more like a Duncan Robinson kind of talent, but with extremely better defense and definitely better shot creating ability for sure. And I think he's probably the best spot up guy. The percentage is 38, but you have to factor in the volume. I think he took more of a volume threes than Grady Dick and guys like that. But in general, I think this is a great fit pick. I think this tells us that New Orleans still wants to contend and keep their team together, and just build on their weaknesses, like you said, which were potentially shooting.
Yeah, and that's what I thought.
Yeah.
I didn't believe that they were going to trade Zion Williams, and I just
No,
I still feel like when he's right and he's healthy, he's one of the best players in basketball.
absolutely.
And I just don't feel like you can just give up on a guy just yet. Obviously, he made some mistakes, um, but at the same time, he's still a young guy. So I do feel like he can learn from those mistakes. But again,
Yes.
you know, he's got to be ready for next season because he's got to get into shape. He's got to make sure that he's available. Because again, we've talked about it, he's missed a ton of time the last, you know, well, pretty much his entire career so far,
Right.
including one season where he didn't even play at all. Um, so for him, you know, if New Orleans doesn't trade him, right, this is kind of the wake up call where it should be like, hey, we could have realistically moved you, to a team like a Charlotte where you may never be heard from again.
True.
So it's like, yeah, so it's like, um, you got to, take this offseason seriously, and hopefully he does. Because again, when this team is healthy, they're a good team. Because we saw right before Zion went down, they were at the top of the Western Conference, with
We know what
Denver.
they're capable of.
Yeah, exactly. It's just a matter of can these guys stay healthy, but so far they have definitely not been able to, which sucks because again, they're fun to watch and when they're right, it's a really good product, but they
Yeah.
just they got to do better, in terms of again, Zion's got to take his conditioning and his training seriously, just because it does feel like that's kind of what's going on there.
Yes.
It's not like he's getting like a ton of just freak injuries, where it's like, oh, he fell on a guy's leg, or
Right.
oh, he you know took a hard fall, from somebody, right? Like it's other stuff. So,
Right. And then the
that's
off
got
the
to improve.
court stuff
But
is concerning too, but
yeah,
we
so
don't have to
yeah,
get into
exactly.
that.
So yeah, exactly. So, that's kind of, what we're kind of getting into now. So I guess, the next pick up is Atlanta, right? We
Mm-hmm.
know it, another team that had a rough season. So again, like with them, they traded for DeJounte Murray, gave up a ton of picks, didn't work out. Not that he was bad, right? But the team wasn't good enough. A number of other guys, right, that kind of disappointed, right? John Collins, DeAndre Hunter. So it just kind of feels like they're a team, right, that's like just kind of stuck in this weird spot, where they just need somebody, anybody that can help them, contribute at a decent level. Um, I don't know. I mean, like, you have Capella and a Kungwu, right? So maybe you go for like another like natural like
Mm-hmm.
4-ish type player. Um, maybe kind of like as a John Collins replacement,
They
right?
might pick Chris Murray. Chris Murray might go higher than we thought.
Right, exactly. Like, because on my mock draft, I had in terms of guys that are still available, I still have Jalen Hood.
Mm-hmm.
But again, I don't feel like they're gonna pick a, point guard,
And I had
because you have
Koulibaly going here.
right, exactly. I have Keontae George around here, Buffkin, like you said, Chris Murray. So, there's a lot of options here, for sure. Um, we got Kobe Buffkin, according to
Okay.
Atlanta. So
That's a
yeah,
big
it's
one.
again, yep, and I had him at 15, so I had him going here.
I think they
Um,
picked the best available in this situation, honestly. I
and
think
again,
that's what's
six
going on.
five, 6'5", kind of, I guess, like Wallace, right, where he's kind of a solid, two-way type of guy.
Yeah.
Uh,
He's more of a
and
scoring.
again,
He has more of
yeah,
a
more,
scorer's mentality, though.
yeah, definitely more of a scorer, but he's got the capability,
Right.
to play defense.
It's there.
So, and again at 6'5", he can fit alongside either, Young or Murray in the rotation. Um, so, it definitely an interesting pick because, like you said, this is kind of at a point where you have a number of guys that are kind of in similar tiers. So
Yes.
this is like I said, where I feel like they're probably going to pick, more fit guys. Like I said, I kind of said forward, but at the same time, I did have Buffkin here, um, so I guess kind of moving on, I guess, we're going next up to Utah,
Yeah.
right? So I had Grady Dick at 16 for Utah, but obviously he's already off the board. Um Obviously they took their, swing, earlier. Um but I guess, kind of like what I said, like, I still feel like probably guard, is
Okay.
probably where they should kind of go. Um So I mean, I guess if Buffkin's already taken, right? This may be where you have like a Jalen Hood or maybe Keontae
Maybe.
George or, like you said, maybe they take a swing, for like a Leonard Miller or Chris Murray because
The
again,
guy.
Utah,
Yeah.
yeah, because it feels like Utah could make one of those weird swing picks. But what were you gonna say?
The guy that I had in my mock draft, honestly, was Derek Whitehead. So I'd be curious if he rises up. I know he's fallen quite a bit. A lot of people have him around that 30th range, which is kind of
Right?
crazy to me. But like I said, I feel
Yeah.
like in this range is where you take swings on guys that have that injury history and can potentially, recuperate from that. And I think that's probably what we're going to see here. I think he's too good of a prospect to pass. 6'6", he could play the two guard or the three. So,
Mhm.
I think it's possible because he's really good athletically. It's just that foot issue was really rough for him at Duke.
I had Whitehead at 19.
Okay.
Um, just because, like you said, he's definitely somebody that dropped a
Yeah.
ton. But I had him at 19 to Golden State because I feel like they kind of have a pattern of sort of taking guys that
Right.
that have like that injury history,
Right.
or just a scenario where they were really good in high school and then they kind of fell off in college.
Right.
Um, so I feel like that's definitely a possible pick for them. And again, like, with getting Chris Paul right, now maybe they kind of go for like that guard forward type player.
Sure.
Because
I
they
could
took
see
a
that.
couple of wings. Yeah, because they took a couple of wings last year, but obviously we'll get there when we get there. Um, we'll kind of go back to Utah. So yeah, I don't know. I feel like for them, a guard is probably where they're gonna go. But again, like they took Hendricks, right? So I mean, like obviously there's a oh, here we go. Utah has had some conversations on trading 9 and 16, but appear to be standing pat. Keontae George has been high on board for 16, so he's not saying that he's getting picked, but he's almost kind of
That's a good
saying
one.
without saying. Yeah, he's almost saying without saying that he's probably the guy that's going to get picked.
That's a good one.
Um, I do think that's a good one. I mean, we kind
Pure
of talked
score.
about him as a guy, that could probably like, kind of pop around, that middle of the first round, right? Where like I could see a team, taking a high swing at him with a higher pick, or maybe he drops just a little bit, and then if he's the next best guy, a team could take him.
Absolutely.
Because yeah, exactly. So I mean, I guess, like I said, it's not technically official yet, but if that's, kind of the suggestion, and like I said, it almost feels like they're saying it without saying it. But,
Yeah, I
um,
mean, and he's a good scorer.
gotta-
The
mhm.
problem is, I feel like I've said this multiple times. I thought he chose the wrong school. I don't think Baylor was the right fit for him. I think if he went to um, a bigger power school, then yeah, we would have seen something different. I feel like his floor is more along the lines of Beal, combo guard, scorer pretty much. But yeah, he had a good pro day, so that's a good thing. Um,
Yeah.
and his stock
Keontae,
was on the rise.
yeah, we got Keontae. Yeah, he
Okay,
got Keontae George. That's what
that's good.
Utah's doing. So, like I said, that's basically saying it without saying it. Because
Sure.
I think with Woj, if I'm not mistaken, I think this year he's, not doing the thing where he's, reporting who's getting picked, and he hasn't done that. So,
It's more so been
um,
Shams.
yeah, exactly. So, but again, with Keontae George, 6'5", 240, um, a little bit older, right? 23.
Yeah. Um, he did a little bit of reclassing in high
Yeah.
school. I
So,
think he was really
yeah,
good in high
exactly.
school though.
Yeah, exactly. So, like you said, another one of those guys, who was great in high school, but obviously, was a little bit different, story, in college. But again, I still feel like that's a guy that I think is really popular with a lot of these teams. Um, Again, at 23, probably not quite as high of a ceiling, right? But a guy that will probably be able to come in right away and contribute, and help, Utah.
I just
And again,
realized.
like, uh-huh.
Sorry to cut you off, but this might
Hmm.
might be intriguing to you. Do you think the
Yeah.
Lakers are going to pick Whitmore here?
Wow. Actually, yeah, I just thought about that. Yeah, 17.
That would be a
Looks like,
solid pickup, man. Holy
there's
crap!
been a lot of talk about them trading the pick.
I
So,
heard.
they somebody today, and then maybe trade the pick later. But, so far, we haven't seen too many like, picks that have been traded around, right? Like most of the teams have kind of just stood pat. Which again, that could always change. Like I said, I guess if they still have the pick, yeah. I mean, I guess you could, they could, they might take a swing on him.
Yeah,
But I don't know. Again, we're already at 17, I guess 16, 17, and he still hasn't been picked. So maybe he just continues to drop. Um,
that's rough.
he wasn't a name that I think was on their board, but obviously that's because most people thought he was going to go much higher. So I could see them doing it. It just is a matter of, are they actually going to keep the pick? I don't know.
Right.
'Cause there's a lot of rumors that suggest that they will trade it, which again, kind of similar to Dallas, right? Trade the pick and bring in, more of a veteran guy. But I don't know, because again, like that's the issue with some of these teams where I'm not quite sure, what their plan, what their goal is. But if they're gonna keep the pick, that's definitely a guy that I don't think is, too bad at taking, right? Because
Right.
again, like we know their situation earlier in the year with wings, but now maybe they might go with a guard, right? Because with Rui, assuming he comes back, and then Vanderbilt, right? He's obviously going to come back. You may not have much of a need for wings, right? And then obviously LeBron as well. So I feel like they might be more likely to pick a guard. But in fairness, like you said, it's very possible that they could take a crack on, hey, this guy was really high and now he's dropped.
Yeah.
But I feel like they need I don't know, cause again, like, I don't think he's gonna play a lot for the Lakers, cause again, it's another situation similar to New Orleans where even though, yeah, they're picking, you know, at a certain spot, right, they're much better, right? Like, they
Yeah.
picked 17, but they got to the conference finals.
Right.
So I feel like they're not a team that's gonna play this guy, whoever they pick, a whole lot, but it's definitely possible. I just don't know, cause again, if they trade the pick, then they're gonna pick, for the other team.
Yeah.
Whereas if they keep the pick, then they're gonna pick who they want, and I just don't know
Exactly.
'cause we just haven't heard anything yet, about what they're gonna do. So, there's definitely a lot of options here, but I could see them picking him because again, he's dropped so far, that somebody at some point is gonna take him. Like I
Right.
can't imagine him drop all the way to the second round after he was expected to be a top 5 pick. That would be kind of shocking to me.
Right.
So there's definitely a possibility for that. But like I said, in terms of what they need, definitely offense definitely is something that could help, right? Because again, offensively, at times they kind of struggled at different points, especially against Denver, right? Definitely more shooting. I just don't know if you get another wing, how many of them are actually going to play? Because it's just
Yeah.
like again with LeBron, Vanderbilt, maybe Rui, right? Like you have that's probably like you know essentially like 40 something minutes, right, of consistent play at that forward spot. So I could see them taking a guard, but again, like at the same time, you know, they're gonna. I feel like they have a pretty decent track record in terms of picking young guys. So
Yes.
whoever they pick, is the guy that I think that they would want, assuming they keep the pick.
I had them picking Jaime Jaquez Jr. Terrible with
Yeah, I have
Spanish, so I
Chris.
probably just butchered his name. Excuse me for
I
any
think
of the
it's Jaime.
Spanish speak.
Yeah, I think it's
Jaquez.
Jaime Jaquez.
Okay.
But I had a Chris Murray, Keegan
Okay.
Murray's brother.
That's a good pick
Um,
too.
yeah, but I'm going to assume that neither of those guys are going to get picked because there's still other guys on the board.
Right. Yeah.
Like Hood.
Just messed up our
Uh,
entire drafts.
yeah, exactly. And there's still, and again, the Utah pick, hasn't even been quote unquote announced yet. So there's still time, I think, for some movement to go on.
Yeah.
Um, but yeah, with Utah, kind of going back to them, again, Taylor Hendricks, Buffkin, or excuse me, not Buffkin. Whoops.
Keontae George.
Keontae
Yeah.
Keontae George, Taylor Hendricks. I mean, again, that's fine, because again, you got another forward, and you got a guard, right? So, or I guess 2, 3, and you know they can use both of those type of guys, right? So,
Right.
I don't think you can complain too much if you're Utah. It's just again,
Not at
like you
all.
said, it's a weird spot where it's like you don't quite know what they're doing because again, they were a relatively competitive team pretty much the whole year, and then they kind of just decided, late to tank.
Right.
Um, so obviously that kind of shakes things up. Seems like we might have a pick coming in. No, okay, not yet. So
Yeah, they're still on Utah for some reason.
yeah, exactly. So I mean, I don't know, but like you said, kind of going back earlier, in terms of so far the best pick, yeah, I definitely really like Alcer Thompson. Obviously that's terrific.
Yeah.
Even Grady Dick, I also like that for Toronto a
Me
lot.
too. It feels like it
Because
was
I
kind of in the planned almost, with him in the red suit.
Yeah, in the script. Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. So, I mean, except instead of Kansas, it's Toronto.
Which is
But
crazy.
yeah,
Great
regardless, yeah, I
pickup
like
though.
both of those picks. I think those are probably two of my favorite picks. Um, and then again, with some of them, there's just a little bit of variability, in terms of like, who's going where. But um, I don't know. What do you? I guess we can kind of get back into it. I guess while
What's
we
up?
wait for pick
Yeah,
17.
yeah,
The
what's up?
Orlando one, do you still feel good about that one? Kind of, now that we're like a little bit later into it, where they took, Anthony Black and Jet Howard. Because
Um,
again, I think we both like the Black pick, but the Howard one, I feel like we might be not quite as high on, even if we
yeah,
don't think he's bad.
yeah. I like Anthony Black a lot. I had him projected at 6. Scrappy connector, great. I love it. Now the Jet Howard thing is a different situation. I would have preferred them pick Grady Dick, honestly.
I think I agree
I
with
think
that.
Grady Dick is a better player. You clearly like Grady Dick going to the Raptors, so I feel like the majority of people actually had him going to the Magic. So him falling, I think that's a mistake, but at the same time, it's not the biggest mistake. I don't think it'll hurt them too much in the long run, but I think overall, passing on Grady Dick is a big mistake. And
Yeah,
in general,
especially
I think with the Magic, they do have room for error. They're rebuilding. But at the same time, I thought that their season was good. I think I graded it around a B. Their future is really bright, and I think even with Jett Howard, it doesn't make it darker at all. It's not like this is a fatal flaw by them, but I think they did still mess up.
Yeah. I think messing up, yeah, definitely. Because again, like you said, Grady Dick is probably the better pick.
Yeah.
But like I guess it would what would have been bad is if they had messed up six. I feel like
Right.
because
Right.
I feel like with the six pick, like when you look at who was there, right? Like there were a number of options you could have gone, and I feel like that one was the right one. Um, but so whereas like messing up at 11, like you said, I don't feel like is that bad.
No.
But we'll see because I feel like there's definitely a possibility that Howard can still be fine.
Yeah.
Again, do we feel like Dick will be better? Again, we'll see. I feel like so, but you never know with some of these drafts, right? Because sometimes some guys that we really do like don't always pan out.
Exactly. And I feel like something else is I once again to keep going back to it. I think the Osor Thompson thing is what really hit the magic and forced them to probably take Black. I think that's what was going on. I think if Thompson was still on the board, they were taking Thompson guaranteed. I think he just his stock rose way too much in the past like 24 hours, maybe even less than that or more than that. It might have been probably like 72 if you want me to be completely honest. Since our mock draft video, his stock rose significantly. So I think that's something that definitely factored into this a big bunch. And who knows? I think you can't be mad at Anthony Black because I feel like he's an NBA ready guard for sure. Um, but the Jett Howard thing, I'm still kind of confused about. But I'm not up in the rafters about it at all. But geez,
So I
Louise.
guess that's kind of like your quote unquote least favorite pick so far, I
I'll,
guess.
I'll say that that's my least favorite pick, just due to the
Yeah.
fact that I don't understand it, and I don't. Maybe the executives know more than we do, but overall, I do see the potential in his game, but the question marks are so big because, like I keep saying, his shooting is the only thing that I know for certain that he's going to be good at. Because I don't think he's the best defender, he's not the greatest finisher, he's not really a rebounder, not really a facilitator. So, and to have that at the two guard it's interesting. So pretty much a guaranteed spot up, which is technically they did address their needs, but I feel like they could have addressed their needs also through Grady Dick.
Yeah, it kind of almost just feels like, hey, we have two lottery picks, and let's see what happens with one and
Right.
then let's see what happens, with the other one. That's almost kind of what it feels like. But it is kind of interesting how, the next few picks that are coming up, are, some of these other more veteran laden teams, right? Like, the Lakers obviously and
Right.
Miami's after them and then Golden State is after them. So it'll be kind of interesting to see what these three teams do with their picks. I
Absolutely.
definitely feel like all three of these picks are definitely like potential ones that could be traded.
Sure.
Um, you know, but at the same time, it just there's a lot going on right now that we still don't know about. So it's definitely also possible that all three of these teams could keep those picks.
Right.
Um, but I guess right now, we still have like about a minute left or so, for that Lakers pick to come in. So they're definitely using all the time on the clock, I guess, because again, they're probably trying to see if a team's interested in taking the pick. Because again, like whoever they pick probably just isn't going to play it quite as much, right away.
Sure.
It's more about, what those guys are probably going to do, maybe like in the future.
As long as
Um,
you're in contention, that's kind of what's expected. Unless,
right. Yeah,
it's a guy that fell for obvious reasons and he should be starting.
exactly. Because as we get to like 20 and onwards, right, that's when we, get to the other teams, right, that aren't really rebuilding necessarily, right? They're contenders. So,
And
this is
that's
kind of where,
curious. Yeah.
yeah, exactly. So that's kind of where we start to get to see, like, okay, hey, this team is picking this player up. So we got Jalen Hood Scafino at 17.
Okay. As a
Um,
Lakers guy, how do you feel about that?
Kind of interesting because again, I thought he was gonna go earlier, so
Me
I
too.
mean, I didn't really expect him to to drop at this point.
Hmm.
Um, I guess as a guard, right? Like to me, that's fine. He's a pretty solid defensive guard, right?
Yes.
Which I feel like is probably one of the things that they definitely need.
Hmm.
When you have like D'Angelo Russell, Schroeder's fine defensively, right? But he's 6 feet, so that's
Hmm.
pretty small. Reeves is again fine defensively, but still,
Sure.
right? That's this is kind of more so what Hood is known for. Um, so I don't really have a problem with the pick. It's just kind of interesting because I, kind of assumed that they were going to trade it, but, again, so far we haven't really seen a ton of teams really like, trade their picks. But at the same time, we're not quite at that realm of like these contenders are, picking teams, or
Right.
picking players now. But I can't really be mad about the pick because again, like I feel like from a guard perspective, that seems acceptable.
Best
Because again,
available.
like yeah, because again, you needed a guard, that can defend, and he can definitely do that. The shot still needs kind of a still kind of a work in progress, but regardless, that's fine.
Yeah.
I don't really have a problem with it, but it is kind of interesting because, like I said, I feel like there are. I'm sure there's probably like some fans that are like, why didn't we take Cam Whitmore? But again, I feel like if he's falling, probably for a reason.
There's something we
Um,
don't know yet.
yeah, exactly. So I don't really have an issue with it. It is just kind of interesting because again, like not the guy that I would have expected to be there. So it's
Hmm.
like there's certainly I guess other options you could go with, but I just don't know what the Lakers are going to do. So it's like I don't know if they're actually going to keep the pick. That's the problem, in terms of how I feel about it.
Yeah.
But you know,
Um, I'm doing some research on
yeah,
what people are saying about Whitmore right now. Um,
yeah, it just seems like his medicals, just seem like it's
so
just not great
so this is
from
what
what
I'm
I.
hearing. Whitmore was seen struggling at times with his shooting and intensity during his individual team workouts. Well, that's not a
Okay,
good sign. So that means
yeah,
they think that he looked tired, and inconsistent.
okay.
That's rough.
Yeah,
Um,
that's because he's supposed to be, kind of a scorer shooter type guy, and if he's
yeah,
kind of at that, then yeah, like you said, that's definitely rough.
yeah, and like I think it was what? Let's see. So he was on the sidelines for, his first 7 games of college due to a thumb injury. He did return, he averaged like uh, 12 and a half points, 5 rebounds. And he won Big East Rookie of the Year. So this is a big fall.
Right.
Wow, wow, wow. Okay.
And my mistake, I believe Hood Scafino is like 6'6". He's not
Y-
6'4".
Yeah. Okay.
That's
Um,
that's uh that's my mistake.
okay. Yeah. Um,
Dave McMenamin of ESPN, he has him as 6'6". But I thought he was like 6'4". So
I thought he was
maybe
6'4" too.
yeah, that's
I
that's what I
swear he's
thought.
6'4". Okay.
But I'll look him up.
Um,
Yeah, because I swear, like you said, he was 6'4". Um, no, he's six
wow.
six.
They really are okay. There's a lot on Whitmore, so it seems like there's a host of injuries that are nagging him and seem to
Okay,
have been affecting his intensity during the
and that
individual team workouts, and those are kind of
oh,
the most important ones. Like I feel like
right,
the combine puts you on the map, but then once
right.
you pique the interest of these teams, that's
Mhm.
when you need to be shining at your brightest. So that is not a good sign for him, unfortunately. You hate to really see it because I feel like every year there's like, a player that we expect to hear his name called really early in the draft, but then it falls extremely short. We had, like you said, Michael Porter Jr., then, a huge one, which, it's kind of curious that we didn't even mention this was Bol Bol during his draft.
Yeah,
He fell
yeah,
from first round lottery all the way to second round, I believe. So, wowzers. That's kind of just what happens. It happens every year. And normally those guys, they do somewhat return to form and live up to um, their floors. At some point, it may be 1 to 2 to 3. Wow, holy, that sounded so stupid.
yeah,
1 to 2, or maybe even 3 years down the line. But
yeah.
that's why his draft stock is sliding. That's
Right.
unfortunate, though.
Yeah, it does suck. Yeah, like I said, going back to Scafino,
Yeah,
yeah, I
what's up?
mean, just again, not a great fan of the fact that he's not really much of an outside shooter.
Mhm.
'Cause I do feel like that's something that the Lakers definitely need.
Yeah,
But at the same time, right, like again, I'm not going to complain too much about like a big guard that can defend. But I would have liked probably somebody who's a better outside shooter. But again, I
sure.
don't know what they're going to do with the pick.
Right,
Um,
they could move it, like you said.
like even if a trade doesn't happen tonight, it could still happen
Right.
later, in the off season, or it could happen tomorrow. So, but assuming they keep the pick, right? Because that's kind of what we're looking at. Assuming they keep the pick, I'm, that again, that's fine. Like I said, that was a guy that I didn't know quite as much about, but still.
Sure. Yeah, he had a
Okay,
good
this
season though.
is interesting.
What's
Huh?
up?
There was one mock draft that has him as 6'4", but everywhere else I go, he's listed as 6'6".
Is it CBS?
No.
Okay, because there's one mock draft on CBS that has him as 6'4" as well.
Okay, so that's interesting. So I guess
6'4",
nobody knows.
217.
Yeah, so I guess nobody knows whether or not he's 6'4" or 6'6",
Who
but
knows? Either way, he's
regardless,
still a pretty big guard. He's 217 pounds. So
yeah.
the frame is there.
So I guess
What's up?
to go back to Miami,
Oh,
right?
yeah,
So they're up
true.
next.
They're on the clock.
Who the heck do we think they're gonna pick? I mean, I feel like, in terms of a wing, I mean, I don't have an issue with that, or like,
Right.
maybe a four, because I
Right.
definitely feel like they need some more, size out
Well,
there. I think I had Leonard Miller
okay.
going
Yeah.
there.
That's
See,
I think what's gonna happen. Oddly enough, I had Jet Howard going there, so that tells you kind of where I had him on my list. So now
yeah,
that Jet Howard's off the board, I pretty much agree with you. I think Leonard Miller would be there. He averaged 17 points, 10 rebounds. Pretty much a guy that's going to, give you pretty much a solid double double every night. And I think that's something that Miami could definitely use.
yeah,
Considering the fact that they're a somewhat undersized team themselves. So
that's
to
how I
get another 6'9" guy that can grab boards alongside Bam, give him some help on the boards, significant help. That would be a huge help. He wasn't really a great 3-point shooter, around 30%. It's kind of rough, but from a small forward, power forward kind of guy, I feel like that's acceptable. It's passable.
yeah,
Definitely can develop it. And he played for the G League Ignite, FYI. So that's something to also watch. Um,
yeah.
so that's pretty good.
Yeah, because I'm kind of under the assumption and expectation that Whitmore is probably just going to continue to fall.
He's
Um,
going to fall, and unfortunately, he may even fall into the second round,
yeah.
which would be
Now
insane.
maybe he moves into that Golden State realm, like I said, where maybe they
Right.
take a chance on him. I don't
Right.
know. But it just feels like at this point, that he's going to keep falling. And like you said, that's rough because he was projected to be like top five, and
I had him
now we're
top five,
basically,
man.
yeah, exactly. I had him at 6, and now we're almost at 20. And he still hasn't gotten picked, so it looks like the Heat pick is in. So I guess
We're just waiting
um,
on it, huh?
yeah, so we're just kind of waiting on it. So looks like they're taking Jaime Jaquez Jr. So that
Okay.
was your guy that you had
That
at 17. So except now he's just going 18, and that's fine. Again, like I said, I would have preferred maybe like more of like a four.
Me too.
But I said probably some type of wings. We're both kind of thinking like some type of forward, like you said,
Sure.
either somebody with size, on the wings, or like you said, somebody that can kind of help Bam around the interior.
Sure.
But again, he's a guy that Miami likes picking these guys, right? Where like again, they're a little bit older, right? But
Mm-hmm.
they're kind of ready to come in. He's 22. He's 6'7", 230, so he's a relatively big guy.
Right.
Um, he can do a lot of different things. So I do like him. Again, I didn't have him this high, right? I had him like, closer to the bottom of the first round. But I knew he was definitely a guy, that was probably going to rise because it seemed like a
Right.
lot of people liked him, especially because, like you said, he had a pretty good run for UCLA,
Right.
this year. So, I think
Yeah.
that's a pretty solid pick for Miami. And it kind of just, again, it feels like it's kind of been a thing where they picked a lot of these types of guys, right? Where, they're able to contribute right away. They haven't had like a ton of like, those type of draft picks, but just to
Right.
kind of fit in right with guys like Gabe Vincent, Caleb Martin, Struce, Robinson. Assuming those
Yeah.
guys stay, right? I think that's a fine fit, for Jaquez.
Yeah. I think that's a good fit. He's seasoned senior, so he's 22. He averages around 18 points, 8 rebounds, so he's pretty good. Um, some people list him as like a small forward. Some people have him listed as a two guard. I think he's more of like an undersized three, honestly. But he's savvy, experienced guard. Um, Definitely could be a creator and a scorer, but he's really tough because he battled a lot of injuries. But that seems his injury history seems like it hasn't really affected him to the degree of Cam Whitmore, and I think that's because most of his injuries were throughout his career. So it's kind of like that the injuries are there, but they haven't necessarily affected him. Meanwhile, you're looking at Whitmore, and it's like you could clearly see they're definitely still nagging him. Um, Even in his workouts. So that's not a good sign. But overall, I think this is a good pick for Miami. So, next up is the Warriors, I believe, right?
Yep, exactly.
This
So
is
again,
intriguing.
like I said, we're kind of at this point now. I guess Houston's at 20, so they're not in the same tier, but
But that was
you
via
know,
the Clippers, though.
yeah, exactly, via the Clippers. So, in terms of Golden State, right, they have a lot of options here. Again, I feel like maybe, after getting rid of Poole, maybe you kind of want to bolster that guard depth a little bit more.
Right.
Or maybe you want to pick a big here.
Mm-hmm.
I think I had at 19, I think I had Whitehead here.
Okay.
Um, in terms of the guard depth. Um, but again, like yeah, there's definitely been a lot of changes here, in terms of the board. So, maybe they're a team that picks, somebody else because, I have, kind of in this realm, right? Obviously, taking kind of Whitmore out of the equation, right? I got, Chris Murray,
Hmm.
uh, you know, uh, Nick Smith Jr., right? James Najee, right? Sensabaugh, Clowney, right? So, this is kind of like where we're kind of in this interesting realm.
Right.
Like I said, I feel like a lot could happen here.
Here's something that's kind of interesting.
Mhm.
Brandon Podziemski, I think that's how you say his name. Probably
Oh
just
yeah.
butchered it, but this guy, he could be the pool replacement. Pretty much
Yeah,
a
I feel
pretty
like
good scorer. So
yeah, I think he could fit in really well with them, like you said, especially because again, shooter, smart player. Um, so I feel like that's definitely a guy that they could pick. Um, because again, like they're kind of in this interesting realm where like they're trying to contend,
right,
obviously.
yeah,
But at the same time, right, like we know, right, in the next few years they'll probably be trending towards kind of rebuilding. Um, but for now, obviously, the goal is to contend. So, I feel like, maybe they'll go for a player, that's ready. But at the same time, right? Like, I mean, again, usually rookies don't play a whole lot for championship caliber teams.
right.
But, again, if it's a guy that's really good, that fits
He's
right in,
ready.
yeah, exactly. He could definitely be there. So, we'll kind of see what happens.
Yeah, I mean, like, cause he's a combo guard that adds scoring immediately and playmaking and toughness, off pretty much off rip. He's 6'4", pretty much a like I said, combo guard. So that would be kind of interesting. I'm not sure, in terms of what the Warriors are going to do because I'm curious to see what their starting lineup is going to be coming into this season. I know they do like to play small, but is it going to be Chris Paul, Steph, and Clay? And
I'm
Dre, obviously.
It'd be the same as last year because I'm assuming Draymond comes back. So it'll
Right.
probably be Steph, Clay, Wiggins, Draymond, Looney.
So we're going
Right.
to
I
be
think
looking at Chris Paul coming off the bench. Okay.
Yeah, I don't think he's gonna start for them. I'd
Right.
be
Yep.
pretty shocked if he started.
I mean, that's
Um,
technically an upgrade, I guess. You probably would prefer Chris Paul to be commanding your second unit,
yeah,
I guess around that. So,
yeah, exactly. And it's just again, I just in terms of a closing lineup, right? You got a smart lineup, but also a very small lineup, right? Because Paul's even smaller than Poole. I
right.
guess defensively, right? He's probably not going to make the same types of mistakes, but he's still a guy that's going to get targets because again, he's 6 feet tall.
Exactly.
Um, if that, right? So it's just And we saw, again in the playoffs, we saw, what it looked like, when they went against a team like the Lakers, where, even, Denver was bigger than the Lakers, but the Lakers were also much bigger than Golden State. So,
Right.
you know, I just, yeah, but there's definitely a lot of options for them here. Um, but again, we got, Podziemski.
That's what I
Podziemski.
thought. It's what
So,
I was
yeah.
feeling. I just
And
felt
that
like
was
he
a
fit
guy
their
that I
culture.
definitely, and that was definitely a guy that I saw rising. I had him, um, lower,
I
right?
think we both
Obviously,
had. Did we
but
both have him in Memphis?
I think I had him at 25 or 26, so
Yeah,
definitely around
25
the
is
Memphis.
Memphis. So
Yeah,
I had
so
him there as well.
yeah, exactly. So I mean, he's definitely a guy that I think has risen, and I've heard his name kind of rising. But again, it feels like he's the type of guy that Golden State would want to take. I
Right.
don't know how, like I said, I don't know how much he'll play his rookie year. But I think that's a fine pick, for Golden State.
Yeah.
Because again, like I said, probably backup guard. Um, right. So like that was kind of the expectation I had there.
Yes, I think that's a good pick. I mean, it's kind of similar to DiVincenzo a little bit. So kind of like that. A guy like that, but obviously a little bit better scoring coming out
Yeah,
of
because
college.
assuming that he's probably gone, because I'm assuming he'll probably get more money than what Golden State can give him.
Right.
So obviously with uh, Podzemski, right? He can obviously probably step in and play like a little bit. Again, don't expect him to play a ton, but again, he'll probably at least get some minutes. Because
Exactly.
again, they're gonna have to have some people play. Um,
Exactly.
I'm just kind of curious, again, because they have some questions with Draymond. Like I said, my expectation is that he comes back.
Me too.
Um,
He may
Obviously
even take
there's
a pay cut. Who knows?
yeah, I mean, obviously there's a world where he doesn't come back, but I feel like he's gonna come back because I just feel like again, um, like this is pretty much the best spot for him, and they can give him the most money. Because I feel like I don't think he's gonna take a pay cut. I feel like they're gonna give him, what he's looking for.
Sure.
Um, just because again, I feel like if he gets more from another team, he could probably, like he might bounce. But again,
Right.
I think this is a good pick for Golden State.
Me too.
Because
I
again,
I,
you're
I
getting
think
a
this fits
guy
their culture too.
Yeah, exactly. Because you're getting a smart guy that's able to come in and he's ready to play.
Yeah. Mm. Let's see. So now, with the Warriors off the board, it's Houston. This is
And so
this is
obviously
this is one to
completely different.
watch.
Yeah, exactly. So completely different position from Golden
Right.
State, right? Full on rebuild. Um, Again, you got Thompson, so I feel like here this is probably where you just probably pick like just another maybe another forward.
Could be seeing Chris
Maybe
Murray go off the board.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe some 2-3, 3-4 type player, right? I don't think they're going to pick another point guard, so that's
Mm-mm.
my guess. Probably a wing.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so that's what I'm thinking.
Okay.
Um, but again, like I said, Houston's in a different spot, right? Like I said, full on rebuild. A lot of young guys. So there's a lot, going on here.
Yeah.
Um, so
Sorry.
so yeah,
Sorry.
exactly. All right, here we
Okay.
go. The Houston
Cam
Rockets are strong,
Whitmore.
ending Cam Whitmore slide decision looming there.
I
So
like
that's
that.
interesting.
I like that.
Yeah. And like I said, some type of wing. Again, I guess, he's a scorer, so feel like you have a decent level of scoring, but at the same
Mm-hmm.
time, nothing necessarily wrong with it.
You're right.
Because again, if you're Houston, right, you're rebuilding, right, and this is a guy that was projected initially to be a top 5 pick, so why not take a gamble?
Yeah.
If you're Houston.
Yeah, I think, and Whitmore does have grit, even though it seems like the reports have been showing us that he's a little bit less energetic. Um, and they've really been saying basically lazy. I didn't want to use that word, but that's really unfortunate to hear. But nonetheless, I think, yeah, so they've selected Whitmore. So, I mean, I think this is a good pick. You want to see, the Whitmore drought end. So I think this is a good fit for him and a good fit for them as well, and hopefully, the coaching staff can get the most out of him and he can, rehab and heal correctly and show the
Yeah,
league, that they pretty much messed up. Because I was pretty high on him. I had him going to Detroit,
right.
over the Sword Thompson. But this
I
is a
guess
good pick. I think this is good.
yeah. Right. I guess you could also look at it from the perspective of, when you look at teams like Golden State or Miami or the Lakers, the other possibility in terms of keeping their pick is like, we talked about with the CBA, you might have to be in a position where you might just have to, kind of, just kind of go roll with these young guys, on the
Sure.
small rookie contracts. Cause, again, with Golden State, if they had kept Jordan Poole, right, a couple years from now, they'd be, way into the CBA, underworld basically, right? Where
Pretty
they're at a
much. Yeah.
point where like, you lose out on picks. You can't sign certain players, you can't make certain types of trades.
Right.
And again, the Lakers aren't quite there yet, but obviously once they, bring back some of their guys, right, they'll be closer to that bracket. And obviously Miami's a team with, that's got another team that has an expensive roster. So I
Right.
do kind of wonder, because again, I'm sure like, some of these fans of some of these teams are probably like, why aren't we trading the pick? Why aren't we trading the pick? And, that might kind of come into the calculation. But obviously with Houston, it was reported that they were trying to trade up to that 17, 18, 19 spot, but they
Right.
didn't. So, but again, you took Cam Whitmore, so I guess that's fine, right? You took a guy that you, I guess, wanted, and you didn't have to use like 4 or 5 to take him, right? Because obviously, if he fell, that suggests people are very, very skeptical on him,
Right.
right? So again, if you're Houston, you came out with Thompson and Whitmore, and I think that's fine, right? You
That's a
got a
great
guard.
haul.
I think that's a pretty solid combination, um, in the draft because that's really what you're looking for, to round out that rotation, right? Because again,
Exactly.
you have Green, assuming he stays, right? You have Shengun, you got Jabari Smith. So you
Yes.
get the other wing alongside of those guys and then a point guard and then you're kind of rolling from that point on.
Absolutely.
Cuz again, it's always a gamble, for the draft anyways, but I think Houston's done a great job.
Yeah.
Um, you know, Once we do our podcast, where we're actually, kind of talking about things as they've ended, right? Definitely Houston, I think, is definitely one of those winners. For
Absolutely.
tonight, I think they made some really good picks. That they have so far. And
Next.
again, like
Yeah.
have a lot of flexibility with that cap space as well. So you combine some veterans, with those young guys. I think that's really good.
Yeah. Next up, I'm pretty curious. This is a big one. Brooklyn's got back-to-back picks.
Yeah,
And the first one is via the Suns. So this is the 21st pick. We talked about this one on the on our podcast episode or mock draft. I had Chris Murray going here and then Colby Jones going right after. I think, a good pickup would be, a two guard and then a small forward, power forward kind of guy. So
Right.
that's kind of what I'm looking at because I feel like they've solidified themselves. Um, with Nick Claxton, he's definitely shown he's one of the better defensive bigs in the league. So I don't think they need to go, big man here. And, Chris Murray's more of a 3-4, preferably more of a three, in my opinion. So, and he knockdown shooter, he's basically Keegan Murray.
But yeah, well, here, I had Hawkins and
Okay.
Nick Smith Jr., right?
Okay.
Obviously, Hawkins is already off the board.
Right.
So I guess, the next guys, that I have is pretty much, we got like I said, other than Nick Smith Jr., right? Najee, but like you said, they don't really need another big. So I feel like
Right.
Nick Smith Jr. probably makes some sense. Or maybe, like a sort of a point guard type player,
Mm-hmm.
right? Because you could use that as well, right? Considering Dinwiddie's an older guy, not old, right? But you know what I mean? Like he's probably not a guy you will have long term.
Right.
Um, so I'm feeling with Brooklyn, they'll probably take, like a guard.
Sure.
Maybe like, sort of like you said, is maybe like somebody that's more of a four.
Mm-hmm.
Um, like I said, maybe Nick Smith, maybe Clowney, maybe Sensabaugh, right? But
Sure.
obviously, like, um, definitely some stuff has changed, but like I said, I feel like they're gonna pick a guard with this pick. I think it makes too much sense because again,
Right.
you're already set, with Bridges, and Claxton, right? Those are guys that you're probably gonna keep long term. Um, right? Cam Johnson, I'm assuming they're bringing back, so I feel like probably like a guard, either small or bigger guard. I'm not sure, right? But I
Yeah.
feel like that's probably where we're headed here. So I could see like a Nick Smith or like you mentioned, Murray being taken as well.
Yeah. But man, what a great night for Houston. I mean,
Yeah.
wow. I mean, because if Cam comes back and stays healthy, I think they pretty much won this draft because, they basically got two lottery
Outside of the
guys.
Spurs, I guess.
Yeah, true. Yeah, yeah, I mean, the Spurs are the true winners, but in terms of, the talent haul, I think, you can't really be mad at, you know, getting one of the Thompson twins, arguably one of the better ones, with potential wise. And then also, obviously, Cam Whitmore, if he comes back and stays healthy, I think, that's a huge deal because they got Whitmore basically on, they got him at a steal, I guess you could say, regardless of the reports. I mean, I feel like, getting Whitmore at 20 is a pretty big deal because this is a former top five projected guy. So,
Exactly. So, I mean, so I guess, it'll be interesting, like I said, to see who Brooklyn picks because
yeah,
they're in a weird spot, right? Where they're in that middle tier of the NBA where, they're not a great team, but they're also not a terrible team. But they're also a team that doesn't have an incentive to be bad because, they don't have a number of their, picks at this point because of the
right.
Harden trade. Um, So they were a team like it that I was thinking maybe might like look to trade these picks, but again, it doesn't seem like these teams right now, have been able to move these picks. So like we said before, like Brooklyn, assuming they take these picks, like I said, I feel like they're going to take the guys that we mentioned. But yeah, like you said with Houston, definitely a great night for them. If Cam Whitmore, can be the guy that people think that he was going to be, before tonight's draft, right? Because
Right.
he was ranked very high. And again, it's unfortunate for him that he was able to, that he fell. But he did fall to Houston. Um, and in fairness to them, right, they also got Thompson. So, like I said, I think that's a nasty combination in a good way.
Yeah.
Um, to continue to rebuild. So,
Yeah.
I don't think I think that's about as good as you could ask for if you're Houston, right? Because
Yeah.
again, like I said, their targets needed to be guard and a wing, and they got both. I
So
think.
let's see. Looking at the first rounders projected, obviously we've got Chris Murray still, Colby Jones, Bryce Sensabaugh, um, Oliver, Maxence Prosper, Nick Smith Jr., Ryan Rupert, Trace Jackson Davis, and Gregory Jackson. So those are kind of like the projected first rounders that are still on the board. Who knows? There may be some guys who are projected in the second round that go in the first round, but I doubt it. So, I'm curious to see where these guys land. And I feel like Brooklyn kind of holds the cards on this. I feel like Brooklyn's next two picks are going to kind of dictate the order of where everybody else goes, But they do have some great options like Sensabaugh for sure, Nick Smith Jr., Ryan Rupert, um, guys like that. I feel like that there's potential for this. So I'm curious.
I agree. Um, Because again, right now, we're just kind of waiting around, right? I think,
Yeah,
Brooklyn
we're in
still has
limbo.
about 3 minutes or so
Hmm.
um on the clock. So yeah, I mean, it's definitely been, a crazy draft so far. Obviously not quite as many trades as I think we were expecting.
Hmm.
But in fairness, we also had the two huge trades, before the draft. So I guess it kind of evens out there. But it is kind of interesting because I kind of expected that there were going to be more trades, with these guys moving around. But again, at the same time, like I said with the CBA, this may just be, what's going to happen from here on out. But obviously, again, you don't have to trade the picks tonight. But regardless, in terms of the actual players, right? Because that's the main thing that this is about, for sure. Um, again, I think the Magic, did really good with Black, but obviously, not quite the same with Howard.
Right.
Um, and then Houston obviously did great. But I think by and large, so far, it's been pretty good for most of these teams, right? Like there haven't been really picks where I'm like, this is awful. Um,
Exactly.
like even the Orlando one, like you said, it's not great, but it's not like one where I'm like, this
It's not a
is,
stinker.
this is a guaranteed, like disaster. You know
It's
what I
not a
mean?
stinker at all.
And again, I feel like with Orlando, because they didn't trade the pick, it just feels like, they were just like, one of these we're gonna take a guy for sure, then the other one will just take a swing.
Yeah.
You know?
And
Like
that
I guess
that's the kind of process that you kind of have to run with because I feel like Howard's potential is there. I think he has the potential to be one of the better players in this draft, but he's similar to Koulibaly where it's like it's a project. It's really rough and raw around the edges, but you can't really be mad at any of these picks. I think these are all very solid picks. Let me see here.
so. We got about a minute, and a minute and a half, a little bit less than that before Brooklyn has to go. So they're pretty much taking their time with this pick, and nothing's still been put out yet.
Right.
About who they're gonna pick. But it'll probably come out relatively soon. Um, so I mean, right now, again, as we get closer to the bottom part of the draft, right, or at least of the first round,
Right.
this is where it gets kind of interesting because again, like, which is weird is that, some of these teams, have picks at the end, like say Portland, right? They have the 23rd pick. Um, I believe Charlotte has a pick, towards the back part of the first round. We saw a couple of trades. Right? I think Denver now is traded up, right? So they were able to get, a pick right towards the end of the first round.
Hmm.
Uh, but obviously, we're gonna kind of stick with Brooklyn here because the pick's gonna come out like probably within the next 10
Wait,
20 seconds.
Denver
Looks
has a
like no,
pick. Denver has a pick in the first round.
I think so. It's either early second or late first, but it looks like Brooklyn's taking Noah Clowney.
Ooh,
That was another name.
okay. That's a guy that was projected second round.
Yeah,
Very
yeah,
interesting.
yeah. That's a name that I had like late first. I
Hmm.
think I had him at 24.
Okay.
So this
I had
isn't
him in
too
the
far
second.
from where I had him. Kind of a big forward. I guess 6'10", relatively thin,
Yeah.
long arms, but again, probably like kind of like a project guy,
Yes.
because yeah, exactly. Because I feel like, some of these guys here, that's kind of what you're gonna see. Um, but again, like I feel like that's probably what Brooklyn is probably, probably needs. Because again,
Right.
like they were really small in the playoffs, right? Outside of Claxton, right? He was like basically their only real center,
Right.
right? So, you saw lineups where they have like, Royce O'Neal at center, or like Dorian Finney Smith. And like,
Sure.
again, those guys are fine. They're just not centers.
Right.
Um, so having a little bit more size and rebounding, an interior presence, I feel like that will probably help them. So I like that pick.
Yeah.
Um,
He's probably around like what the sixth best center or power forward in this class. And he's. I feel like this is
right.
more of a class that was kind of short, particularly in bigs.
Yeah. More
So
so like
this is the
forwards
right
and
pick.
guards.
I think this is
Yeah,
the
but
right pick. I had him more in the second round, but that's
right.
for like you said, he's more of a project kind of guy. But I believe in it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, yeah, it's just but it is kind of interesting with Brooklyn because again, they're at a weird crossroads where they do have to compete. But at the same time, right, like, he could potentially get minutes for them because it's not like they're a team that's like, has like a ton of veterans on the roster.
Absolutely.
They have some guys, but at the same time, I feel like they might want to move some of those guys. So, like a Royce O'Neal or a Dorian Finney Smith. Um, but regardless, yeah, it's definitely been a cool draft so far. Like I said, I'm a little disappointed that there's not as many trades
Right.
as I was hoping for. But at the same time, we also had some huge, we had the two huge trades earlier in the day. Um, But regardless, it does kind of feel like a lot of this has to do with the CBA, I think. But
Absolutely.
either way, regardless, we are kind of in unprecedented territory. So I could be completely wrong. Because again, like I said, just because teams don't make trades today doesn't mean that they won't make trades later. But again, there's a realistic world where teams like Golden State, LA, Miami could just keep those guys. It is definitely possible.
Right.
Um, so I guess again, the next pick is still Brooklyn.
Right.
So they got the forward. So I feel like here's where they'll probably be more likely to pick a guard.
I think they'll pick
Um,
Kobe Jones. I think that's a pretty solid pick.
yeah, exactly. Again, I guess you still have some other guys on the table like Whitehead. You still have Nick Smith Jr. Sensabaugh still on the board, right? But like I said, I just feel like a guard's probably coming just because again they already picked a forward.
Right.
So I don't feel like they're gonna pick guards, two big forwards back to back.
Sure.
But they do need more size and rebounding, so it wouldn't shock me. But regardless, um, I don't know. It like you said, he's definitely more of a project build.
Hmm.
So, you almost feel like he'd go like you said later, but
Yeah.
again, they definitely needed some more size.
Sure. I'm surprised to see Chris Murray fall this far. I guess it's
Yeah,
maybe because he's a junior, but I don't know. That's interesting.
yeah. But we did have some other guys, that rose that were also, that were a little bit older, right? Because again,
Yes.
Hawkwest, right? He got to 18. We saw Keontae George, right? He went, relatively high.
Hmm.
For a guy who's 23.
Yeah.
Um, so I mean, you just never know, with a lot of these picks.
Yeah.
Uh,
He's interesting.
but it looks like, let's see. I guess we're still kind of waiting around, right? Because again,
Yeah.
like they still haven't even announced the Clowney pick yet, right? So I
No.
mean, on TV at least.
Yeah,
So
we're waiting.
yeah,
And that's kind of what
exactly.
happens when you get later down these roads because these teams have to think a little bit more methodically than, oh, we need the talent guy, we need this, we need that. These are
Exactly.
potential contenders. Um, next we've got Portland. I don't know what they're gonna do here, and then looking forward again, we've got the Kings, then Memphis, then the Pacers, Hornets. So we've got a bunch of teams that are kind of in different places here and there, but I like you said, Brooklyn is definitely one of those teams that should be contending. So they do have to pick wisely and smartly here.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Just because again, like you have some options here. So
Exactly.
there's,
Um,
there's a number of guys that I think are available here.
yeah, and I think the problem is they're looking for a guard, and right now guard room is kind of looking a little rough. You've got Nick Smith Jr., you got Colby Jones, and that's pretty much it. Projected first rounds. A lot of these guys went way higher. Like um, Brandon Podziemski. He's gone. Jordan Hawkins is gone. So
Right.
what do you do if you're Brooklyn here? Do you maybe look at the second round gems and take a swing on them? I don't know. That's risky to me. Like there are guys that are available, such as Amari Bailey. Um, but at the same time, do you really want to do that to yourself? It's tough. They're all in rough positions because all these guys are pretty much gone, and it's like you have to pick guys that are good or that are going to be good, pretty much, or
Yeah,
else
exactly.
you may be in trouble.
Yeah, again, we still have a couple minutes left, for Brooklyn to make their pick. And like you said, we're kind of at a point where, these teams are kind of, you know, uh, doing a little bit more, in terms of picking who's available. Because, like
Right.
you said, it's more about fit now, than just complete overall talent. So,
Exactly.
all these, but again, ideally, all these teams have already done their homework. In terms of picking, who's the best available guy, who fits well within our system, right? Which guy, seems like he's got, um, some really positive attributes. Um, but again, we're getting closer, right? Because again, it's a minute and a half left.
Yeah.
So, you know, uh, I don't know, because like I said, I feel like a guard's coming, but I could be wrong. Because again,
So
like
yeah.
yeah, because I feel like that they definitely need some more of that. But they could also pick a big. But like you said, there's not that many bigs available that you would probably want to take this early.
Right.
So
A
that's
lot of them
like
are projects or they're
yeah,
niche.
exactly.
Like I'm looking around on Twitter right now. Kevin O'Connor just put out his top 10 NBA draft prospects
Right.
available. I don't know if you can co-sign this. I don't really think this is very accurate, but in terms of the order, but it's Bryce Sensabaugh, Leonard Miller, James Najee, Oliver, Maxence Prosper, Nick Smith, Colby Jones, Trace Jackson Davis, Ryan Rupert, Chris Murray, and Dariq Whitehead. What do you think of
Yeah.
that list?
Yeah, like you said, I feel like the order you could probably interchange.
Hmm.
But in terms of those 10 guys, right? Like, I mean, I feel like that's probably relatively close.
Sure.
Because again, like, most of those guys are the guys that we had. It's just, at this point, we had several of those guys, not several, yeah, several of those guys going a little bit higher, right? Like, we had, like I had Miller, Sensabaugh, both in the teens.
Hmm.
Um, Murray I had in the teens as well.
Hmm.
Um, even Whitehead, right? I had in the teens, right? But like you said, these teams have picked other guys, so you know now that's kind of changing the board up for the most part. But
Yes.
again, it seems like the pick is in, so we should know pretty shortly who Brooklyn's gonna take.
And
Um,
um, this is interesting. I saw somebody kind of on Twitter also co-sign. Wait, uh, I think a noti just came in. I couldn't read it though. Oh, Dariq Whitehead. So Dariq
there you
Whitehead
go.
is the guy who's been picked. That's a
Right,
good one, I think. That's what you want. Um,
right,
he's a guy who's battled injuries. Definitely was a top 5 recruit coming into college. I think he's not like a franchise changer for sure, but like you said, this guy kind of fits more that Warriors prototype where it's like, you take a swing on a guy who has injury history, but he is good nonetheless. The athleticism is there. He has lost a step since the foot issues. But I think this is a good thing because I feel like he has some big time like scoring potential for sure, and he's definitely I'm gonna say he has star potential as like an athletic marvel kind of guy, freak athlete. But like you said, his athleticism did take a huge hit with the foot injury though. But I like this
right.
pick nonetheless.
Yeah, because that's the thing, right? Like he did drop, for a reason. But again, you're hoping that if he really pops, right? Like, if he kind of unlocks, what people saw in him at, in college, right? Or
Exactly.
in high school, right? Then you're
Yeah.
hoping that you got something really good there. And again,
Exactly.
like if you're Brooklyn, again, you can afford the swing because, their rebuild, like I said, is different from say a team like Houston because they're not in a position where like they can be back because again, they don't have their own pick.
Right.
Yeah, so I mean that's kind of the issue for them going forward, right? Because again, even with the other pick, right, they got all those Phoenix picks, but again, Phoenix, is going to be good at least for the next couple of seasons.
Right.
So, again, you're not getting like a lot of high picks there, so you know, it's definitely something to kind of to keep in mind, as we continue to go here. But like you said,
Yes.
then the next team up, I guess is Portland, right?
Yeah.
So
I'm curious to see what they do here. They got to pick Sensabaugh. I feel like he's the best available.
yeah, because again, they pick Scoot, so you have a glutton of guards.
Mm-hmm.
So I feel like again, go for the wing, go for the
Yes,
forward.
please.
Please, again,
Yeah.
because you already have Lillard, Simons, now Scoot, right? Shaden Sharp, who I guess is
Yeah.
kind of like 2-3 sort of.
2-3.
Um,
I feel like he's more of a 2 anyways, but
yeah, yeah, he was probably playing 3 for Portland just because again they were so small.
right.
But
And now the basketball has become somewhat positionless anyway, but
right, yeah,
in
so
some aspects, around that 1, 2, and 3.
yeah, exactly. So that's how I feel about that.
People are
Um,
comparing Whitehead to Cam Reddish on Twitter. That's funny.
yeah, that is kind of funny. Yeah, that's another. I think he's on Portland. I kind of wonder, what happens with him.
I forgot. Yeah.
Considering his career so far hasn't really, turned out, the way that I think, some people probably hoped it would. Right? It's kind
Yeah.
of been like, in that sort of bust-ish territory.
It's
Uh,
there.
yeah. So I mean, I don't know. I mean, he could probably, end up, a guy that gets like a second shot on another team, but I don't know. I mean, I just feel like he right now he just hasn't really panned out, unfortunately.
Sure.
And that's kind of an example, of a guy that, was pretty good in college that people had a lot of, belief in, and it just hasn't worked,
Some don't
unfortunately.
translate very well to the NBA, and that's to be expected with some of these picks. But I feel like the top 3, and honestly, arguably the top 10, are pretty much a lock to be pretty good.
Yeah. Usually you hope, but it is
Yeah.
kind of interesting because, like, when you look back and you look at a lot of the number one picks, they don't, a lot of times in these drafts, right? Usually there's somebody that's like maybe a couple picks after that's a little bit better.
Okay.
Obviously you always have certain drafts, right? Like,
We
say,
got sorry to cut you off, but we got Chris Murray going to
okay,
Portland.
so
But
there you go.
continue. What were you gonna say? Then we can
Yeah,
get
I was
into Chris
gonna,
Murray.
like for example, 2003 you had LeBron going number one, so that one makes sense, right? But then we have other drafts, right? Like say, Anthony Bennett went number one in 2013,
Oh God.
right? Andrew Wiggins went number one in 2014.
Right.
Uh, so that happens sometimes, but like usually if you have a top three pick, like you shouldn't mess that one up,
Right.
but like sometimes it happens because like you said, sometimes guys don't translate. But yeah, the Murray pick, yeah, I think that's fine, right?
It's a
We
good
know
one.
three and
Yeah.
wing, like his brother, right? But more like you said, more of a three than a four.
Yep.
And that's fine. I think that's what Portland needs. So
Yeah.
I don't really have an issue with the Portland picks because again,
Can't be mad at it.
they picked the guys who were there, right? You picked Scoot, I think that's awesome, and you picked Murray, I think that's awesome. So
Yeah.
to me, that makes a lot of sense. It's just kind of like, what are you doing with Lillard now, right? Because
Right. I feel like
I
he's
don't,
on his way out, man. He's got to
yeah,
request a trade.
because I just don't know. Because again, with Scoot there, like, I don't think they're going to trade Scoot. I would imagine they would just keep him. So to me, like you said, it just feels like Lillard may be closer to being out the door. And
Yeah.
like I said, if you're Portland, that's probably what you want, honestly. Because again,
Exactly.
like, there's no real point because I don't see a pathway for them to be a real contender. Um, whereas like I feel like you could probably move Lillard to somewhere else and like,
Right.
where you can kind of play with other guys and like then it's fine, right?
Yeah.
If he goes to a team like a Miami, right, and all it basically is Tyler Hero, and like Duncan Robinson, then I feel like that's pretty solid, right? But
Right.
again, while he's in Portland, I just don't see a pathway for them to realistically, compete. I
Contend.
just don't
No.
see it.
They can't.
Like,
They need to start the rebuild now.
yeah, and that's kind of the tough thing because again, like with Lillard, you're not going to trade him unless he wants to be traded, right? Like they're
Right.
not going to just wake up and trade him tomorrow just because he would have to be in a position where he wants out.
And it
So
sounded like, he didn't want to play around a core of young guys. That
yeah,
sounds like what he wants. He wants help from already established people around the league. And we said that earlier. So
yeah,
I
and that
feel like
makes
he's on his way out.
and that makes a lot of sense given
Right.
his age, right? He's already 32, 33.
He's in his early
Uh,
30s.
yeah, exactly. So he's at a point now where yeah, you probably can't really risk having him just in a rebuild mode on a team like that's not the type of guy that you would want around for a rebuild.
Absolutely not.
Yeah, and again, it has nothing to do with him,
No.
uh, as a person or anything, because he's a great guy. It's just, realistically, at his age, you don't want him on a rebuilding team. You want him on
No.
a
That's a waste of his career. And I'm sure he doesn't want to be on a rebuilding team. And
yeah,
that's what he expressed. So
yeah,
I think he's on his way out. And we'll probably see
yeah,
him request a trade within the next few weeks.
right. And
Now,
I feel
where he
like
goes isn't going to be interesting, though.
yeah, exactly. And I feel like whatever they get back probably isn't as much as they would have gotten back, if they had traded him, like a season or two ago.
Right.
But either way, right? Like you have a great start, right? with the young guys that they selected. So
Right.
either way, like you're in a decent spot, if you decide to rebuild. So next up is Sacramento.
Hmm.
Obviously we know the deal with them. They had kind of an unexpected, really good season. Fell short in the playoffs, right? Because again, 3 seed going against the Warriors. Um, I mean, I guess for them, defense, 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 right? Like 3 and D, that's kind of what you should be looking at, right? Because
Right.
again, we know defensively, right, not great over the course of the season. And I feel like in the playoffs that kind of got exposed, as that series kept going. So again, I feel like getting a guy that's like more of like a natural four, right? Because again, I like Murray, and I guess you could say 4-3, but just having another guy out there with size and
Hmm.
versatility, defend on the interior, I think that's kind of what they should be looking for.
Right.
Um,
But at this point, who's even left?
yeah,
Like, do
exactly. I
you
mean,
go Oliver, Maxence
oh, here
Prosper?
we go.
What's
We
up?
got to trade. The
What's
Kings
up?
are trading Rashawn Holmes and number 24 to Dallas.
Okay. For
I
what?
forgot about it.
Me too. I think he completely fell out of the rotation.
Yeah, so I guess if that's the case, then that means that Dallas has the 24th pick. Okay.
Well, that changes the entire scope.
Yeah, so now I guess now who should Dallas pick?
Hmm.
Because you got Lively, so
Right.
assuming you keep him, you have him and Holmes. That's two bigs, that are I guess acceptable. Um, So I guess now you're probably looking at a wing, right? And I think that, there's probably some options here, right? Because I mean, you got, you know, Le-
Sensabaugh.
yeah, Sensabaugh, Leonard Miller still hasn't been taken yet, right? So
Yeah, true. Yeah, Leonard Miller fell hard. He fell.
yeah, exactly. So you still have him. You still have Sensabaugh, right? I feel like they need more defense.
Hmm.
Um, and athleticism wouldn't hurt either. So I feel like Miller wouldn't be bad. Um,
Yeah.
maybe you go for Nick Smith Jr. Obviously if you traded for Holmes, I guess now you have Holmes and Lively, so you don't really need to draft another big man.
Right.
Um, and I feel like drafting two centers in the first round would be kind of an L in my opinion.
Yeah,
So
that's not a good idea.
yeah, exactly. So like I said, I feel like this is probably where, again, maybe we see like Miller or Nick Smith. I just feel like a guard or a forward is probably what we're gonna get. I
Absolutely.
don't see them. I don't see them taking another big man. Like I said, taking two centers in the first round. I feel like is kind of an L.
Do you think we
Um,
see Gregory Jackson Jr. or Gregory Jackson Jr.? Gregory Jackson.
oh yeah, that's another guy. Yeah, I think that would be a solid pick. Again as another forward,
Hmm.
because that's kind of what they need, right?
Yeah,
So I mean,
exactly.
I don't have a problem with that at all.
Yeah,
Um,
I'm
so yeah,
curious.
it says the Kings can get up to over 30 million in cap space now. So that's kind of intriguing. So that's, enough to probably sign a decent player.
Yeah,
They could be one of those teams, that maybe gets Kyle Kuzma.
right.
Um,
True, because that's around the range he's looking for, I think.
exactly. So that definitely will be kind of interesting.
It's one to watch.
So 24 overall, we got Olivier Max. Yeah, all right. So there you go, Olivier Maxwell Prosper
Can't
or
be mad
Max.
at that.
Yeah. So that's going to Dallas, and again, that's a forward. So that's kind of a guy where it's like, again, I don't have a problem with that at all.
Yeah, we were kind of high on him. We thought he was pretty good. He averaged 12 points at Marquette. 3-point shooting needs a little bit of work, but he played really well in the scrimmages of the combine. So I think that's a good sign. That he went fairly earlier than projected, I guess.
Yeah. I agree. Uh, so I guess comment with the next pick, it's 25. It's Memphis, but technically it's actually Boston because obviously this was in the Marcus Smart trade.
Right, forgot about
Um,
that.
exactly. So I guess with Boston, what are we
Hmm.
looking for in terms of what they would probably want? Again, I feel
Bryce.
like yeah, probably another wing type of player. Just to have like a guy who can kind of spell for one of
Yes.
Tatum or Brown. So I
Yes.
feel like that makes a lot of sense. Like you said, Sensabaugh's still on the board. Miller's still on the board. I feel like it's probably more. Feel like it would probably be closer to a guy who's a better shooter because that
Sure.
seems like kind of Boston's mo on offense. So I don't think they'll take Miller.
I think
Um,
they're taking Sensabaugh because Sensabaugh shot 40% from the three.
exactly. Yeah, yeah. Maybe Sensabaugh or Nick Smith, one of those guys. I feel like that's probably more likely. Because again, like they love, those, they love having 3-point shooting on their team.
Yes.
That's clearly what they prefer to have, on
Hmm.
offense, right? Because outside of like, Robert Williams, everyone on that team, for the most part, can shoot threes at a pretty solid clip.
Yeah.
So, makes a lot of sense. Yeah, it's just kind of funny, just because again, you see, the Memphis thing, and they're gonna put on the hat, right? But they're not actually gonna go to Memphis. So it looks like we have
Right.
another trade. Um, the Milwaukee Bucks are acquiring number 36 in a deal with the Magic.
Hmm.
So so that means they're gonna have a second round pick. So that's kind of interesting because we're seeing like again these teams kind of get into the draft. So like I said, I feel like that kind of goes back to the CBA because
It
you know
is.
with Orlando or excuse me with Dallas, you got two picks in the draft and you got back another guy. So that I mean that's a pretty solid night for Dallas. I think. Obviously you'd like to get back a veteran. Um, but I don't know.
Yeah. It's kind of similar because, like you said, we're seeing a trend with these high spending teams. You know.
Marcus Sasser.
Okay.
So
That was a
Boston.
guy I had him in the second round.
So it says Boston is drafting Marcus Sasser at 25 and trading to Detroit for 31. So I guess that pick is going to Detroit, and
Okay.
Boston's going to trade
Well,
down.
Sasser's pretty good. He was a senior. He's 6'2", kind of an undersized point guard though. I guess people even really classify him as the two guard. but he averaged around 17 points, so not horrible. I can understand that move. Huh. Okay. But yeah, like you
Definitely.
were saying, like there is a
Hmm.
big trend with these high spending teams, Miami, Golden State, and they're wanting these players that can contribute ASAP, and it's like kind of similar to like even if we look at what Denver did, Christian Brown, they got him and he's on a rookie contract. So guys like that, they want people that are going to impact the game immediately, but don't have to pay crazy amounts of money to.
Exactly. That's what I feel like this is going to be. Which again,
Yes.
that seems like it's very clear that's where the NBA is going in regards
Yes.
to like very clear that they're really interested in that parity aspect, right? Where you know they're they're trying to legislate it kind of into the league, right? Where you're kind of now in a position where you can't just sign a bunch of guys, and to a ton of money. Now you're going to have to do other things and get kind of creative. And again, I feel like it's going to be kind of tough for some of these teams, because again, you got to figure it out on the fly. But
Right.
over time, I'm sure it'll probably teams will probably adjust because again, it seems like every time the CBA does change stuff up, then teams kind of find a way to kind of like you know, uh, work around it.
Right.
But regardless, it definitely does open the door for a lot of young guys to actually play for teams, which we historically didn't see, for a long time. But now we probably will because again, with the cost, because again, like now you can get these cost controlled players, for multiple seasons.
Right.
Um, so it definitely feels like that's kind of where we're headed.
Mhm.
Um, for now. So, but it seems like Sasser is going to Detroit. He's not going to Boston. Um, so I guess moving on to the next, we have Indiana right at 26.
Mhm.
So obviously they took shoot. I mean, at this point, wow. Now I'm kind of mixing guys up, but
Yeah. I get you. It's cool.
yeah, exactly. So I mean, we already saw they took it earlier, right? So at this point, now I guess the question is do they want another, do they want another wing or, do they take another guard? Um,
Right.
so I guess in terms of like the guys here, right? I mean, you still have you still have some players here, right, that are on the board that people, didn't have or that people didn't have falling this far. So,
Yeah.
I mean,
Um hmm.
I guess again, you still have Leonard Miller, you still have Nick Smith, you still have Sensabaugh, right? You still have these guys. Um, so I mean, because again, Indiana, you already took Jarius Walker. Um, so I mean, at this point, I mean, who do you pick if you're Indiana?
Yeah, this is the tough part because it's like you don't necessarily know what's going on in these organizations' minds because now, like we've said it multiple times, these are teams that can easily get better um without paying free agent guys or seasoned veterans. So they're looking for these young talents, and honestly, I'm kind of stumped here. I don't know who's gonna go where from here, and now that we're seeing these guys that have been projected to be second rounders go in the first round, I think that's pretty telling as to what the trend is here. So I think it could be really anybody. I just don't know. I feel
Kind
like
of,
they probably should go wing, huh?
yeah. I feel like that makes sense because again, I mean,
And they have the 29th pick as well,
yeah,
I
that
believe.
is true. Yeah, because I think they had like 5 picks,
Yeah.
in this draft. I think they changed because they made that trade with the Lakers earlier today, but
Mhm.
they had like 5 picks going into this draft.
Yeah. Oh goodness.
Yeah,
And I'm also getting burnt out too.
right, exactly.
Hmm.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
that's
now we're
kind
just
of
waiting, dude.
yeah, exactly. I guess I guess I don't know. I guess kind of going back to Sacramento since again they had the thing with the cap. Can you think of guys like other than Kuzma maybe that they might target? Like, do you think they'll bring back say Harrison Barnes because I think he's a free agent.
Yeah.
Um, so I guess if you're Sacramento, you probably would have to choose. I think between the two.
I don't think
Um,
they're bringing back Harrison Barnes. I think if you get somebody like Kuzma, then there's no room on the roster for Harrison Barnes. And I mean, he wasn't horrible in the playoffs, but he wasn't, the best guy out there. So, and I feel
I
like
guess
Kuzma is definitely better than Harrison Barnes at this point.
Hmm. Yeah, so I guess that's kind of, what it looks like at this point. Because again, a lot's going on, and again, as you get to this point in the draft, this is kind of where you get to the guys that I feel like most people, including myself, don't know quite as much about.
Sure.
So this is kind of where there's a lot of intriguing guys. Um, on our podcast, we talked about some potential steals.
Yeah.
It seems like those guys are are gonna be in the second round. Um, along with some others, right? Because again, we have other guys that probably could have been first round picks, but now they're going to be second round picks, assuming
Exactly.
they get picked, right? Like Sensabaugh, again, you only have about 3-4 picks left. So I mean,
Yeah.
um,
Gregory Jackson,
yeah, Gregory Jackson, Sensabaugh,
Nick Smith.
Najee, Nick Smith, right? Like there's only a few picks left: 26, 27, 28, 29, and 30. So I mean, you're kind of running. You kind of running out of time for these first round picks to get picked.
Yeah. You got and the gems in the second round obviously be like guys like Andre Jackson Jr., hustle guys. Um,
Trace.
yeah, yeah, Trace, Mari Bailey. Sorry, just thinking of Trace is just funny, man. If you guys haven't checked out our last episode of the podcast, we kind of had a little bit of things to say about him. Then obviously, I don't even know if I just said Amani Bates, but he's up there as well.
Yeah, yeah. You didn't mention him, so yeah.
Okay, yeah. So yeah, Jordan Walsh. There's a lot of guys here that do have extreme potential to be pretty good in this league if they're drafted to the right team in the right area. That is. But I'm just really just waiting to see what this next pick is, honestly, so we can really just move on.
Yeah,
Because what this is Indiana's.
yeah, this is Indiana's pick, so we're
Yeah.
at 6.
And it's not that I don't care about Indiana. It's just we kind of know like they're gonna go. Um, they have to go wing here. I just don't see any other option for them. I don't think they need to go center. And if you do go
Woj
center, who? Huh?
Woj put out Pacers are keeping number 26 and eyeing a mid-major riser on boards.
Mid-major riser. So that means that's somebody who's in the second round who's rising.
Hmm.
I think, because it can't be Bryce. It can't be
Right.
Sensabaugh because he's fallen.
Yeah.
I don't think it's gonna be Nick Smith Jr. I'm not gonna lie. It might be Trace Jackson Davis.
Yeah, I don't know.
I think it's gonna be him. Should
Oh,
we talk
boy.
about him or not? I don't want to talk about him
I guess we
prematurely
might
and
well.
then and then he doesn't get drafted. But basically, if you guys don't know about this guy, the numbers speak for themselves, right? So listen to the numbers. He averages 21 points, or averaged 29 points, 11 rebounds, 4 assists. But here's the kicker: no threes. He shot 0% from three, so he does all the. Okay, Ben Shepherd. So Indiana's picking Ben Shepherd. That's a good pick. We'll get into Trace Jackson Davis in a little bit.
We'll get
Yeah,
we'll
we'll
get
get to him when we get to him. But Shepard's
Yeah.
a good pick. He's solid. He averaged around 20. I don't even know if you know a lot about him, but I'll give you the rundown on him. He's a senior.
right.
And he had like a really good pre-draft process. I was thoroughly impressed at that. But yeah, he averaged 20 points basically, or I shouldn't say 20, 18 and 18.8. 5 rebounds, 2 assists, but a striking 41.5% from 3. He's a shooting guard, so 2 guard. Definitely showcase, his huge shooting ability. And he definitely plays on both ends of the floor. So I feel like this is an underrated pick. Definitely a big value in this range, I feel like, because this is kind of rare. It's kind of like a budget Grady Dick, where it's like, you look at him and it's like, okay, could he be good? Yeah. But at the same time, there are some things that hold him back, especially in size, I think, but in general, 41% from the three is kind of something that you can't really overlook considering, where he played as well. And through 4 years of college, he did very well. I think that's the thing that's putting him down here is definitely him being a senior. But yeah, that pre-draft process is definitely something that I think rose or made him rise up into the first round because I had him in the second round. But this is a good pick, I think.
Well, yeah, I mean, again, you always, there's always like, room for a guy, who's got some size and got some shooting,
Yeah,
Especially if he can do a little bit more, with the ball as well.
exactly.
So again, if you got that versatility in your game, that can, I think that's the type of player, that could really help Indiana. Because again, size, at the guard and wing spot, shooting, that's to me that's pretty good for them. So I've liked the
Yes.
pick that Indiana has made so far. Um, I guess moving on into number 27, right? That's Charlotte, right? So
Mm,
obviously, they took Brandon Miller, um, number second, or excuse me, number two overall.
hmm.
So, I guess again, going back to Charlotte, at this point, what are we looking for, right?
Yeah.
You got LaMelo Ball. Obviously you got Miller, right? I'm assuming Bridges will be back, right? So you
Right.
probably okay at the forward spot. You still have Hayward and Rozier. You got the two bigs, right, with Mark Williams and Nick Jones. Um, and then obviously I guess you have PJ Washington as kind of like a small ball 4 or 5.
Right.
So I feel like probably just getting like another like four or maybe like another, like two guard type player,
I was
right?
thinking
That's
two guard.
probably what you're looking for. So again, like some of the names we've continued to mention, right? Like a Leonard Miller, or a Nick Smith Jr. I feel like, those are the type of players where like I think that's probably if you're Charlotte, that's what you should be looking for. Because again, like, you have LaMelo as your point guard, right? So after and you already have Brandon Miller, as your wing, right? Bridges, like I said, I think he'll be back.
Yeah.
And you have your bigs. So like I said, I feel like probably some type of power forward, or just some type of, like two guard.
I think, for me, I had Nick Smith Jr. going here in my mock draft. I think he's really good. The problem is it's a knee injury. So the knee injury this season was not good. It was really bad. And I think he really if he wasn't hurt, I think he could have been a potential top 3 pick. And it looks like, yeah, they're selecting Nick Smith Jr. here. So like, this is kind of what I thought, just a little bit of foresight, but he's the number 1 recruit from the 2022 class, and showed his skill as a scorer and slasher. So I think this is kind of like, I'm not gonna say your budget scoot, but pretty much your budget scoot.
But
Yeah, like I mean, honestly, like this is your guy if you want an athletic guy. Like I said, the knee is kind of a concern, but I didn't see him falling past this area. I didn't see him falling into the second round, so that's kind of why I put him here. But I think teams will be glad to bring in and develop this guy. And the only knock against him, I think, is the 3-point shooting. It was kind of low, 33% from the three. But I feel like with time that could develop, and I think this is a no-brainer for them. So that's kind of why I put them there. What are your thoughts on Smith Jr.? Because I think he's pretty good.
like I said, I had him. I actually had him, higher,
Hmm.
in the draft. I had him at like 22. So again, like I think he's, a pretty solid player. Like you said, shooting needs work. But again, for Charlotte, like again, like I said, some type of other guard, to play
Right.
off of flow, or some type of big forward, right? Because you also need some defense. So that's kind of what you're looking for. So if he can figure out that defensive side, right, then obviously he's a guy that can help you. So like you said, I don't mind it. It's just again, it's just you're always kind of skeptical with Charlotte just because it just seems like you're just not quite sure what they're doing.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't have a problem with it because again, I had him actually going a little higher.
Okay.
Um,
Yeah.
so let's see, the Magic are receiving a 2030 second round pick and cash considerations from the Bucks in exchange for the 36th pick. Wow, 2030 is a long time from now. But regardless, also according to Woj, Bryce Sensabaugh has been a pre-draft target of the Jazz, who are picking at number 28. So
Shams just tweeted out they're
like I
selecting
said,
Bryce.
saying it without actually saying it.
Yeah.
Um,
Shams just tweeted it out. They're selecting Bryce Sensabaugh.
yeah,
So
exactly.
this is a good pick for them. I think he fits into their what they're trying to do extremely well. I would have preferred them pick. I don't know. Actually, I honestly now I'm kind of lost in the sauce where it's like now I'm kind of forgetting who got picked. So, but yeah, I think this is a good pick for sure.
I mean, again, another scoring forward.
Yeah,
Uh, again, and that's fine, right? Because again,
you
it's
want that
just yeah, if you're Utah, right, you have, a lot of, flexibility with your rebuild in terms of what you can do. So again, like, it's fine.
exactly.
Like I said, we both thought he was going to go higher. Um,
I had him going to Portland, man.
yeah, exactly. But either way, yeah, I had him at 25. So,
Okay,
I guess technically not that much different, right? But
right.
still, regardless, I think both picks are fine, because again, like you said with Nick Smith, you kind of get like, I guess, a quote unquote budget scoop.
Sure.
To play alongside Lamelo, even though he's not Scoot, right?
Yeah.
But that's kind of what budget is.
Yeah.
And then you look at
He's
Sensabaugh, and
obviously
again,
bigger too. He's 6'5".
yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. 6'5" as opposed to 6'2".
Right.
Um, and again, it feels like Charlotte, you got a huge guard with LaMelo at 6'7". And then, if Nick Smith, if he plays, he's 6'5". That's pretty solid for a two guard.
Right.
Obviously right now Rozier's still the starter, the other starting guard, and he's, much smaller, right? He's like what, 6'2", 6'1".
Right.
So obviously, a guard of any size can play next to LaMelo. But yeah, I'm fine with these two picks. Like you said, we're kind of at a point now where like we're in, weird territory. But now we're at 29. Once again, Indiana picks, with another pick. So again, I feel like more of the same, right? In
Yeah.
terms of either, some type of guard or some type of forward. I feel like that's what they should be aiming for.
This might be time for the Trace Jackson Jr. Breakdown.
Right, yeah, yeah, maybe he gets
This is
picked.
where I had him.
Yeah, I could see him getting picked here. Maybe Gregory Jackson, maybe
Right.
Najee. So
Sure.
there's a lot of flexibility here. Um, in terms of like who they could pick, but
Yeah.
I guess. But again, it's like it's just kind of funny because I know Indiana was kind of like a team that was rumored to like maybe trade some of their picks because they have so many, but
Right.
it seemed like so far nobody was calling. So
Yeah, and that kind of happens. I feel like most of the teams that wanted those picks, or I feel like they were probably expecting a little bit of return in that, and I just don't feel like anybody was willing to give up something for those picks. I think that's what was going on there, but I could be
yeah,
completely wrong.
yeah. So I guess so far, I mean, I guess we could technically wait, for a couple
Sure.
of picks. But I guess so far in terms of like winners of the draft so far, I mean, I guess obviously you got the Spurs,
Mm-hmm.
with Wenbanyama.
Yes.
Um, I guess you could say Portland with Scoot, and Chris Murray. I think that's a pretty solid, combination of draft picks.
Yeah.
Houston for sure, with Thompson and with Whitmore, potentially if he really pops. So those are kind of the winners I'm thinking. Are there any additional ones that you're kind of adding there?
Um, I would say probably. I think Houston won for sure. Obviously Spurs. Um, and quite frankly, I feel like Indiana's winning too, just because of all the picks that they've used. I think
It'd
that,
be weird to mess
yeah,
that up.
yeah, I think they picked some really solid guys here, and I think these are the right decisions as well. I feel like Utah also has done pretty well as well. Um, they've kind of gotten some guys that can fit somewhat of the identity that they're potentially forming. But yeah, Houston big time. And probably Indiana are the biggest ones outside of the ones you mentioned.
Yeah. No, I definitely agree. Um, yeah, but like you said, we're just kind of at a point now where as we get, towards the end of the first round and into the second round, these are kind of, the guys that, we've talked about at different points, as some sleeper picks, as well as other guys, right, that I think most people probably wouldn't be as familiar with.
Sure.
Um, but there's still some good players on the board. Um, I believe, actually, I think I made a mistake. I think that 29th pick, I think that's the Denver pick.
Really?
I think that one's the Denver pick, if I'm not
I don't
mistaken.
know.
Are you sure?
When did this happen? Did this happen today?
I thought they made that trade the other day, and I thought, that they got into the first round.
Oh,
If
okay.
I'm not
It may
mistaken.
be. I'm not
So I, I
sure.
thought that I thought that that was Denver's pick,
Let me see.
but I could be wrong. Okay, let me see.
Yes, you are correct.
Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. So I guess let's switch it up.
Yeah.
So for Denver, obviously we know they could probably benefit from, maybe. Oh, well, they already picked Julian Strother.
Hmm. Okay.
So, what do you think of that pick?
He's good. He's a junior. He's from Gonzaga, so he was on Gonzaga this year. He averaged 15 points. He's a two guard, FYI. 6'6",
Yeah, what a
209. Huh?
big one though, right?
Yeah.
And he like 7, yeah.
Yeah, he's 6'6", 209, 6'7", whatever. Yeah, he's pretty good as like I feel like he's gonna be an instant offensive addition. Shoots pretty well, smooth ball. Um, and I think he was rated in like the 90th percentile last season as a spot up shooter. So that's
Yeah,
pretty good. So
yeah. So I
he's
think he's
there.
gonna fit in with Denver,
Yeah, I
and
think he'll fit
know what
in.
they want to do. So I think
Exactly.
that's a pretty solid pick. And again, with Denver, um, again, like this is kind of what we were expecting, them
Right.
to do in terms of like, using the draft because reportedly a lot of people think that Bruce Brown will probably be gone and that because another team will probably give him more money than what Denver can give him.
Right.
So again, if you're Denver, that's kind of your ticket, to continue to do things. You got to build through the draft. Or if not necessarily building through the draft, but like you know, more so just adding guys to your core, right? Because you already have a pretty solid core with Murray, Jokic, Gordon, Porter, KCP. And again, Denver's just not a team that typically would get like a ton of free agents. I know that I'm sure like there might be people that could talk themselves into like, well, I get to play with Jokic. But just in general, right? Like, they're not gonna have like big spending power going forward. So
Right.
it's really important that they get things done to the draft. Looks like we got a trade.
Yeah.
Minnesota traded to get number 33 from the Spurs, so they've traded their way into the second round.
That's
Um,
good.
so that's good for Minnesota, right? Because obviously, they lost out on, that draft pick, that they could have had, right? That they gave to Utah because of the Gobert trade.
Useless,
Um,
man.
so obviously, it's kind of important for them, to kind of again add some extra guys, So
Yeah. I think this is a good move for them. And I believe they also have let me see. They also Minnesota also has um the 53rd pick as well, I think. Correct me if I'm wrong. So
I think so.
that's via New York. So that's interesting.
Yeah.
I'm curious to see what they do with that as well. Like I said, there's some guys here that do have potential. I feel like Amani Bates is in that range.
Yeah,
Um,
he's probably a second round guy.
oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah, and if he's not second round, I still feel like a team will probably give him one of those Exhibit 10 or like two-way contracts, that we've
Right.
seen. Just a quick note, obviously you know this, right? But
Yeah, what's up?
other people watching the live stream, um, so like after the draft, usually we'll see like a bunch of the guys that don't get drafted usually sign, like I said, the Exhibit 10s or two ways,
Yes.
right? So Exhibit 10 basically means that it's like a contract that lets them play for the G League team.
Mm-hmm.
And then a two-way contract allows them to kind of play in between the actual team and the G League team. So
Yep.
we'll see that for guys that don't get that don't get drafted.
Exactly.
So just because a guy doesn't get drafted, that doesn't mean he won't play. It just means he'll have to get in another way, right? Like
Yep.
we saw with Austin Reeves, he was undrafted, and was with the Lakers on a two-way, and then given a regular contract going into the season.
Yep.
And obviously we know how that turned out. So just because a guy doesn't get drafted doesn't mean he's not coming into the league. It just means
Exactly.
again, got to find another path.
Yep.
Because again, there's more players available than there are draft picks, and this year we only have 58. We don't have 60 because um, Philly and I believe Chicago lost their second round picks because of the tampering stuff.
Yes.
Um, so we don't have as many picks, and the second round goes much quicker. For those who don't know, because in the second round it's not 5 minutes in between picks; it's 2 minutes.
Yep.
Um, so obviously that shaves some time off.
Yeah.
So that's obviously nice because again, by the time you get to the second round, everybody's kind of tired, everybody's kind of out of it. So
Yeah.
that will allow everybody to kind of just like kind of just relax, but just keep in mind it goes fast. So
Right.
now we're going to the 30th pick. That's the Clipper pick. But that's going. Is that going somewhere else?
Oh, that's a good question.
Because it was supposed to go to the Wizards, but then I know that fell through, because because of the Brogdon thing, during the Porzingis
You said
trade.
we're looking at 30.
Yeah. So is that
Um,
just go back to the Clippers?
Freak. Okay.
Uh, Yeah, I
I
think it does.
think so.
But
Yeah,
regard
it's the Clippers one. Yeah.
yeah, exactly. So
Yeah.
in terms of who the Clippers should take, again, there's a decent amount of options, right? Because again, you're kind of at a period with Kawhi and Paul George where we don't necessarily know how many more years they're going to play together. There had been rumors about the Clippers calling teams about maybe trading Paul George
Hmm.
away to them, to other teams. So maybe you take a wing. Um, they have a decent number of guards,
Right.
right? You got Bones, you got Terrence Mann. You still have, some of the older guys on there as well. Um, but I don't know. Again, I feel like there's a lot of options you could go for here.
Hmm.
And, so I don't know. Who do you feel like is probably a guy that could potentially get picked here?
Here's something I would say. I would probably go around along the lines of Gregory Jackson.
Yeah, that's
Just
what I'm.
mainly due to the fact that his potential's there. And if they're looking to move on from Paul George specifically, maybe not so much Kawhi. I could see Gregory Jackson being a solid four for them if they can, figure out how to maximize his potential because he was a former number one recruit. And I feel like he could definitely sneak into the first round because his pre-draft process was pretty horrendous. I'm not gonna lie, pretty underwhelming, and he had a really bad season at South Carolina. But there's just a lot of hype around him, so I could definitely see the Clippers picking him up. And that's another project guy, but I think it would pay off in the long run if they know how to develop him correctly. That's kind of my thoughts. What about you?
Yeah, I mean, like I feel like that's probably a fine pick. I mean, again, like probably some type of power forward ish type player. Because again, you got
Oh,
Marcus Morris and Batum.
we just
They're kind
got
of getting
we just got
picks
the
there.
noti.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
who is it?
Um, it looked like it was Kobe Brown.
Kobe
Yeah,
Brown.
Kobe
Yeah, it's
Brown.
Kobe Brown.
That's good.
Okay, so they
I
chose a
don't mind
guard.
that. Uh, I mean, they play. He can play the two and the three. He's six
Yeah,
seven. I think he's more of
right.
a forward, so that may be the Paul George replacement. I don't know, but at the same time, he also is a pretty good defender as well. He weighs
Right.
252 pounds, but he shot 45% from the three, which is pretty
Yeah,
good.
so that's a good fit, I think, with the Clippers.
Exactly. Yeah, he's a
Because they
big
like to push
forward.
the ball.
Yeah.
They like to have a lot of guard wing type players out there. So I think that's fine. Because again,
Yeah.
with or without, George, that's fine. So
Yeah.
obviously, this is the conclusion of the first round. So obviously now we'll be getting into the second round. So I guess overall thoughts on the first round. Definitely a lot of surprises. In terms of guys getting picked. Right. Obviously
Sure.
not much in terms of trades. But a lot in regards to we saw several guys rise higher than we expected. And multiple guys fall lower than we thought. Right. We saw Thompson rise. Um we saw Hawkwez rise. We also saw Koulibaly
Hmm.
definitely rise. That was a big one.
Yes, sir.
Um, maybe the biggest one, right? Because
Yeah.
he shot up, the boards very quickly.
Yeah.
Um, but then we saw others, for example, like Whitmore. He dropped, precipitously, right? He went from a top 5 pick to fall into 20. And we also still have a number of guys that were projected to go in the first round that are still on the board, right? Like Leonard Miller is still on the board. Um, I think like you mentioned, Gregory Jackson is still on the board. So there's still a number of players. Najee is another guy, that was kind of projected as a potential late first.
Yep.
There's definitely some guys, that are still on the board. But that's definitely I feel like kind of what we've seen with the first round. And then like we also mentioned we also see a lot of these high spending teams be okay with taking these guys, but they're taking guys that are probably more ready to contribute right now
Right.
opposed to projects because again it's kind of important to have that financial flexibility. So I think that's
Absolutely.
what we're kind of seeing right now, which is definitely a change from what we had seen in the past.
Yeah, I agree. This is interesting. I think this was a very curious draft. Like you said, kind of underwhelming in terms of the trades. I thought we were going to get a way more amount of trades, but I think
Is that
that's just teams playing it safe.
yeah.
But overall, I can't really be mad at any of these picks. I think these are all really good picks. The draft class is deep in terms of NBA ready guys, but not necessarily deep in terms of, okay, yeah, these guys are going to be amazing players, franchise cornerstones, things like that. We've definitely seen deeper and better classes, but overall, you can't really be mad at any of these picks. I'm just curious to see how round two goes because there's a lot of sleeper gems in this one, I feel like, and I'm curious to see where these guys go.
Yeah, exactly. So I guess, because we got, a decent break for I guess a little bit, right, until before they start the second round.
Right.
Um, so I guess I guess we might as well, kind of get into I guess we can kind of like look through, the draft, the first round at the very least, to kind
Hmm.
of see like, so we can kind of refresh, our memory because,
Sure.
a lot has happened over the course of the last, 3 hours. Yeah, 3 hours or so.
Hmm.
So, let's kind of just, go into, who ended up going where, right? So obviously, we know when Banyama went number one,
Yep.
right? For sure. Then we know, at number two, right, Brandon Miller, right? Scoot, goes third,
Hmm.
right?
Amon next at 4.
Yeah, yeah. Next, Amen Thompson,
Yeah,
right?
Amen.
That's
Excuse
fourth.
us.
Yeah, Asor Thompson after him, right, going to Detroit.
Hmm.
Anthony Black, Orlando. And then 7 and 8, Koulibaly and Jarius Walker, right? But they switched teams, right? So
Yep.
Koulibaly's going to the Wizards, Walker's going to the Pacers. Taylor Hendricks at 9, Casey Wallace at 10, right? But going to Oklahoma City as opposed to Dallas.
Hmm.
Um, Jet Howard going to Orlando at 11, Lively at 12 to Dallas, Grady Dick to Toronto at 13, Jordan Hawkins at 14 to New Orleans, Kobe Buffkin to Atlanta at 15, Keontae George going to Utah at 16, Jalen Hutch Scafino at 17 for the Lakers, Jaime Jaquez Jr. going to the Heat at 18, Brandon Podziemski going to Golden State at 19, Whitmore, right, dropping from a top 5 to going to 20 at for the Rockets.
Yep.
Noah Clowney and Derek Whitehead going at 21 and 22 to Brooklyn. Chris Murray going at 23 to Portland. Olivier Maxence Prosper going to Dallas at 24 from the Kings, but going to Dallas with Rashawn Holmes. At 25, Marcus Sasser going to Detroit, right? Originally the Grizzlies pick, then Boston's pick going over to Detroit. Ben Shepard at 26 going to Indiana. Nick Smith Jr. going to Charlotte. Bryce Sensabaugh going to Utah at 28. Julian Strother at 29 for Denver, and then Kobe Brown at 30 for the Clippers.
Right. I think this is solid. I think we just got a notey though. Um, Charlotte is acquiring James Najee at 31 from Boston and sending number 34 and 39 to the Celtics.
Okay. So we know who's getting picked, the first pick of the second round, James Najee. That's another center. Um, again, they already have a couple of centers, but at the same time, I guess, you're looking for cheap guys. I guess they don't have to really, sign any in free agency, but I don't know. That one's kind of weird. To send 2 picks over to Boston and then
Right.
take a guy that already plays a position that you already have.
Right.
Um, but I don't know. I don't know
Yeah.
about that. Like I said,
I,
I like him, but I mean, I don't know. He's
I don't know
also
how to
very
feel
raw.
about this one.
Yeah, he's pretty raw, but super athletic.
Sure.
But I don't know. I almost feel like I would have liked this more so for like Boston, as
Yeah.
opposed to Charlotte, because I just
Sure.
feel like with Charlotte you already have some bigs. But I guess at the same time, right? Like he is a guy that it seems like a lot of people like.
Hmm.
So, I don't really have too much of an issue with it, but it definitely is kind of surprising.
Yeah. Hmm. This is interesting.
Um, so it looks like Shams is getting ready to talk about Lillard and the Blazers.
Oh boy. Okay.
So let's see what he has to say.
Um.
All right, here we go. Let's see. Yeah, Scoot's going to be there. We know that. New Orleans wanted him, but they're not
Mhm.
getting him.
I think every team wants a guy like Scoot, but can you get him is the question, and
Right.
obviously they couldn't. I'm gonna use the bathroom real quick.
Sure. Okay, so they have between now and the end of free agency. So basically, Shams is pretty much just saying, um, that Portland, if they don't really make any real big moves between now and I guess, free agency, which again I don't think they will, then that Lillard is probably much more likely to ask out. Which, I mean, again, that's not really much of a shocker to me, right? We already know he's been talking about, not wanting to, stick around for a rebuild, which makes sense. So, I guess, I guess from this perspective, it probably also helps him because it doesn't make him look, not that I think he looks bad, but I think like it also helps him look not quite as bad if it's a scenario where it's like, hey, I wanted to stay, but Portland, you know, uh, didn't want to do what they needed to do in order to put a competitive team around me. So I feel like that's probably where this is headed. Um, because again, it's kind of a thing, sort of a similar situation that we saw with Beal, right, where he kept saying, I want to be here, I want to be here, I want to be here, right, and then as soon as he had an opportunity, to bolt, right, then what happens? Then he's gone. So, um, definitely a change, obviously, right? Because I for a long time, a lot of people felt that like that Lillard was probably, a Portland lifer, but again, sometimes stuff like that happens, but it makes sense, right? Like basically he wants them to improve. He doesn't want to be around for a rebuild, and if they don't, do what he wants them to do, then he's probably gonna bounce. So, but again, like if I'm Portland, I'm also like, you know, I I would rebuild anyways because I just don't think you're really going anywhere. So, maybe it's a standoff, but I just feel like at a certain point, he's probably going to be gone. It looks like Denver is going to select Jalen Pickett at number 32. So, just another guy, to kind of add, to their roster. 6'4", right? So definitely more of a guard, obviously, but out of Penn State. At the same time, right? Obviously, a little bit older, right? 23. But again, like I feel like he's still a guy, that can help him. He's got a high IQ. Again, at 200, right? That's relatively solid for a two guard. So I feel like he's, going to be one of those more, defensive minded guys. And again, like if you're Denver, I mean, there's absolutely nothing wrong with that because again, like you need, those type of players. But he did a lot. He's a pretty well rounded guy. Um, he was a big scorer for college, but at the same time, he's really solid on both ends of the floor. So, but it's going to be interesting because again, like, in at the NBA level, right? 6'3", 6'4", but a bigger guy. Those are the type of players, where you're not really sure how that works, at the NBA level. But again, like even if he's 6'4", he doesn't have to be like a natural point guard because you have Jokic. And again, he can play bigger than his size. So, Denver will probably have some more flexibility with those smaller lineups. Um, but I think it's a fine pick, because again, he had a really good run in college. Um, but it is kind of interesting because he doesn't play like most guys his size. Um, because again, most guys his size are usually a little bit smaller. Um, but he even can kind of bully guys, in the post sort of right, which so which is again that's kind of like an old school classic game, but he can also shoot and defend, so he can do a lot of different things. So I think he'll really help them. Because again, at this point, if you're Denver, you're just adding guys, that can just help you play. Because you're going to win a lot of regular season games anyways, as long as Jokic plays, right? Because again, they won almost 50 games a couple seasons ago without Jamal Murray playing at all. So, um, again, it's just going to be interesting. So keep in mind the second round, doesn't take as long as the first round in terms of the picks. So it's going to be a lot faster, in terms of who's going where. Just because, again, they have 2 minutes in between picks as opposed to, 5 in the first round, which again, it's the second round. So that makes a lot of sense. Um, for the Spurs, I mean, at this point, you got Wenbanyama, so pretty much all you really need is some type of point guard play, right? They pretty much only had Trey Jones last year, right? Tyus Jones's brother, I believe. And again, he's fine, right? But probably not a starting point guard. I don't know if you're gonna really find a great starting point guard in the second round, but that's probably what you're looking for if you're the Spurs.
Sorry, dude. Did not mean to leave you hanging.
Oh no, you're good. I was. I was keeping it going. So Denver, um they took Jalen Pickett at 32,
Okay.
and Minnesota just came in. They're selecting Leonard Miller at 33.
Okay. That's good. I'm glad Leonard Miller finally got off the board. You know,
So I want to make a correction. That's the Spurs pick, but it's going to Minnesota.
okay.
Yeah.
That
So
Minnesota. I think that's a good pick for Minnesota then.
yeah, Leonard Miller. What do you think of Jalen Pickett
Oh yeah, he's good.
going to Denver?
Okay. Oh, I like that. You know, he's more of like a bully kind of guy.
Yeah,
Definitely
that's what I
more
thought.
like uh like old schoolish, I guess, if that's
Yeah,
the
that's what I
word.
said.
Okay,
Yeah,
cool. Yeah. I mean, I like that cuz I feel like I think, you know, he can probably help them in terms of like
just more,
solidifying their identity.
yeah, and just more
Um
guard depth as well. And like you
yeah,
said, kind of matches because they also have some bigger physical guards.
right.
And he's not super tall, right? But
Right.
for his position at 6'3", 6'4", he's a big dude. So
It's
he
kind of
definitely
like
fits in,
it's
like
kind of like a
Bruce Brown,
smaller, yeah, I was going to say a smaller Bruce Brown for sure. Yeah.
yeah, Jamal Murray, KCP. Those are all bigger guards.
Yeah.
Uh, so, but again, like we said, the second round is going to go faster because there's not as much time in between these
Right.
picks. So we should be able to uh, kind of roll through this for the most part.
Yeah.
So now Leonard Miller's gone, Najee's gone, right? So we're getting pretty close to most of the first round picks being taken. You
Mhm.
still got Gregory Jackson on the board, um, but outside of that, pretty much everybody else that was expected to go in the first round is pretty much out.
Yeah.
Or pretty much selected. So
Right.
now this is where we get into, like you said, the second round guys, right? Like you mentioned, like a Trace Jackson, um, or somebody like
Most of
that.
the first
I'm
round.
curious to see where he goes.
Yeah. Um this is interesting. I thoroughly enjoyed this draft. I think there's been some surprises obviously.
Yeah.
Um but nothing, you know, that makes you want to jump out of your seat except for pretty early on, I guess, in terms of the Thompson.
And selecting Colby Jones.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. That's a good pick. I
Yeah.
had him a lot higher. I had him going in the
Yeah, I had
first
him
round.
right at the end of the first. I had him at 28.
Exactly. I had him higher actually. I had him at 22. He's really good. He's one of those microwave players where you can like blink and then he'll have like
Yeah,
10
six
points and
feet
7
guard.
assists. Yeah, he's really
So
good. Um,
yeah.
Average
So
15 points, 6 rebounds, 4 assists, 37% from the 3, which isn't horrible. Um, but yeah, I feel like he could be like one of those players where he can average like 10 points, like maybe 6 assists and like 7 rebounds, something along those lines. And where's he going? He's going to
Celtics.
Celtics. Ooh, I like that. That's a good fit for them.
Right. And it says now he's being traded to the Kings.
Okay, well, I think the Kings are just as good of a fit. You know, I think that's
Yep.
something that can help them solidify their identity. Do you think? I don't know. Do you think he'll get a lot of playing time? I don't think
Oh,
so.
probably not.
Yeah,
Probably not. But again, he's a guy that can shoot. And
exactly.
that's clearly what Sacramento loves in terms of their identity. So,
Right.
again, like he's a guy where like in the regular season, you'll sometimes see like, those second round picks, get,
Sure.
minutes like maybe towards the end of games, or maybe if a guy's out due to injury. Um, but I don't know. He probably won't play a ton during the
Right.
regular season. Like I said, unless somebody's hurt. But still left in the first or still left, on the board. Ray Rupert, um, Maxwell Lewis, Andre Jackson, Gregory Jackson, Tristan Phillips or
Is ha,
Phillips.
has Trace Jackson Davis been selected yet?
No, no,
Okay,
he's
I
still
can
there.
understand that.
Sissoko, he's still there.
Okay.
Jordan Walsh, Terquavion Smith, Amari Bailey, Jalen Wilson. So there's still a number of guys out there.
Seth Lundy too.
Yeah, exactly. So I mean, there's a number of guys out there, available.
Right.
So it's kind of so at this point it's kind of just about who's going where.
Yeah. Well, this has been interesting though. I've liked it.
Yeah. Um. Yeah, and it is kind of interesting because again, like even a team like Boston, I think has done a relatively decent job. Where they're drafting players and and then kind of trading back for more picks.
Right.
Um, But again, like I'm almost, half losing track of who they actually keeping, just
Exactly.
because they've made so many trades, where, they're at a point in the draft and then they're trading back.
Right.
But so far, yeah, so far I think there's a lot of teams that can come out of this draft relatively happy, I think.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think there's been a huge loser. Sometimes there's losers in the draft where it's like, oh, they had to pick this guy because everybody was off the board. But I don't think that was the case here.
Right. Yeah, exactly. That's kind of what I'm thinking.
Now we're
So I
kind of
guess
just sitting back and playing a waiting game, huh?
Yeah, so I guess at this point, I think the next pick is the Wizards. I think that's the one of the picks that they got in the second round for the Porzingis trade, if I'm not mistaken. So I think that's 35.
Okay.
So for your Wizards, you know, who would you like for them to select, in terms of who's on the board still?
I'm trying so hard not to be biased because I like a lot of these guys.
Right.
I don't think I don't think Amari Bailey fits the Wizards. Um I don't think Amani Bates fits the Wizards either. I would say maybe a guy like I don't know if he's still on the board, but maybe a guy like Maxwell Lewis. Is he still on the board?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
Yeah.
yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe a guy around him like around his prototype. He's like a long wing. He's pretty good like physical tools, I guess. And I feel like he's like a long-term potential because I feel like he has inside out scoring ability, so I feel like that's a good pick. Let me see who else. I guess now we're kind of a little bit thinner at center now, right?
Yeah. I mean, I
Um,
guess Porzingis is gone. You
yeah.
still have Gafford.
Oh,
Um,
true. I like Gafford.
Yeah, so I mean, but I mean, you could always use another one. So I
I
mean,
mean, we could take a shot on Tristan Vukcevic. I think that's how you say his name.
right? Yeah,
He could be pretty good because I feel like when he was in the Adriatic League, he definitely put up some big numbers for sure. Um, and in the combine, he looked pretty good because he has deep range and a pretty deep bag for a 7 footer. So I feel like that could be a center pickup maybe. I don't know. It's kind of hard because a lot of these guys don't really fit our prototype and what we're trying to go for. But I guess in a rebuild, you kind of just go with whatever you can.
yeah, that's how I feel about that one, in my opinion.
Oh, so we traded away that pick actually.
Oh, so it's going to Boston.
No, it's going to the Bulls.
Oh, so did that just happen?
Yeah. So the Bulls are acquiring the number 35 pick from the Wizards and selecting Julian Phillips.
There you go. So what do you think?
Um, I would have preferred we kept that pick and pick somebody. I'm not gonna lie. Um, I would have preferred that we continue to build on the young guys, but it is what it is. Julian Phillips is good though. Um, he's like I feel like he's more of a gamble. Um, but I feel like if he had returned for college, he could have been like a first rounder next year. Um, but he's pretty good. I feel like he's got the tools that you want to see in a big wing, but I just don't know how much he would contribute early in his career. I feel like he could have had a better chance of being a first rounder if he had played another year.
I mean, 6'8", so obviously pretty good size. Can play on both ends of the floor. So,
Right.
I think that's something that Chicago could definitely use. I mean, they're a relatively small team.
Right.
For example, you had DeMar DeRozan playing power forward, a lot this year. Although a lot of the advanced stats suggested that he was best as a power forward, but um, still at the same time, again, just getting more wings. I think that's fine. Obviously, I guess for the Bulls, maybe you'd like a guard. Depending on what happens with Lonzo. Because I'm assuming he's not playing next year. Um, but at the same time, they have other decisions as well. With like Kobe White and others. Um, so next up, I think is the Bucks. They're at 36.
Yeah.
Um, so obviously, this is another team that I feel like could probably take advantage of picking somebody in the second round. So what are you thinking? Because we know, obviously they got Giannis, they got Holiday. Middleton opted out, but he'll probably,
Hmm.
re-sign. Um, so after that, right? Maybe you might like to see if you can get Um, like another backup wing, because I feel like again, Middleton, he's getting older, so you may not be able to rely on him as much. So I feel like a forward is probably where you should lean if you're Milwaukee. I think.
Yeah, I think that as well. Um, and this is the number 36 pick you said?
You said what?
This is the number 36 pick?
Yeah, this is 36.
Yeah. Um, I agree. I think you should probably go with a guy maybe like um I guess like Jalen Wilson. He was pretty good. He averaged like 20 points, 8
Now
rebounds.
it's interesting because I think Woj just said that the Rockets are a team that could actually realistically sign Brooke Lopez.
Hmm.
Um, so that's kind of interesting. So
Okay.
maybe they also might look into getting some type of center.
Right.
Uh, that would be pretty rough for Milwaukee if they lost him, just because of what he can do, on both ends of the floor.
Right. You'd see them take a
But
huge hit on defense.
yeah, but regardless, like I said, probably either a wing or a big. Because again, I feel like, well, maybe they get a backup guard, maybe, because again, Holiday's also another guy where he's a little bit older. So maybe in the regular season, you'd like him to, you know, kind of take a step back. But let's see who they pick.
Yeah. I mean, Amari Bailey's available, so could be a possibility, but I doubt it.
Andre Jackson. So there you go.
Can't
So
be
they
mad
chose.
at that.
All right, so they chose a guard. 6'6", so 6'6", 6'7". Um,
Terrible 3-point shooter though.
yeah, that's. So I guess he'll fit. No, I'm joking, but but anyways, um, I don't know. I mean, played for UConn, right? So that was the national championship team, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, obviously had some experience there, winning a college championship. Um, so I mean, it's kind of interesting because on the broadcast, their description of him is just how they usually have like the skills. It just says winning player. So
I mean, that's kind of
that's
all
not
there is to him, if you want me to be honest.
yeah. I mean, I don't know. Like when I see that, like that doesn't really sound like that's like a great. I mean, you know, not that that's not even good, but it's just like the fact that they didn't really name any skills. But in fairness, like I don't know much about him, so like I don't really want to like say anything really negative because again, I don't know. This is a guy that I don't know as much about. I know he was on the national championship team, right? But in terms of his
Mm.
actual game, I'm not as familiar with it.
Okay.
Um,
Well, I can tell you this: he's not really much of a scorer.
right?
He's more of a hustle guy. Like
Yeah,
he can bring up the ball off of a rebound. He can go coast to coast and maybe facilitate off of that.
yeah,
But he's not a shooter at all. He's not a scorer. But he's kind of like one of those players that's just gonna do the dirty work, I guess. Um, he's like a glue guy,
yeah,
somebody that you can fit in the seams. But he's not probably gonna see a lot of minutes. And
yeah.
he's not gonna have a huge impact on the game. But I mean, I can't really be mad at the pick.
All right, next up is Denver at 37.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, so this is another guy that they could potentially add on a cheap contract.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, so who are you feeling at this point? I guess for Denver, we saw them pick Jalen Pickett, and we saw them pick I don't even remember at this point.
Yeah, I feel you.
Yeah,
I'm there. Um, I would probably pick Amari Bailey here. You know, I think that's a good fit. I know I'm probably just glazing at this point, but
right.
um,
Let's see who they pick.
yeah, he had a good pre-draft process, so we'll see.
Hunter Tyson.
Okay,
Wow, there's no cheers at all.
yeah, I'm not gonna lie. That might be one guy that I actually don't know.
Perimeter shoot. All right, so he's a shooter.
Okay.
So I guess that in a way kind of fits in, with what Denver wants to do. But like you said, I'm not familiar with him at all. He averaged 15 points and almost 10 rebounds a game for Clemson.
Huh.
48% from the field, 41% from three. So obviously his MO is he's a 3-point shooter. Um, again, seems like he's got, relatively solid size. Um, so, I guess he could probably help them on the rebounding end. Again, like, it's hard to evaluate some of these guys as much. Just because again, like, for teams like Denver, I don't know how much in the regular season in terms of playing time these guys will get. I mean, they'll probably get some. Um, but again, it does feel like, with the CBA, like as I mentioned before, getting cost controlled guys, is kind of important. So
Yeah.
kind of what we're seeing. It is kind of interesting because, like I said, I've liked a lot of the picks. I was just kind of disappointed that we didn't see as many trades as what was expected, but we did obviously have the two huge trades, um, prior to the draft. So that almost, in a way, kind of like, I guess in a way, semi makes up for it. But I was
Sure.
also, in fairness, expecting more.
Right. What the heck? This is a funny quote. Scoot said if we combine our games, it'll be over on if on why Dame should stay in Portland.
Well, good luck with that.
Yeah, I don't think Dame's staying, buddy.
Yeah. So
Welcome to the
yeah,
league.
basically Sham said that the timeline is pretty much between now and like free agency. And if Portland doesn't get anything done, right, which I don't think they will, then he'll be more likely to probably ask out.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean that's pretty much where we're headed. Because again, I don't think Portland is not going to trade the pick, and I don't think they should.
No,
So again,
they
they
have
had
no
a real
reason to.
run, or I guess fun run, whatever you want to call it. I guess interesting run. With Dame in Portland, but I feel like it's probably time, to kind of end that relationship because again, you're
Yeah.
not really going anywhere. And if you're Portland, just rebuild because again, like otherwise, you know, you're just going to be a mediocre team, and you have some young guys, but I wouldn't give up those young guys, for presumably maybe only a couple seasons with Lillard.
Right. It just doesn't make sense.
Yeah. So I think the next one, I think this is the Kings one, but that's going to Boston, right? If I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
So let's pick 38. Um, so will Boston actually make a pick here, or will they end up, trading it?
I feel like the best available are probably what? Because this is what 38. You said.
38. Yep.
Yeah, so I feel like the best fit once again, Amari Bailey, Maxwell Lewis, and Ray and Rupert. Um, I feel like I'm messing up his name
Is
terribly.
in Walsh.
Walsh?
Yeah.
Oh goodness. Yeah, the second round is kind of unpredictable, but I guess he kind of does fit Boston's quote unquote culture. Funny looking guy though. I shouldn't say that.
Yeah. Probably shouldn't say that.
Yeah, but yeah, he averaged 7 points per game, 4 rebounds.
Yeah.
Less than one assist, but shot
Yeah.
27% from the three. He's kind of a project, but he does have, defensive upside and he's pretty athletic. So,
Yeah. This one's the Jokic pick because the pick happened during the commercial break. So
oh, okay.
yeah, it's like a weight loss commercial. So
Wow.
maybe he'll be like the next Jokic.
Yeah.
So I guess next pick we got Charlotte at 39. Again, I mean, I feel like again more of the same. We saw them pick Brandon Miller, Nick Smith, Najee. So I guess for them, who's left? Who's next at this point? They still have, I think, one more pick at 41. Um, so I guess for them, do you think that they probably shore up some more depth at that 4 spot?
Hmm. I think so.
So I guess who would who's available? At this point that's on the board that you would like.
Um, let's see. I mean, let me think. Is Gregory Jackson still available?
Yeah, you still have him.
Yeah, I'd take
You
him.
still got him. You still got Rupert. You still have, Bailey,
Yeah.
Sissoko, right? So Vukcevic. You still have the
Yeah.
Jackson Davis. You still have a lot of guys.
Yeah.
So what?
Yeah.
What?
Just Jackson Davis, man.
Yeah, he still hasn't been picked.
Yeah. Got Colin Castleton.
Oh, that's who was picked.
No, I'm just saying like other power forwards and stuff of that nature.
Yeah.
What?
So I mean, again, at this point, well, it looks like the pick is in, so we're about to see who they're gonna pick. Update here. Clutch Sports CEO Rich Paul began calling teams in the second round and requested them to not take Chris Livingston. It's believed Livingston has a set draft spot in the second round.
Okay.
All right,
And
so
that's the guy who canceled all of his workouts.
yeah, and Charlotte selected Muhammad Gay,
I'm not gonna lie, I don't know who that is.
forward for Washington State.
Yeah, I don't know who that is.
Well, in a way, I feel like that's like the type of position where like it kind of makes sense for them to pick.
Sure.
Again, one of those bigger forward types. He's 6'11", 213.
Right.
So I feel like that's probably like a solid type of player for them to pick.
Absolutely.
They're showing him on the screen. He averaged 14 and 8. Um, pretty decent athlete. Um, Pretty versatile as well. And again, he's got pretty good size for a forward. If he's 7 feet tall, basically.
Yeah.
Uh,
God dang.
yeah. So I mean, let's see. And then I think next up is the Lakers. So they have that 40th pick of the draft.
Hmm.
Um, Again, they picked a guard, so that I feel like that makes sense. But I guess the question is, do they pick another guard, or do they go for a big? Do they go for a wing?
I think
Um,
you might go for a big.
you think so?
Yeah.
So I guess maybe we get Trace Jackson,
Yeah.
David.
Maybe you get Trace Jackson. Maybe you get Liam Robbins. I don't know. Tristan Vukcevic. I don't know. So,
Seven,
one of those guys. I feel like you guys either need a point guard or a center.
right?
I don't know what to make of this.
Yeah, the Livingston one that definitely caught me off guard. So I guess if he's saying that, I guess that probably means that I guess they said like he's basically going guaranteed to go somewhere.
Yeah, but still, where could be a Lakers thing. I don't know.
Maybe, I mean, it is Rich Paul, so I don't know.
Exactly, that's my point. Um,
Now he played for Kentucky, right?
who?
He played for Kentucky, right?
Yeah,
Yeah. So I guess, so I guess we can kind of, explain, who he is, so because he's probably getting picked relatively soon, right? He's a guard, right? Like guard forward kind of like 6'6"ish.
yeah,
Yeah.
he's pretty good.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, he's more like a guard forward. I mean, I
Yeah.
feel like during the Kentucky season, he kind of had an underwhelming season, but
Right.
I feel like talent and size wise, he's gonna be a rotational player.
Yeah. And again, I think it looks like the pick is in, so we're pretty close, to figuring out, where these guys are going to go.
Right.
Um, like you said, it feels like that guy's probably going to get picked within the next couple of picks if they're already saying, hold all your, calls, and everything, he's going somewhere. I feel like he's going to get picked pretty soon, and it wouldn't shock me, like you said, if it's like the
Well,
Lakers, Charlotte.
Maxwell Lewis just got picked, so
Okay,
that's a good pick for the Lakers. I
all
kind of
right, so,
talked about him earlier.
right,
He's pretty good.
right,
He
exactly.
went to Pepperdine. He's a sophomore.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. Um, so I guess, for them, Hood Scafino, Maxwell Lewis. Um, I guess Lewis is more of like a forward, right?
Yeah,
6'7", yeah, but like you said, sophomore.
yeah.
Um,
Good
I mean,
shooter though. 35% from
yeah,
the three.
35%. I mean, I guess that's fine.
It's passable.
Yeah, it is kind of interesting that they didn't really opt to get like good 3-point shooters. So that's kind of
Right.
interesting. I feel like that's definitely kind of a weakness with the team.
Sure, it definitely is.
Yeah, but at the same time, I guess, if you're going for, some of the better guys available, I guess I can't really complain. Um, so definitely, definitely interesting. I'm just curious, like I said, where Livingston goes, because just the fact that that was out there is just, kind of unexpected. Was he somebody that wasn't expected to get drafted?
Mm-mm. I think he was expected to get drafted. I think he canceled a lot of his workouts. All right,
Hornets picking Amari Bailey.
good pick.
So there you go. So
It's my
they
guy.
yeah, so they picked up another guard, right? But more like a scorer, right?
Yeah,
So
I feel like that's the right pick though.
yeah, yeah. I mean, I guess he would probably fit in pretty well. With Charlotte, it's just interesting because for them now they have a lot of guards. So I almost kind of feel like at least a couple of the guys that are there right now probably have to be gone. Um,
Yeah.
'Cause, I mean, you got the guards that they drafted, right? I mean, they drafted Nick Smith, Amari Bailey, um, and then also you already have the other guards on the roster, right? Like Rozier, Book
Hmm.
Knight. Thought Maladone was on there, but maybe as a two-way.
Right.
So they have a lot of guards. So I feel like that's probably going to have to be whittled down a little bit.
Right.
But I could be wrong. So now, I guess the next pick is Washington, right?
Yeah.
So I guess now that they have the actual pick, right? Who do you want them to take in terms of who's left on the board?
I want them to pick Imani Bates. I already know that's not going to happen though, but that would be nice. I think he's pretty good, star potential, even though he had some off the court issues. But nonetheless, I think he's a really good player. And it would be a shame if he goes undrafted, but that is very well a possibility. Um,
But again, even if he doesn't get drafted, he could still make it as like a two-way guy.
yes, yes,
Maybe, because again, we'll see a lot of that after the draft, is done. Obviously, we'll be done live streaming after once the
right,
draft, over. But regardless, all those guys, you'll probably see that come out once the draft is done.
exactly. I mean, it says we need like a point guard or power forward. I guess I can agree with that. I really feel like we could use a backup center. That would be nice. So maybe Tristan Vukcevic. That'd be nice. Or Amani Bates. Those are my guys.
Right.
What do you think? Do you agree or do you?
I mean, I don't really have an issue, again with those guys because, like you said, I mean, you're in a rebuild, so you might as well pick, pretty solid players. Again, you have a ton of guards, right? But some of those guards will probably be moved at some point, so that,
Yeah.
there's no issues with picking a guard. Another big would all, like you said, would also be nice, just because again, after you got rid of Porzingis, right, you don't have as many of those. So, like I said, probably like a wing or a guard.
Right.
I don't
It
really have an
says
issue.
it says the Lakers made a significant commitment to make sure they could get a chance at Maxwell Lewis, sending $4 million to Indiana to move up from 47 to 40. The rangy 6'7" power forward or forward out of Pepperdine made a major impression in his pre-draft workout with the team. Okay, so that was kind of set in stone.
Yeah, because they traded up for that pick earlier today. So I
Right.
figured, like, all right, if they're trading up, it's one of two things: either they're using that in another trade, or they're trading up to pick a guy they like. Because they did that last year, where they traded up to get Max Christie.
Right.
Well, I think they didn't even have a second round pick. I think they traded into the second round
Okay.
and bought a pick so they could pick Max Christie.
Okay.
This guy does not have a shirt underneath his suit.
Oh gosh.
I don't think I've ever seen that before.
What you like a player?
Yeah, I've never seen. Yeah, I've never seen that at the draft before.
Buffkin. Buffkin didn't have one, I don't think.
Oh, so like just the chest?
Yeah, he just had his chest out.
Oh, I must have looked away. Wow, that's
Yeah.
funny. I mean,
I've seen it before. I've seen it at the NFL. I think it's more common than NFL. But hey, man, do whatever floats your boat.
yeah, I mean, in the NBA, I guess you could do that. I mean,
Come on, Wizards, you have to be smart.
let's see.
How much
I
time
mean,
is left? Like,
uh, I mean, how long has it said it? I mean, it probably said it for like what, like 30 seconds. So there's probably a little bit of time left. But the
okay,
pick isn't in yet. So
yeah. I feel like they're gonna. I for some reason I feel like we're gonna get Trace Jackson Davis.
really, I
Yeah.
mean, again, it wouldn't be that terrible because
No.
you do need more bigs.
Yeah.
But at the same time, right, he's not a shooter, so obviously that's a lot different from Porzingis, but
Yeah. We may be able to get like Gregory Jackson. That wouldn't be bad at all.
no, not at all. Yeah, yeah. It is kind of interesting, because again, like he was a guy that was projected as like a late first, and he's all the way, basically towards, almost the end, right? Because there's 58
Yeah.
picks halfway. There is basically what, like, 28 or so,
Yeah.
29.
Yeah.
So, we're getting pretty close to, him really falling, I think.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm just imagining Trace Jackson Davis in a Wizards uniform and
Yeah,
not shooting a three.
yeah, but that's who you want, isn't it?
I mean, I wouldn't mind him. I think he's solid. He's not bad at all. It's just funny his play style. That's all. Because he's an
Right.
undersized big that doesn't shoot. I'm just worried how that's going to affect us spacing wise if we actually pick him.
Well, again, you have other guys who can shoot, so I mean,
Yeah, yeah.
you still have, Jones, Poole, Kispert. I guess, can Johnny Davis shoot?
It's there. He's made a couple.
Okay, all right. Well, that counts.
Yeah,
So I guess
the pick is in. So
so I guess we're about to see who they're gonna pick.
I already know it's gonna be Trace
Here
Jackson
we go.
Jr.
Tristan Vukcevic or Vukcevic. Wait,
Good pick.
Vukcevic? Okay.
Vukes.
So there you go. That was a
That's,
guy that you kind of thought that they might take. And
yeah.
they definitely have had, I guess kind of a theme of picking some international guys. Right? Recently,
Uh,
um, I guess they didn't draft Porzingis, but they, traded for him.
yeah, the first one that came to mind, unfortunately, was actually Jan Vesely.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I forgot about him. Well,
It didn't
actually, no.
work out.
Actually, I played 2K14 the other day, and I saw him in the game.
Oh God,
So that
I
was
bet that brought back good memories.
it. Did it did?
Overall, I like this pick though. Like I
Yeah,
said, we needed a center, so can't be
yeah,
mad at it.
and he can and they have him as a forward. I mean, he's
I think he's a
what, a
center.
relatively thin guy, I guess. So,
I mean, he's around 7 feet, so
so I guess next up is Portland. So again, for them, more of the same personally to me. In terms of what they're looking for, right? You got Scoot, so
yeah,
you pretty much set at guard. Um, and so then after that, right? Probably either a wing or a big. You already took a wing, so I mean, I could see them probably taking a gamble, or swing at a big, right? Because you think about Nurkic, and it feels like he's kind of fallen off, since he had that leg injury,
sure.
a few years back. And then after that, you don't really have many other options in terms of, like great options as centers, right? Eubanks. And then after that, other guys that are kind of playing out of position at center. So I feel like, big man is probably where they're going to look. You've already mentioned guys, right? Trace Jackson,
Yeah,
Vucevic or Vukcevic is off the board, I guess. So you
right.
can't really take him. Um,
Their
so
pick
no,
is in though, so
huh?
their pick's in.
Yeah. So we're about to see who they pick.
Who's this guy?
Wait, the commissioner?
No,
We're
the
talking about
announcer.
the deputy commissioner.
Oh, that's him.
Yeah,
Oh,
he's the second round.
okay.
This is what Adam Silver used to be.
Okay, got you. Rayon Rupert.
Rayon Rupert. All right, so that's a guy that we kind of mentioned at different points as like a potential, like sleeper pick, I guess.
He's from France. Yeah,
Um,
he's pretty good.
yeah, so I think that's a pretty solid pick for Portland.
Yeah.
In my opinion.
Yes, I think it's a good pick. They have him listed as a guard. I think he's more of a forward, but
Yeah.
that's cool. He's good. He could shoot.
Yeah, exactly. I mean,
I had him going in the first round.
yeah, I mean, was he the green room guy or was that a different guy?
That was Prosper, I think.
Okay, never mind.
Yeah, but
But yeah, he was on yeah, so he's from France. 6'6" with super long arms, 7'3"
yeah,
wings. I mean, I like that for Portland.
yeah,
Again, another guy that can defend and a decent athlete. So I mean, I think I like that for Portland.
yeah. I think that's a smart move for them.
Yeah, exactly. Because again, you're in a rebuild mode kind of now, so it makes sense, to kind of get like these young, you know, two-way athletes. I think that's
Exactly.
perfectly fine.
Smart pick.
I think that's good. I think his sister also is in the WNBA. So I guess you kind of have another basketball pedigree there as well.
Yeah. They have his archetype as a disruptive defender.
Yeah, ball hawk.
Yeah, ball hawk.
Yeah.
W.
So I guess now we're going to 44 if I'm not mistaken. So that's San Antonio. Again, I think for them probably a guard. But I
Absolutely.
mean at this point, which guards are left?
Yeah, I mean, looking down the list, it's not too hot for a guard position.
Oh wow, so we missed this. The Muhammad Gay guy, he's going to Atlanta.
Okay. I still don't know who that is, honestly, but hey, I'm sure Atlanta's doing the right thing.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. I'm just kind of surprised. I would have potentially kept him if I'm Charlotte, but I don't know what they're getting back. Like if they're
Yeah.
getting back, I guess future picks, sure, but I don't know.
I feel like the Wizards need to get Imani Bates with the 57th pick.
They have the 57th pick. Okay.
Yeah, it's from Boston.
Yeah. So I guess yeah, like I mean with the Spurs, I mean again, a lot of guys left at this point. So I mean,
No. Who do you pick if you're the Spurs? That's my question.
like I said, I would think some type of guard.
They need
Um,
a point guard, power forward, or center.
yeah, exactly. That's what I'm thinking. So I mean, Pickett's already off the board. He's been off the board. Um, some of the other guys, like Sasser was a first round, and he was kind of projected as a second round guy. So I don't feel like there's a ton left.
I mean, like, who do you pick? Jalen Clark? Um, is he off the
Maybe,
board?
yeah. I mean, Clark.
Ricky
Maybe,
Council?
yeah. Maybe Turquavion. I mean,
Yeah.
um,
Turquavion Smith? He's not
maybe
bad.
Tosan.
Maybe.
So I mean, at
Do
this
you
point,
pick Amani Bates?
yeah. I don't know. I feel like he probably is just gonna not get drafted.
You think so?
I mean, I could be wrong. I mean,
What's
there
your
were a lot
reasoning
of
on
other
it?
things I was definitely wrong about.
What's your reasoning on it?
CD
Inefficient.
Sissoko.
Okay, that's a
I don't
good
know.
pick. He's from the G
Yeah,
League Ignite. That's a good one.
yeah, yeah. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. It just seemed like he had a lot of issues. In terms of the transfers and all that other stuff. So
Sure.
I feel like he could probably still be on a team, but I don't know if he'll get drafted. But I could
Yeah.
be wrong because again, we saw a number of players move around in the draft.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of flexibility. That
Yes.
can go
There
on here.
is.
In my opinion.
I agree.
But I mean, then next up, I think is Memphis, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
So, I mean, obviously we know with them, right? You picked up Marcus Smart recently in that trade. So Smart, Bain, Brooks, I think is a free agent. So maybe you look at some type of forward, as a replacement, maybe.
Yeah.
Assuming he's gone. So that's probably what I'm thinking, right?
Yeah. I agree with that for sure.
Yeah, maybe a forward, or maybe maybe they draft a big because we know Adams has had some injury issues, and then obviously Clark is out, I think, for next season pretty much with the Achilles. So maybe
Yes.
they go for a big, either a guard or a big, or not guard, my bad, wing or big.
Yeah. I think that's smart.
Yeah,
Because I feel like they do need a wing.
yeah, exactly. Because like I said, I'm just under the impression that Brooks might be gone.
He's
Like,
gone. I mean, they wouldn't
yeah,
put that out.
yeah. So if that's the case, maybe you try to replace him with a wing.
Yeah.
I guess, maybe in terms of the starting five, maybe they feel like Marcus Smart can guard wings. I don't know, but
Right.
I mean, at this point, I guess like at this point, I don't want to say like slim pickings, but
It
like,
is.
yeah, I mean, like you're kind of at a point where you're just kind of just picking just to pick in a way.
Yeah.
And that's kind of the thing about the second round. A lot of times, because it's just like, over time, these things can change. And just like over time, right? Like, as you get deeper into the draft, there's just not as many great players left. And this is normal, right? Like, usually there's not a ton of great options as you get to like, pick 50
Yeah.
in the second round. Now, sometimes, guys can end up becoming really, really good, but we don't, usually see it at the time.
Is GG Jackson? Is that Gregory Jackson?
Um, I guess. I think so. Yeah, because he's a junior, right?
I
think
don't
he's
know.
a junior, so I think that's him.
Well, Memphis got him. So you were right about the wing.
Yeah, so there you go. Yeah, like I said, so we talked about him before, right? Kind of like a scorer. Yep, Gregory Jackson the second. So there you go.
Okay.
He picked during the commercial break, so he could be the next Jokic as well.
Sure.
So
Well, he has
obviously,
potential though.
like you said, he was the number one recruit, right? When he before he reclassified or whatever, right?
Yeah.
And again, he's like a scorer basically.
Yes. He
But
just had a bad season.
yeah, exactly. Didn't have a great season, right? Didn't shoot that well from three,
Yeah.
right? So if he can, kind of up that three, he'll be, pretty solid. And obviously he's also, big time, creator, right? He can create off the dribble. He's really good at that. We talked about that in the podcast.
Yeah.
Um, so, and again, that's the type of player where I think that's fine for Memphis because again, you are already pretty set defensively. It's the offensive side of the court, where you really need to improve.
Yes. That part of your team needs some extreme help, I think, because it looks too stagnant at times. So maybe that'll help.
Anna, they're picking with the 46th pick. Looks like their pick is in. So we're about to see who they pick. Um, it'll be, I guess again for them, you know, probably maybe a guard.
Yeah. You want to
We
build
saw
around Trey, I feel like, in terms of what you can
first
do.
round. Yeah, we saw them pick Buffkin. So it's possible that maybe they don't pick a guard and maybe they pick like a forward or
Sure.
some type of big. Maybe it's like a quote unquote Capella replacement or insurance.
They picked
Um,
Seth Lundy.
I'm not gonna lie, I don't know who that is.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's pretty good. He's a
Position?
shooting guard.
Okay.
Penn State. He's like 6'5", 6'4"-ish. 14 points, pretty good. 6 rebounds, and then 40% from the three.
So
Um,
Randy.
yeah. So I feel like he's more of like a. I feel like this is one of those guys where you can bolster your roster with cheap contributors to maximize like your window of competition. But Atlanta doesn't have that big of a window of competition, in my opinion. Um, but yeah, he scored in bunches in the combine, pretty much. But I don't know. I mean, he did shoot a career best from 40% from three.
Right.
At Penn
Um.
State, so that's pretty good.
Yeah. So then now next up is the Lakers, but not actually the Lakers. It's Indiana.
Right.
Because of trade. Um. So I mean, I guess we saw them earlier pick Jarice Walker. Um. Who did they pick after that? I can't even remember at this point. I mean, I'm so like
Um,
toasted. But
let me find out.
yeah, because
They
they're the
they
team
picked Ben Shepherd.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, because they're the team that picked like 5 guys. So,
Yeah.
but I mean, um, I guess, yeah, exactly. You're right. So yeah, they had Walker. So they had the wing, they had the guards. So like I said, maybe you take a big,
Maybe. I think they're gonna go to guard, bro. I think they really are.
the guard.
I think they're gonna go another guard. Maybe
Okay.
like a shooting guard though.
Yeah,
And they also, oh my gosh,
yeah. That's
yeah,
what
they
I'm
had a
saying. I
lot of
think they have another
picks,
pick
man.
after this one too, right?
They had a lot of picks, man.
Yeah, I know it's crazy.
Yeah, they have another one, 55, and it's
Okay,
from Cleveland.
okay. Yeah, that's kind of funny. But regardless, I mean, at this point, what?
These stupid freaking bobbleheads that they keep showing on the screen. It's making my head turn to goop.
But yeah, yeah, but like I said, at this point, it's kind of slim pickings. So
Extremely.
um, but regardless, so you think they're gonna take a guard at this point?
Yeah.
Yeah, I wonder the Livingston guy because again, it was kind of suggested that like, a team is gonna pick him. So I'm wondering like who's picking him?
Yeah. I have a feeling it's going to be the Lakers.
Like
Actually,
Slate,
do you even
Indiana,
have? I don't even think you have another pick anymore.
and like the current pick is actually Indiana.
Okay, yeah.
We traded from 47 up to 40.
Could be the Clippers. Maybe Phoenix. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's kind of hard to place these guys because you don't know what these teams are thinking. So they have Amani Bates at the 10th best available. It's not
And there's
bad.
picks bet, and I think there's like 10 picks left. So
Yeah, so I'm hoping that he falls into the Wizards' hands. That would
Mojave
be
King,
beautiful.
Mojave King.
Mojave King.
Yeah, that was another. Isn't that another G League? That was the other G League Ignite guy,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Yes.
He's not bad at all.
guard forward. Like you said, you basically said guard forward.
Yeah,
So
that's what I kind of just figured. I thought that's what they were gonna do. It's interesting
so
these G League guys are going.
yeah. So yeah. Well, again, the G League at this point, that's pretty solid competition. So
Mm-hmm.
they didn't go necessarily as high, other than Scoot. I
Yeah,
think as we expected, right? Because like Miller was second round.
right.
He was expected to be first, and the other guys were second round as well. Um, so I guess next up after this would be the Clippers. So so for the Clippers, you're thinking they might take Livingston there.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Um, I feel like they need either I don't know, a guard or a power forward. That's kind of what I'm thinking, but I could be wrong on the guard thing. But I think that's where he's gonna head. I just don't know what the point of telling us that was if he hasn't been picked yet. They made it seem like it was some sort of beautiful thing that was gonna happen, but it is what it
Yeah,
is.
but it hasn't happened yet.
Exactly.
So yeah, I don't know what was up with that.
Yeah, quite intriguing.
You said what?
Quite intriguing.
Oh yeah.
I'm just burnt out at this point. I feel like the rest of the world is too. Mm,
hmm
mm, 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 mm.
But yeah, so I mean, like I said, we're kind of at a point where there's not a ton of great, amazing options. So you're
Yeah,
kind of going, like I said, with probably the best ish available.
yeah, and I'm hoping if they go by this guy's best available, Bates falls.
Yeah. So
Turquavion. Nice
oh, is
name,
that who
buddy.
it is?
No, I was just saying, nice name.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I've enjoyed this draft though. It's been pretty cool.
Mhm. Yeah, I
No
agree.
real complaints from me except for maybe the
The
what
Howard.
what's his name? I'm not
Yeah.
even really. That's not even like a huge complaint for me. Like I kind
Uh,
of just let that one slide. I think it was the Andre Jackson Jr. one. That's the one that I'm not too high on.
which one was that? Was that
Uh,
Boston? Oh no, that was Walsh.
who did they? Let me see. Let me go back to the order. Um, it was the Milwaukee one that they got from the Magic.
Right.
That's the guy who I said averaged 6 points on terrible shooting from three. So I don't know how to feel about that one, but outside of those, I think they did pretty well.
Yeah, and then uh according to Woj, he also said that like Zion wasn't offered to any team. So, like I said,
That
I didn't
makes
expect
sense.
him to go anywhere.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, yeah, but at this point, we're kind of just kind of waiting around for some of these picks.
Yeah, that's how it goes sometimes. Nothing really to talk about except for some of these guys' potential, but some of them we honestly don't know, even though we researched.
Right, yeah, exactly. Commercial break is over, so we could be getting close to the next. We should be getting close to the next pick.
Okay. Mm, 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 mm. Picks in, so
All right, so there we go. Javi King. Pick is in.
dang, I just realized Chris Murray could have been
Yeah.
on the Kings. They had the 24th pick.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that would have been really funny.
Yeah, that would have been cool.
Yeah, it would have
Jordan
been.
Miller.
Yeah, it would have been like the Morris twins. Jordan Miller,
Yeah.
you said?
Yeah, Jordan Miller. Okay. That's not bad.
Yeah.
Um yeah, he's good. He's solid. I think he has potential. I feel like Miami's just not that good of a hoop school anymore. But in general, he did pretty good. I think he averaged like what, almost 17. Geez, they need to do a better job with these player descriptions on ESPN. Winning player, that's not how I'd really describe him.
We saw that earlier with the guy that you mentioned that was drafted by Milwaukee.
Yeah, like that's
Good
not
lie. I feel like it kind of gets to a point where like some of these players they don't know, quite as much about. So like they kind of just like put like some like more basic descriptions.
sure. But even then, that's too basic for me. Like, cause I feel like he's pretty good. Cause he's like I know he's lefty. I'll tell you
Right.
that. He's around 6'7", and they went to the Final Four. That one year, so he's a senior. Um, and I feel like his outside shooting is okay. It was around like 35%, but I can feel like he could be like a depth piece. So I think that's kind of the right move for the Clippers. They want to bolster up that wing spot. Um, no, the
So,
Cleveland Cavaliers are selecting Imani Bates.
so there you go. So he did get drafted.
Yeah, I thought he was gonna get drafted. I didn't think he was gonna go undrafted. I just hoped that he fell to us. But hey,
So
you
yeah.
can't
So
be mad at that. Cleveland, that's a good spot for him.
he
They
needed
need some help in terms of scoring.
yeah,
With Karis LeVert, the scorer who doesn't score.
yeah, and they needed yeah, and they needed a win. Um, you know, so that kind of helps fill a need in terms of what they're looking.
Yeah,
I don't know how much he'll play necessarily, but again, if he kind of fulfills what people thought he could be, he could be somebody that's pretty good because again,
yeah.
he was coming out of high school, he was expected to be like a top draft pick.
They expected him to be the next KD, man.
Yeah, and he so far that hasn't necessarily panned out, but
Yeah, I
again,
already know where this is going for the Wizards, man.
the
And
Wizards.
now,
Yep,
with the
Monty Bates.
57th pick in the
Oh,
NBA draft,
oh
the
boy.
Washington Wizards select Trace Jackson.
Oh boy. Yeah, I wonder what they're gonna say. Are they just gonna say winning player?
Yeah, they're gonna be like hustle guy, can't shoot, monster rebounder though.
Yep.
Good luck.
Yeah. I mean, you know, yeah. I mean, so I think the next pick is Oklahoma City.
Yes, sir.
Imani Bates. They have him as a guard.
Yeah, they have him as a two guard.
Mhm.
I could see Jalen Wilson going here. Keontae Johnson, that's a good pick too.
Yeah.
I feel like
That's
they're gonna pick a small forward.
Oklahoma City.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I mean they already took a guard.
Yeah.
So I mean, yeah, it makes sense they'd probably take either a forward or some type of big.
Yeah.
What?
Trace Jackson Davis, man. I'm waiting for his name to be called. I'm literally waiting for it. And Drake followed Grady Dick already. All right.
Did hear. Oklahoma City is selecting Keontae Johnson.
It's a good pick. That's one of the guys I mentioned. That's a good pick. He's
There you
solid.
go.
I guess to kind of give you the rundown on him, if anybody's even still in here. He averaged about huh?
Yeah, there's actually there's still people here.
Oh, cool. Well, hello everyone. It would be nice if you guys could talk in chat. Let us know your thoughts on the draft. Let me stop being sarcastic. But yeah, Keontae Johnson, he averaged 17 points in college. He's a senior. Pretty good, I think. He was in that Kansas State squad. He's an older guy, but he's a good one. I mean, like I feel like he did have a medical issue, but it is what it is. He shot above 40% from the three, so that's pretty good, for a wing. So I think, that's something you could probably need.
All right. So next up, I guess will be Brooklyn.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, again, kind of a similar thing, as before, right? Where I feel like, we saw them select a guard.
Sure.
We saw them select, like a four. So I
Right.
guess now at this point, maybe either a wing, or another big, right? A big is definitely possible because they definitely need some more bigs. Um, so maybe this could potentially be the Trace Jackson spot. Especially because it seems like Brooklyn prefers like smaller ish lineups.
Yeah.
So I could see him going here, but it wouldn't surprise me if he's continue to fall a little bit more.
True. Yeah, Keontae Johnson. That's a good pick. I like that actually. I really like that for OKC.
Yeah. So I mean,
It's a good one.
yeah. I mean,
They're
I think they.
building.
Yeah. I mean, I think they've made some pretty good picks. I mean, again,
Yeah.
Wallace, right? Kason Wallace.
Yeah.
Keontae. Keontae Johnson.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Yeah, that's the
Uh,
new guy.
my bad,
No,
Keontae
you're
Johnson.
good. Hey, everybody's tired, man, but we're still here. We're gonna finish this thing out.
So, it looks like. Oh, nope, no pick yet. But yeah, we're getting. Yeah, but we're pretty close to the end because we're at pick 51 and there's only 58 picks.
Jalen
So it looks like
Wilson.
Jalen Wilson. Yeah, okay.
That's a good pick. Can't be mad at that one.
No. So yeah, so now we're at 52. So we're going to over to Phoenix. Now do they keep their pick or is that a pick that they moved away?
They keep it.
Okay, so
This is a
I
big
guess
deal.
yeah. So I guess if you're Phoenix, right? You could pretty much use almost anything at this point, right?
Sure.
Maybe a backup point guard, maybe a backup wing.
That's what
Um,
I was thinking. I think their
yeah,
biggest
so,
needs are point guard, small forward. That's it.
yeah, so yeah, exactly. So I mean, I feel like that's probably where they're headed. But I guess in terms of who's available, right? Who are we looking at?
True. I mean, point guard, there's not much. Small forward, there's some guys, but I feel like, oh goodness, that means Chris Livingston could potentially be going there, huh?
Yeah, actually, yeah, that's pretty possible because again, sounds like he's going to get picked. So I'm just kind of
Yeah.
curious where he actually gets picked.
There's Amari Moore.
Mm-hmm.
That's the guy I think that you said was on your radar as one of the gems, potential gems.
Right.
Yeah, there's not a lot of point guards left. I mean, there's Mike Miles Jr.
Mike Myers Jr.
Mike Miles Jr.
Oh,
6'2" guy. He's not bad. He averaged 18 points, so
mm-hmm.
I don't know if that's what Phoenix is looking for, though.
Right. Yeah. So I guess. Wow, it is raining really hard here.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Yeah, because it's gonna be storming soon. Guess I'll plug in my phone first.
But yeah, man, this draft has been pretty good. I'm serious, though. Anybody in chat, bro, let us know your thoughts, man. Help us help us stay awake, man. Because we got some stuff to do after this. And it's definitely all for you guys. So please let us know, man. Please, please, please. Who are your sleepers? Anything like that, I doubt anybody's going to respond. It's cool. We appreciate the lurkers and whatnot. We appreciate everybody who showed out. I'm just messing around. I'm just tired. That's all.
Right. So the pick is in.
Okay.
Oh wait, no, that's the Nets pick. Whoops. So I guess like you said, for Phoenix, this is like a relatively helpful pick because again, like we mentioned with all the other teams, um, that have that a lot of high salaries on their roster. It's kind of important, to see if you can find one of those type of guys, at a cost, controlled contract.
Yeah.
So, like you said, point guard, like both you and I said, point guard or forward is probably what they should be looking for.
Yes.
Um, just because, again, like that's kind of the holes on the roster
Absolutely.
for the most part. And obviously, like maybe that changes, with like free agency or whatever. But again, they don't have the ability to sign guys to other big contracts. So
Yeah.
it would be pretty helpful if they could, if they can kind of nail this pick, even if it's a guy that doesn't play. For you again, it's just a guy later on that can help you out.
Right. Yeah. I mean, we're almost done. I mean, we're at what, 52 now?
Yeah,
So we've got
but
about, 6 more picks. Like you said, the second round goes by pretty quickly.
yeah, even though it's 12:30.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah,
it
but
went
again,
quicker than the first round though, because the first round
exactly.
was like 3 hours.
Yeah, exactly. I think the second round probably started like at I don't
3:40
know.
something. 3 hours and
Yeah,
40 minutes.
yeah, because um I think we first saw picks about the second round come out like maybe like an hour ago or so.
Yes. Yeah.
And
About
again, like you said, the first round was like 3 hours.
three
So
hours around that. Maybe even more.
raining hard over here.
Yeah. Hopefully your power didn't go out. Knock on wood. I
All right,
just
so
did.
let's see. Oh wait, proposed. Oh, this is a Wizards pick.
Huh?
Whoops, it's because it says proposed trade the Wizards because I see the Wizards. So this is a Wizards pick.
The heck? On this screen that I was looking at, it didn't say that. Okay, well, Yahoo! I
Right,
don't know who
so
we're
then
gonna pick.
wow, okay.
Well, all that planning and talking about it just for it to be a Wizards pick.
Well, I mean the same logic that you had before basically applies though.
Somewhat,
If you
yeah.
because you already know who you want to pick. I guess the
Yeah.
difference is a couple of guys that you wanted are gone,
Yeah.
but you
Well,
still have a couple players left, right?
yeah.
All right, you got Tomani Kamara.
Okay. I mean, I can live with that. He's pretty good. Do you know anything about him?
Nope.
Okay. So he played at Dayton. He was a junior, 6'7", around 14 points per game, 8 rebounds per game. Pretty good. Um, 6'7", so 3-point percentage, 36. That's pretty decent. Um, but yeah, he was kind of like their number one scorer and rebounder. But Dayton, it's Dayton, so um, and I feel like he could like his game kind of projects nicely into like a potential role player, given like I guess the size and the defensive tenacity. So I can't really be mad at it. I think this is a piece worth keeping around for the rebuild. Definitely down the line.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, again, because like you said, it's a rebuild, so sometimes during this rebuild, you're gonna have guys right where maybe they're on paper, like, maybe there's a guy better, but sometimes they might be sometimes they might be the best pick. Or sometimes you'll
Exactly.
just pick a project because again, if you're the Wizards, you're not a team that's, right now looking to compete. You're
Exactly.
looking to rebuild. You're just, looking for young guys.
Exactly. So I'm not mad at this one at all.
Tumani Kamara. Yeah, so I guess next up is Minnesota.
Yep.
So, in terms of what they could use, I mean, I guess um probably at that two guard spot, I would say.
Right.
Maybe um two guard spot, maybe a backup big if Nas Reed is gone. Because that's, potentially a guy that could head out in free agency. Or maybe like a backup point guard, because again with Conley, he's older, so you might want, somebody, that you can kind of have, in the future.
Absolutely.
Probably either guard or big.
That's what I would
High
think too.
motor,
Yeah. I feel
high
like they
motor.
might. I think they should go point guard. I think
Yeah.
that's the right thing to
Yeah,
do.
because I just feel like with Conley, you might as well, look ahead because there's still a chance you could keep Nas Reed. Right, but Mike Conley is not a guy you're gonna have for like multiple seasons, probably,
Yeah.
just because of his age.
Wait, are you sure? Are you sure that the Wizards, the Phoenix pick was going to the Wizards?
I mean, it looked like it. I mean, unless it was the Wizards pick and it's going to
I
Phoenix.
think that's how it went.
Okay. Yeah, that ESPN setup is
I
kind of
think
rough.
that's how it's going because Shams just tweeted out Phoenix is selecting Kamara at number 52. He didn't say the Wizards,
That's fair. Yeah,
so
all
I
right.
don't know.
Yeah, well then that's right because for the Lakers one he says Pacers.
Right.
So you're
Yeah,
right.
I that's what I thought. I think we had given them a second rounder with the Beal thing, so
Yeah, you have 57.
that's what it is. Yeah.
Yeah.
Joy.
So the pick is in for 53. So I guess we're about to find out relatively soon who it is.
Yeah.
Oh wait, it says this pick is going to Washington.
Oh,
The
okay.
Yeah,
Well,
so I
there
was
we
right.
go.
Yeah,
Okay, yeah.
they showed proposed trade, and I saw the Wizards logo. That's
Oh,
what I.
okay. Got you. Okay, well, W.
Yeah.
Okay, so then we also have the 57th.
Yep. So there you
Okay.
go.
Well, I'm glad we're not picking, like guys that aren't gonna, come over here and be on the roster.
Right. Well,
Seems
again,
like most of these guys are gonna be,
yeah.
on our roster.
Well,
So,
like I said, it's a new front office. But it is kind of interesting because I do remember, in previous drafts, Jalen Clark for Minnesota.
that's a good pick.
Yeah, so there you go. It was a guard.
Yeah,
Um,
that's what you need.
Defensive player of the year. I think that definitely, fits in with what they should want.
Yeah.
Uh, but yeah, going back to the Wizards thing, I guess like it is kind of funny because I know in previous drafts there were always like guys that would be drafted that wouldn't, come over for a while.
Ever.
Yeah, exactly. But I feel like we haven't had that in like a while.
Right.
I mean, I guess like we're just in a different era now where like some of these guys are probably like I guess they're just more okay with investing in them. Plus, you have the
Right.
G League, that you
Exactly.
can stick them in. So that helps as well. But it is kind of funny because I always remember like we would always have every year like draft and stash guys.
Right.
Uh,
Yeah, that's the name. That was the name of our game. That was literally our
yeah,
MO, was draft and stash, and then you never see these guys ever again. Or they just
right.
turn into complete, utter garbage busts.
Yeah. So Sacramento, their pick is in. So it looks like these picks are going to go by a little bit faster.
As they should.
Faster than Shams is even putting out because it's like he didn't even put out the Minnesota pick.
True.
So I guess maybe he's gone to bed. Can't really blame him to be honest. But
Yeah, it's getting kind of dry here. I mean, but we're gonna thug it out. We're gonna cover this entire thing.
yeah, so I guess for Sacramento again, I feel like like a bigger forward, right, or somebody like that, right, power forward,
Yeah.
center, somebody like that. I think is probably what they're looking for because again, you need guys that can defend. Maybe you get another defensive guard, which is
Yeah.
probably, but you still have a ton of guards, right? You got Fox, you got Herter, you got Monk, you got Davion Mitchell. So I feel like it's probably going to be a big forward. All right,
What
so
the
they pick.
clarity here? Kamara will not be with the Suns. Phoenix
Yeah,
targeted and selected him tonight. Why is he posting clarity, dude?
Jalen Slauson. So it is a forward.
Okay.
Jalen Slauson going
Yeah.
to Sacramento
Let me see. Do I have him in my notes?
from Furman.
Do I have him? I think I do have him in my notes. I might.
Oh,
not,
so they're
though.
saying he's going to the Suns. So the Kamara guy is not part of
Yeah,
the
he's
Wizards.
going to the Suns.
Okay, so he's tired too.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, dude. I don't know what that was. I swear it was a Phoenix pick. I could have
Yeah.
sworn that's how I read it, but
Pick was not part of the Beal trade. So I
That's what
think
I
that's
thought.
Phoenix's own second
yeah,
that they had, this year.
right.
So next up is Indiana again.
Oh
Um,
God, is this where we see Trace Jackson Davis go? Can our guy go? Can
mean,
our
it might
pure
be-
slasher go?
I mean, yeah, I mean, he's
Athletic finisher.
the only player that they haven't really picked is a center. The pick is in. We're about to see who they're gonna pick.
Okay.
So this is gonna be interesting because again, Indiana picked had a ton of guys in this draft. And I feel like pretty much everyone that they picked so far has been pretty solid. I think.
Yeah.
Um,
Everybody fits into the the system pretty well, I think.
Exactly.
So you
So
can't really be mad at it, you know?
no, I don't really have an issue. Like I said, I don't really have too many issues with most of the picks that were taken. I think
Exactly.
most of them have been pretty good. This has been like, in my opinion, I think one of the better handled drafts, from terms of a front office standpoint.
Absolutely.
Just because, just because again, like most of the picks, I feel like make sense, in a vacuum. Like
Right.
you said, some of them not as good as others, um, but at least with most of them, like they make sense.
Right.
Because in the past, we've saw ones where it's like, what is this? But again, like even in the second round, like nobody's really gonna complain if you mess up for a second round
Right.
pick, because you don't all because there's not usually you don't get like big time players out of there anyways. Those are
Right.
usually more like bench guys,
Yeah, yeah.
role players. You don't usually you're not usually going into the second round looking for stars.
Right.
Yeah, so the pick has been in for about a minute, right? But we still don't know who it is. Um, it's Isaiah Wong.
He's pretty good.
Yeah, so there you go, another guard, for Indiana. So it looks like Trace isn't going to Indiana.
God
So
dang it.
so there's only 3 picks left. So he's either going to be one of these last 3 picks, or he's going undrafted. You know.
Yeah, I mean I could understand that,
Yeah.
for
So
a guy
next
that
up
doesn't
is
shoot.
Memphis. But is that Boston or is that actually Memphis?
Which one?
The next pick,
That's
56.
Memphis. That's actually Memphis.
That's actually Memphis. Okay.
Yeah. So the last three picks are just for everybody's future knowledge. It's Memphis, and it's actually Memphis's. Then we have the Wizards. That is, we have the next pick, and that's via Boston. And then the final pick is Milwaukee.
Yeah. Okay.
Greedy Dick.
So I guess with Memphis, Washington, and Milwaukee.
Yeah, what's
Uh,
up?
so I guess again with Memphis, again, I mean maybe you can find a two-way guy here. Um, again, like there's not a ton of options. So I
Right.
mean, I feel like they might go for a big here. Um,
I I
just
could understand that.
because again, with Adams, being more injury prone now, and with Brandon Clark being out for next year, right? I could see them going for another big, unless maybe they elevate Lofton into the regular
Sure.
rotation, right? But I don't know about that. It looks like the pick is in.
Could be
Um,
Ricky Council or Turquavion. That wouldn't surprise me.
right. Pick is in, so we're about to see, who they're gonna take. And then after that, like you said, it'll be Washington and then Milwaukee.
Yeah.
It's like the pick is in, but we still, don't know quite yet who it's gonna be. Uh, nope, still not there yet. So we still don't know yet who it's going to be. So the pick is still in, but it hasn't been reported yet.
Okay.
So we probably got, I don't know, maybe another minute or so.
Memphis selected Tariq Ber- Berbovic. Berbovic at number 56, who will be a drafted stash in Europe
So we
next
finally got a
season.
drafted stash.
There
we
it
go.
is.
All right, there we go. There we go. So next up is Washington.
Okay.
At 57. So
Oh
we
joy.
got that pick and Milwaukee left. So I mean, who you looking at?
Honestly, I don't know. Like, there's some guys left. I wouldn't mind getting like maybe Turquavion Smith. I kind of had Isaiah Wong on my radar, obviously Imani Bates, but they're all gone. Maybe a Ricky Council, but I'd probably prefer Turquavion Smith.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's fine. Like getting a guard now at this point, I think makes sense, right? Because
Yeah.
I mean, you had Koulibaly,
Yeah.
right?
Yep.
Uh, you have Vukcevic,
Yep.
um, and I think who was the other one? They had 3 picks, right?
Hang on, let's see. The Warriors are trading Patrick Baldwin Jr. to the Wizards as part of the Chris Paul Jordan Poole trade.
Okay. Well, there you go. So you got another young player. So that's
I'll
awesome.
take it. Yeah, I can't be mad at it. Dude, I'm actually liking the young core and roster that we're putting together. I can actually get behind this.
Yeah, so that's awesome. Again, even if he doesn't, that's the big forward. So, even if he doesn't necessarily pan out, I mean, that's really good. I think that's again, considering
Okay. And
what?
the Warriors are acquiring the war. No way this is what happened. The Warriors are acquiring the number 57 pick from Washington
Oh my
and taking
god.
Trace
So
Jackson
you could have had
Davis.
him. Would you rather have him or Patrick Baldwin Jr.?
Probably Patrick Baldwin. Um,
Okay.
but I mean, you can't really be mad at Trace Jackson. I mean, if that's who they want to pick,
Yeah.
that's who they want to
I think
pick.
that's a good one. It's just again, it's kind of interesting because he does again like he's not a shooter at all. I guess kind of Kevon Looney-ish, I suppose. Uh,
Yeah, it's pretty
so,
rough, man.
yeah, I
But
mean,
he's
but again,
six eight or 6'7", whatever.
good defensively, good playmaker. So I feel like he probably fits Golden State
Yeah,
more than Washington.
right.
Um, but again, is he gonna play a lot? I don't know. He could.
Probably not. I don't know. We'll see. But I mean, that's a good pick. I mean, I
I
feel
mean,
like he's a good player. Don't get it twisted. He averaged 20 and 10. It's just the
yeah,
3-point
we had him
shooting
going
is
in the
rough.
first round.
Yeah, I had him going in the what? We had him going 29th or something like that. So we had him
Yeah,
going really, in the first round, late first round. But at
yeah,
the same time, this is just hilarious, that the Warriors of all teams would want him. I wouldn't have thought that.
yeah.
Okay,
I mean,
so Chris Livingston, his landing spot is the Bucks.
okay. So he
So
got
that's
yeah. All right,
over.
there you
So
go. So
I
that's
guess
it.
that's the draft. Do you
Yeah,
wanna
so
you wanna wrap it up for us?
so we got Chris Livingston. Going 58 for the Bucks. But yeah, so I mean that pretty much concludes the NBA draft. For 2023 again. Really interesting one, right? Where pretty much I feel like most teams did relatively well. Obviously, we'll get into a little bit more, detail once we do our podcast, which will
Yeah.
be out tomorrow.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I can't really complain too much about a lot of these teams
Not at all,
picks.
man.
And there's some picks that aren't quite as good, but I
Sure.
don't really feel like this is a year where I saw like a lot of horrible picks. Obviously, as we, kind of let it sink in, maybe we'll kind of like reevaluate it a little bit. But,
Hmm.
overall, I mean, like I said, the only disappointment I had was that there weren't, trades from other teams.
Sure.
But regardless, I think you got to be pretty pleased with most of these picks, for most of these teams. Obviously, it's unfortunate, if you didn't get drafted, but we do know, right, that some of these guys will still find a way onto these teams either through two-way contracts or exhibit 10s.
Right.
So keep that in mind. But yeah, so I mean, I'd say this is pretty much the conclusion of our,
Yeah.
coverage of the NBA draft. So like I said, look forward to our, episode coming out tomorrow. So I guess we're pretty much signing off.
Yeah. All right, everybody. Enjoy your night. And yeah, new episode Friday. So be sure to check that one out.